This is Audible.
The Source. Alastair Stone Chronicles, Volume 4. Written by R.L. King. Narrated by Will M. Watt. Prologue. Darla Beecham cursed under her breath when she heard the cheerful tinkle of the bell at the diner's entry. Tossing aside the rag she'd been using to wipe down the counter in the kitchen, she glanced up at the wall clock. 10:55 p.m. 5 minutes to closing. Hell, Jose had already departed, with the food all put away and the grill spotless as usual. All Darla had to offer latecomers now was old coffee, a few decrepit-looking pastries, and the dusty display of candy and gum at the register. Who came to the diner at the ass end of nowhere at 10:55 on a Wednesday night? She couldn't remember the last time they'd had a customer this late, hence Jose's early exit. She sighed, straightened her uniform, and marched into the dining room area. Maybe she could get rid of them. Nobody wanted lukewarm coffee and stale bear claws. "Welcome to Maxie's," she said, forcing a cheerful tone into her voice. "What can I—" She stopped. Two people stood just inside the doorway. A man about 30 and a boy of perhaps 9 or 10. Both wore unremarkable traveling clothes, and through the glass door behind them, Darla spotted an equally unremarkable tan 4-door car parked close. The man looked around, taking in the diner's interior, but the boy's eyes fixed on Darla as soon as she made her appearance. There was something disquieting about his level of scrutiny. She struggled to get back on track, focusing on the man. "Can I help you? We're just about to close up, but I've still got coffee." "Coffee's just fine," the man said, smiling. He put his hand on the boy's shoulder and steered him to the counter, where they both sat down. "And a Coke for my son, if that's all right. We won't keep you long, but it's been a long drive and we need a little break." Darla nodded, relaxing. The man's eyes and smile were friendly, and the boy wasn't watching her anymore. Long drive for sure, she thought. The diner wasn't exactly on the main tourist route. They didn't get much traffic ever since the Denny's had opened up next to the freeway 6 months ago. They mostly stayed open for the locals, most of whom were in bed by now. She bustled around pouring coffee, then retrieved a can of Coke from the cooler and placed it in front of the boy with a glass of ice and a straw. "Thank you," the man said, smiling again. "Don't worry, we'll be out of your hair in no time." He picked up his coffee cup, then set it back down again. "Son, I left my wallet in the car. Can you go grab it for me, please?" The boy hopped off the stool and left the diner. The bell tinkled again in his wake. Darla busied herself with the last few cleanup tasks, but always kept an eye on the man. She'd been a waitress here for a long time. She felt like she had pretty good instincts for the ones she should be afraid of, and this guy wasn't one of them. In fact, he had that clean-cut look that suggested public servant, a fireman maybe, or an off-duty cop. Even so, though, it was better to be safe when she was alone. She thought about making an obvious call to her boyfriend to let him know she'd be home soon. She didn't have a boyfriend and had lived alone with her cat Biff for as long as anybody could remember, but dismissed it as silly. After all, the guy had a little boy. How dangerous could he be? Just as she was wondering where the kid had run off to, he returned, dropping a worn brown leather wallet down next to his dad and remounting the counter stool. He poured Coke into the glass and watched Darla. When he caught her watching him back, he smiled. He had a nice smile, like his dad. She left them to their drinks as she took a last swipe at the counter with the rag and tossed it into the laundry bin. The only thing she didn't do was count out the register. Even though the two looked harmless, there was no point in tempting fate by waving money around. She glanced sideways at them. The boy sipped his Coke, and the man had just finished his cup of coffee. "Anything else I can bring you?" she asked, hoping very much that the answer was no. If they left now, she could just make it home in time for the beginning of the late show. The boy smiled at her. "You're scared of us, aren't you?" he asked in a conversational tone. She frowned. Scared? Of course not. Why would I be scared?" His smile changed. "You should be, you know." Something froze on the back of Darla's neck as she tensed. "Oh? And why is that?" she asked, edging toward the register. Clem, the owner, kept a loaded revolver under the counter in case of a robbery. They'd never had a robbery, though. She wasn't completely sure the gun was loaded, or even if it was still there. "Are you planning to rob us?" She glanced at the man in the hope that his son was just playing a little joke, and Dad would set him straight. The man smiled too now, the same strange smile as the boy. Both of them appeared to be enjoying Darla's fear. He shook his head. "No, ma'am, we're not planning to rob you." He reached into his coat. Darla dived, but he was faster. "I wouldn't try to reach any guns," the boy said, as the man leveled a pistol at her. "I don't think that will work out too well for you." Oh, God. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself, staring in silent terror at the gun pointed at her chest. Her gaze shifted toward the parking lot as she hoped somebody, anybody, would come by. If they weren't planning to rob the diner, then... What are you planning to do?" she asked. "Rape me? In front of your son?" Again, the man shook his head. "No, ma'am. As I told you, we just came in here for a little break and a little sustenance." "And you've had it," she said. Please go. Take the money, take whatever you want, but please don't hurt me." The boy's smile widened. His childish voice held a decidedly non-childish tone. "I'm sorry," he said. "I'm afraid that's a request we won't be able to grant." Nobody heard Darla's screams for the next hour. She didn't make it home in time for the late show. When Jose, the cook, showed up early the following morning to get ready for the breakfast regulars, he was shocked to find firefighters picking through the charred and water-soaked remains of the diner. He was even more shocked when he spotted the sheet-wrapped form, oddly shrunken, being wheeled toward a coroner's van parked discreetly off to the side of the scene. Part 1. Gathering. Chapter 1. Jason Thayer knew something was up when he saw flickering lights in the attic window of Alastair Stone's Palo Alto townhouse, and he was pretty sure whatever was going on up there, it wasn't anything good. When it came to situations involving Stone, not anything good was always a reasonable bet. The only better one was thoroughly weird or potentially dangerous. Some combination of the three was never off the table either. "Hurry!" his sister Verity urged as he pulled the old Ford into the driveway. The garage door was open, revealing Stone's gleaming black BMW sedan. The two of them had just returned from spending a few days in their former hometown of Ventura, visiting old friends and getting out of the Bay Area for a while. They'd phoned Stone half an hour ago and been surprised when he hadn't answered. He knew they were coming home today, and the three of them had made tentative plans to go out to dinner that evening. They decided to swing by his place and had immediately spotted the strange light show coming from the attic. Jason often wondered what Stone's neighbors must think of him. Then again, it wasn't like they'd figure out he was performing magical rituals up there. At least not anybody people would be inclined to listen to. Verity was already out of the car before Jason had brought it to a complete stop. running up the walk to knock hard on the door. By the time Jason caught up to her, nobody had answered. She pounded harder. "Dr. Stone, you in there? It's us." Still no answer. Verity opened her bag and rummaged for the key Stone had given her when she'd first become his apprentice. Jason had to control himself to keep from grabbing it out of her hand as she fumbled it into the lock. When she finally got it, he threw the door open and hurried past her, taking the stairs toward the attic 2 at a time. "Al, you up there? You okay?" Behind him, the door clicked shut, and Verity's quick footsteps joined his. Light shone from under the attic door. It flickered and danced ominously, accompanied by some kind of unintelligible gibbering sound. "Is that—" Verity began. But Jason wasn't listening. He flung open the door and thrust his head into the room. Stone's attic sanctum was a wide-open space with a hardwood floor, sloping walls, a single window, and a skylight. Jason had been up here enough times that he paid no attention to the sigils on the floor, the framed prints depicting magical diagrams, the chalkboard scrawled with arcane formulae, the flickering brazier in the center of the room, and the rest of Stone's collection of weird shit. What he did notice instantly was what was out of place. Specifically, Stone's still form crumpled on the far side of the room, and the small, imp-like figure capering not 5 feet from where Jason currently stood. Verity gasped. "Jason, it—" She shoved forward to stand beside him, taking in the scene with horror. Jason's gaze flicked between Stone and the imp. "Stay back, V," he said under his breath. "We don't know what it—" The thing giggled, leaping from one little clawed foot to the other. About 1.5 feet tall, it had shiny red-brown skin and long, gangly limbs. Its monkey-like gaze, red, glittering and malevolent, met Jason's in challenge. He began. "V, do you know what the hell that is?" She shook her head. "Never seen one of those before. I guess that's part of the advanced curriculum." "Isn't stuff like that supposed to be inside a circle or something?" "Yeah, that's the usual plan." She glanced over at Stone. "Jason, is he—" Before Jason could answer, Stone stirred. "Al!" Jason called, relief and anger in his voice. "Al, wake up! We got a situation here!" Stone's eyes flickered open. He seemed unaware of where he was for a moment, and then suddenly sprang to his feet, his eyes alight with manic energy. "Jason," he said between panting breaths, as he swiped a hand through his unruly dark hair. "And Verity, excellent timing. What the fuck—" Stone bounded across the room, giving the imp a wide berth. The little thing glared at him as if he were the cause of all its troubles. It lunged in his direction, but he stepped nimbly out of the way. As he drew closer, Jason saw his sudden burst of energy didn't conceal his exhausted pallor. Jason grabbed one shoulder and Verity the other. "Dr. Stone, what's wrong?" Verity began. "What is—" "Shh!" Stone held up an emphatic finger, then glared at the imp. "And you, my obnoxious little friend, you've had your fun. Now it's time to go back where you came from. Jason, if you please." "Me?" he protested. "I don't—" "Power, Jason!" Stone didn't take his eyes off the imp, but his right hand clamped onto Jason's free wrist. "Nice and easy. That's the way." His breath still came fast. His hand on Jason's arm was cold and clammy. It was over in a few seconds. Stone pointed his other hand at the imp, muttered something under his breath, and then snapped out a command. The little creature looked indignant and gibbered in annoyance as it winked out of existence. "Brilliant," Stone said, grinning. "Thank you, Jason. Perfect timing." Jason grabbed him by both shoulders. "Al, you're gonna tell us right now what the hell's going on." Stone nodded several times as he spoke. Quite so. What's going on, Jason, my friend, is that it's clear that I'm going to need a lot more study before I try that again. And then he fainted. Stone appeared downstairs an hour later to find the two of them sitting at the kitchen table, snacking on a plate of cookies and thumbing through a pile of old magazines. Verity looked up as he walked in. Feeling better? Yes, thank you. He still looked tired, but the grayness underlying his normally pale complexion was gone. With his tousled hair, faded jeans, and black Pink Floyd t-shirt, he looked more like one of his own students than their professor. Jason tossed his magazine aside. So, want to tell us what you were doing up there? Verity looked serious. This has to do with that notebook, doesn't it? Which notebook? Jason asked, frowning. The one Mr. Harrison sent him. Every time I come over here for magic training, he's got his nose buried in it. Stone puttered around the room, gathering the components for a cup of tea. That true, Al? Jason asked. Shouldn't be a surprise. I told you before, there's some amazing stuff hinted at in those pages. But it won't be easy to sort out. And not just because Harrison scribbles like a demented weasel on LSD, either. It will take a lot of study and practice, and more than a few wild leaps of logic. He dropped into a chair across from them with his cup. Thanks for dragging me back to my room, by the way. I'm used to waking up on the floor in all sorts of interesting configurations when I'm doing research, but I'm getting a bit old for it. Perhaps I should invest in some cushions. Jason wasn't going to let Stone change the subject. So, did you summon that thing? I thought you told me summoning stuff alone was dangerous. It is. Stone waved a dismissive hand. That little thing wouldn't have caused much trouble, even if it got loose. That's why I chose it. Oh, sure, Verity said, grinning, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Imp creatures running wild up University Avenue happens every day. If nothing else, it would freak the religious nutjobs right the hell out. She affected a crazy tone. The end is near. We've seen the devil. Funny, we always kind of thought he'd be taller, but hey, whatever. Stone chuckled, his eyebrow creeping up as he looked sideways at her. I did take the precaution of warding the attic before I started the summoning, so the thing couldn't get out. The worst it could have done was cost me my security deposit, or possibly burn the place down, but that's the chance you have to take for progress. He paused to glance through a pile of mail on the table, before tossing it all aside and focusing on the two of them again. So, how was your trip? Jason shrugged. Uneventful, which is just the way I like it. I think the evil are lying low, Verity agreed. No sign of anything weird going on at all. After a pause, she said, looking more troubled, What do you think they're doing? It's been months since Vegas, and not a peep out of them, beyond the basic stuff. It weirds me out a little to think they're off somewhere planning the apocalypse, while we sit here drinking tea and summoning hot stuff the littlest implet. What are we supposed to do? Jason asked. It's not exactly like we can go after them. We don't even know where they are anymore. I mean, sure, we know they're still in Vegas and probably in San Francisco, but... He let that trail off. He'd been dutifully going to the library to check the papers for several large cities once a week or so, and while he had definitely found evidence that the evil were still active, he hadn't seen anything indicating that they were concentrated in any specific area or making any big plans. Nonetheless, Stone said, it's best to keep our wits about us. Don't get complacent. I don't doubt for a minute that, given a reasonable chance, they'd take the opportunity to eliminate any of us. The precautions we've taken should keep us safe from random attacks, but there's no point in handing them opportunities. Verity looked contemplative for a moment, then mused, Do you think there's a chance they aren't planning anything? I mean, since we closed the portals, they don't have a way in or out anymore. They're stuck here, and they know it. In a way, wouldn't it make sense for them to just, I don't know, settle in and get used to living here? They should be able to keep themselves fed by doing their usual kind of stuff, right? Don't get me wrong, that's all pretty horrible and everything, but it's a lot better than getting together and planning mass murder. Stone spread his hands in a how should I know gesture. Your guess is as good as mine, Verity. The way I see it, as long as they're stuck here, they've got a vested interest in fitting in. Nothing good would come of being discovered, even if they're only discovered committing murder or torture, irrespective of their extra-dimensional origins. Which means that getting together and making big plans might not be the sort of thing they'd be keen to do. Also, there's the Forgotten's working theory that they, at least the more powerful among them, don't tend to play well together. They sound like mages in that respect, honestly. Egos the size of sperm whales our lot has, and it sounds like the evil's top echelon isn't much different. He shrugged again. The only reason I can see them getting together is if they wanted to try to figure out how to reopen the conduit back to their home dimension. And I just can't see how they'd have much chance of doing that. So there's nobody around who can open that kind of portal? Jason asked. Well, Stone said slowly, I won't say there isn't, but I will say that I don't personally know of anybody who is. And that includes myself. Obviously, I don't know every mage on Earth. It's possible they might be able to find one or more with the proper knowledge and somehow convince them to do it. I'm quite certain it would take more than one to even have a chance of doing it. Probably several, at minimum. But even so, the power and expense required would be immense. Which means, he added, standing up and putting his cup in the sink, that if they decide to go that route, they'll likely have to put aside their differences and work together. And what that means is that they'll likely be out of our hair for the foreseeable future. You don't really think they will be, do you? Of course not, but allow me a bit of wishful thinking. He came back over and sat down. By the way, on another subject, in a couple of weeks I'll be away for a few days, so I'll prepare lessons ahead for you, Verity, so you can do some independent study. Away? Jason frowned. What for, if you don't mind my asking? Secret tryst with a stunning supermodel in Zurich. Quite hush-hush. Stone grinned at the look on Jason's face. Well, I did say wishful thinking, didn't I? No, there's a little conference thing down in LA. Mage stuff. We get together and talk about things that would bore you stiff. It moves around. I don't go every year, but this year it's close, and my classes will be nearly done by then, so I figured I'd check in and see what people were up to. I'll also be presenting a couple of seminars. Verity looked like she wanted to say something, but only nodded. Stone clearly wasn't fooled. He patted her shoulder. Seriously, Verity, you'd be quite bored. I promise I'll introduce you to some other more interesting mages soon. But this particular conference is the magical equivalent of a bunch of nerds getting together to discuss the finer points of warp drive theory in Star Trek. Don't believe him, Jason said. He just wants to get the kids out of the way so he can go down there and check out all the wild mage orgies. Stone shook his head in exasperation. Look, he said to Verity, who obviously still wasn't placated. You're my apprentice. If you really want to come, you can come. But I'm not having you on about the you'll be bored bit. You don't have enough grounding in theory yet to be able to get very far with what we'll be discussing. It's more like a scholarly conference than a convention. He paused a moment, then held up a finger. Hold on. I have a compromise that might work. You can come along if you like. Not to the conference itself, but there's quite a lot to do down there, as I'm sure you well know, and in the evenings I'll bring you along when I get together with the others for dinner and whatnot. That way you can make some contacts, but I won't have to readjust the tilt of your head every few minutes to distribute the drool evenly when you nod off during the lectures. How's that sound? Verity glared at him, but finally matched his grin. Sounds like a deal. But you'll have to clear out if he brings any hot mage babes back to the suite, Jason said, with a wicked gleam in his eye. Yeah, well, so will he if I do. Chapter 2. On any given day in Chicago, Some number of conventions are taking place. Many of the larger ones are held downtown at the big hotels. In fact, currently the city was playing host to a furry convention, a gathering of plumbers, 2 real estate symposia, an event designed to help little people meet potential mates from all over the world, and numerous others. One of these gatherings, however, was very different from its counterparts. Certainly, its members had converged from various parts around the country. It featured representatives from San Francisco, Los Angeles, Las Vegas, Atlanta, Boston, Washington, D.C., and several other cities, including a couple who were local to Chicago. They had arranged to take over a small resort near Lake Forest for their meeting, which was nowhere near large enough to be worthy of the name convention. It was more like a group of like-minded friends who'd gotten together to discuss matters of mutual interest. This was complicated somewhat by the fact that the old friends could barely stand to be in the same room with each other. The attendees were seated around a large grouping of tables arranged into a rectangular shape, the sort of configuration you might expect to find at a corporate seminar. No podium or anything else indicated that one of the participants was the leader, and no 2 of them sat with less than 1 empty chair in between them. Most had 2. The overall effect was what you might see if you put a bunch of predatory cats together in the same room and magically compelled them not to attack each other without changing any of their other feelings or instincts. In other words, the tension in the room was so thick that it was nearly visible to the naked eye. Another odd thing that belied the gathering's appearance as some sort of corporate presentation was the first of the attendees who rose to speak. Unlike the others, who ranged in apparent age from early 20s to middle 50s, he might have been 10, and small for 10 at that. He wore a t-shirt with a Star Wars logo and faded blue jeans. When he spoke, however, his high, childish tones held a commanding edge that sounded entirely wrong coming from such a body, and the gaze he swept around the room would have chilled anyone who wasn't part of the group at the table. "Let's begin," he said, just like that. No, "thank you for coming." No, "be sure to tip your waitstaff." No icebreaker joke. He knew his audience. The others all turned to him, eyes narrowed. The expression, "if looks could kill," applied quite effectively. "So talk," a mid-50s man in a $1,000 suit said, his tone cold. He was one of the locals. His face had appeared in various newspapers many times over the past several years. No one had ever been able to pin any definitive proof of organized crime activity on him in all that time, however. The boy's gaze settled on him for a moment, then he nodded once. "We have decisions to make," he said. "As much as we'd all prefer to remain within our own spheres of influence, this affects all of us. Depending on what we decide, it might not be possible to pursue some of the avenues individually." "There aren't any decisions to make," said a woman. She was in her middle 30s with a glittering beauty only made more intriguing by the complete lack of empathy in her pale blue eyes. An actress of not inconsiderable fame, she looked like one of those old-time luminaries from a period when the stars of the silver screen were considered royalty and weren't expected to interact with the unwashed masses. She'd had to disguise herself until she got inside the resort, as she would have been recognized by any number of fans en route. "There's nothing we can do. We have to accept what is and adapt." "Like hell," said a balding, rough-looking man in his late 40s. He looked like a cop, and in fact was. A police chief in a mid-sized town, to be specific. Anywhere else, he and the man in the $1,000 suit would be at odds, but here they barely acknowledged each other's existence. "Maybe you've accepted what's happening and are ready to give up and stay. I'm not. We don't have to take this.
Yeah, it happened. But if any of us have ideas on how to deal with it, I want to hear 'em.
The boy watched over the group with a proprietary expression, waiting for them to settle down. I agree with you, he said to the man. Recent developments have been annoying, but there is no reason to believe they're permanent. What's done can be undone. Yeah, it can, said another woman. She was tall and thin, with short, dyed blonde hair, an angular face that was too strong of line to be conventionally pretty, and chilled green eyes. And we can undo it. I've already started looking into possibilities, the first of which, naturally, is to deal with the cause.
The cause?
An early 50s man in a suit even more expensive than the mob bosses asked. His hair, grooming, and manicure were perfect, as was his even, camera-ready fake tan, and the capped smile that didn't get anywhere near his eyes. He, too, had needed to disguise himself before arriving, though it was less likely he'd be recognized in Chicago than among those in the South who might know, or be, members of his megachurch's congregation. You're talking about Stone, said a hard-looking woman with no-nonsense graying hair and a severe, dark blue suit. Damned right I'm talking about Stone, the blonde woman said, her lip curling into a snarl. He's the one who did this to us. He has to pay.
Why?
Asked another man from across the table. In his late 20s, he was one of the younger in the room. Dressed in colorful, upscale hip-hop style, his dark-skinned bald head and black-rimmed glasses reflecting the room's overhead lights.
It's done. Revenge won't get us what we want, even if we want it. It doesn't sound like all of us do.
Not only that, but it could prove dangerous to us, said a mousy, middle-aged woman with shrewd eyes and a deceptively friendly face. Why poke the hornet's nest again? Why draw attention to ourselves, especially if we're stuck here? Wouldn't it be wiser to just lie low for a while? The blonde woman's face darkened in contempt. Listen to you, she said, rising. You sound like a bunch of scared sheep. Or have you forgotten what we are and what we can do? Do you really think he can stand against all of us?
Probably not, the mob boss said. But why push it? He's not bothering us now. He might even think we're gone or laying low. If we go after him, yeah, we'll probably get him. But don't forget he's not alone. He's got friends. He's got that apprentice none of us want to mess with, and if we make things too hot for him, he might call in more friends. They could make life dangerous, especially if we decide to go through with trying to find a way back.
Murmurs rose among some of the others, including a few who hadn't spoken yet. The boy let them talk for a bit, but after a few moments he spoke again, this time to the blonde woman. I agree with you that we need to reopen the way, he said, and I agree that Stone and his people need to suffer for what they did, but not until after we've secured our gateway. We can't risk rousing them again yet. With the portals cut off, our supply of soldiers is limited, and moving them from one host to another is difficult. I would say Stone's people have a low probability of success, but given our past encounters with them, I don't think it's prudent to take chances. More murmurings, mostly in agreement. The woman slammed her fist on the table. I don't believe this, she spat. I can't believe you're afraid of him. The televangelist shrugged, still looking placid and perfect.
I don't even know him, he said, except that he's a mage and that he's caused us problems in the past. I'm willing to leave him alone until after we've found a way to reopen the way back.
A thin young man stood. Wait a minute, he said. We haven't even agreed that we should try to reopen the way. When the others turned to him, he spread his hands. Listen, I've gotten used to things here. In some ways, it's better than back home. I've found a place where I can get what I need and what my host needs without a lot of effort. Do I like that we're stuck here against our will? No. But it could be a hell of a lot worse.
And if we try something and it fails, we could get ourselves wiped out. Why take the risk? We don't even know what we're doing."
"Who says we don't?" the blonde woman asked.
They all turned to her. "What are you talking about?" asked a late-40s man whose entire bearing screamed career military, even in civilian clothes. "If you have more information, let us in on it."
She smiled a snake-like smile. "I've been doing some research," she said. "Ever since Stone and his people closed the portals, I've been looking around, trying to find anyone who might have a chance of figuring out how to open one again. Someone Stone doesn't even know exists, so they can't tip him off if something goes wrong. And I think I've come up with an idea that has a good chance of working." "An idea we discussed earlier today," the boy told the group, "and I agree that it might have merit." He turned back to the woman. "Go ahead and explain it to the others."
The blonde woman nodded. She spoke for perhaps 10 minutes, describing her plan and how it could be implemented. They listened with varying expressions ranging from enthusiasm to grudging acceptance to outright dismissal. "That's crazy," said a chubby early-30s man, shaking his head. "Way too many variables, too many places where something could go wrong." But the boy shook his head.
"It would require cooperation from all of us," he said. "It wouldn't be easy, but it could work. I haven't heard any other better ideas, have you?" He looked around at them. "I know as well as any of you that our kind aren't fond of cooperation."
"That's an understatement." The evangelist cut him off with a humorless chuckle.
"But," the boy continued, as if he hadn't spoken, "this isn't a normal situation. I realize that most of us have found places here in this world, settled in and carved out our areas of influence. None of that has to change. If you want to stay here, nothing will stop you, even if we're successful. All this will do is give you a choice. Or would you prefer to have your choices made for you by your prey? That is essentially what is happening, you realize."
He'd hit a nerve, as he knew he would. Despite their inherent distrust of each other and reluctance to give up on even a tiny shred of their individual power to participate in any kind of group effort, they all hated even more that what they considered a collection of intelligent herd animals had caused them this level of difficulty. They began muttering among themselves again. The boy smiled, and so did the blonde woman.
"Can it be done quietly, though?" asked the mousy woman. "Stone and his people have proven that they're paying close attention to anything involving portals."
"Maybe it can be arranged somewhere far from here," said the dark-skinned man. "Somewhere it's unlikely that they'd ever even hear about it before it's finished."
"That," said the boy, "depends on what the expert we plan to consult determines. I don't know anything about the construction of portals, but it seems that there are conditions that make it easier to place them."
He glanced at the blonde woman for confirmation.
"Ley lines, for one," she said. "I've learned a lot over the past few years, though I'm by no means any kind of expert. I can't build a portal on my own, but I can follow the discussion well enough that I should be able to work with our expert, once we've found the right one."
She leaned forward, still standing up, and put her hands on the table.
"And as for Stone catching on, he won't, because we're going to kill him before we start."
The boy turned to face her, and his expression had an implacability that hardened his soft features into something much more adult and much more authoritative.
"No," he said flatly. "I won't go along with that. As I and others have said, it's too dangerous. It's much safer to simply let him think that we've gone dormant, accepted the inevitable, and don't pose a large-scale threat anymore."
The blonde woman glared at him.
"You might have forgotten,"
she said in a cold tone that barely veiled a seething rage.
"But you aren't in charge here. You don't make the decisions, and you don't control what any of the rest of us do."
"No, he doesn't," agreed the military man. "But I, for one, think he's right. I agree that we need to do something about reopening the way home, so we can start bringing over more of our children and re-establishing our original plan for this world. But I won't sign on to a vendetta. Yes, I agree. Stone has to die, he and his friends, but not until after we've succeeded. Around the table, the others were nodding. The mob boss settled a probing stare on the blonde woman. Listen, he said. I know you got issues with Stone that go beyond what he's done to our plans. I get that he and your host go way back, but none of that matters to the rest of us. You deal with your own baggage on your own time. Agreed, said the actress. I don't like this plan at all. I'd rather just make our own way here and reproduce when we can. It's slower, but it's safer, and we have time. But if we're going to do this, we're going to do it the intelligent way, the safe way. I'm sure you'll find many of us willing to help you deal with Stone after the situation has been taken care of, but not before. The boy nodded. He looked around the table. This will take all of us to do. It will require large amounts of money, and once we've established a location for the portal, we'll probably have to arrange to be there to assist with attuning it to the proper coordinates. That's what I've been told, anyway. We won't know the details until we've implemented the first part of the plan, so what we need to agree on is, are we all committed to doing this? Can we count on everyone's contribution? Several of the attendees, including the mob boss, the cop, the evangelist, the military officer, and the severely dressed woman, nodded. Others, including the actress, the dramatically dressed dark-skinned man, the chubby young man, and a couple of others, continued muttering amongst themselves for a brief time, but finally gave grudging assent. We'll have to keep in contact with each other more than we like, said the chubby man. I'm sure we'll all want to be kept up to date on the latest status. Easily done, the boy said. He turned to the blonde woman. There. You have agreement to look for your expert. You don't have agreement to go after Stone. If you do that, you're on your own, and I'm sure the others agree that compromising our plans for your own personal agenda will be dealt with harshly. Around the table, the others nodded. The blonde woman remained defiant for a few moments as her gaze traversed the room. But to a person, their eyes had all gone as cold and merciless as a pack of sharks. Finally, she sighed and sank back down. Fine, she said, reluctance and frustration still clear in her tone. I can wait for Stone. I'll get started looking for the expert as soon as we leave here. I've got a couple of likely prospects. The mob boss stood. If we got nothing else to discuss, I'm out of here. Several others rose as well. They all seemed relieved that the meeting had been completed so quickly, and that they were now free to get out of each other's presence. One by one, they filed out of the room until only the boy and the blonde woman were left. That went better than expected, the boy said. The woman shrugged. Not as well as I hoped, but I'll take what I can get. You need to learn patience. The boy moved toward the door. And you need to learn when to mind your own fucking business, she said, narrowing her eyes. Don't forget, I'm the only one of us who has any chance at understanding what Stone and his people might do to try to undermine us. If he doesn't find out what we're doing, he won't have the chance to undermine us. Can we count on you to stick to the plan? I don't have a choice, do I? Sweeping past the boy, she headed back out into the hotel's common area. Her long strides quickly put distance between them. He watched her go, his own eyes narrowing. He'd have to keep an eye on her. He'd long thought she was dangerously unstable, not a good trait in a host. If she jeopardized the plan, she'd have to be dealt with. Chapter 3. The blonde woman sat in a dark basement bar near her hotel, seething over her drink. Her plane didn't leave until late tomorrow morning.
She hadn't known how long the meeting would last, and she hated having to get up early and scramble around getting ready. She liked to take her time about things. Now, though, she had the rest of the night to kill. So far, none of the bar's other patrons had approached her. That might have seemed odd, given that she was a single woman and not unattractive, but her entire aura put out powerful waves of unapproachability that even the hopelessly mundane couldn't help picking up on. She knew that as the night wore on, and the patrons, mostly male, grew drunker, that would change. That was all right. In fact, she was counting on it. She needed power. She didn't need to feed yet. The 2 untraceable murders she'd committed yesterday would ensure that she was well sated for at least the next few days, but this wasn't about hunger. It was about the other side of her. The original side. She sipped her drink and looked up, studying her reflection in the mirror behind the bar. Even after all this time, she still surprised herself occasionally when she caught an unexpected glimpse. Her eyes were still the same, hard and green, glittering with intelligence and ambition. But as for the rest of her face, the surgeons had been good. She'd been lucky, because at the time she'd needed the surgery, she hadn't had the money to afford the best. The fact that she'd stumbled onto a man who was both compassionate and very good at his job had been something she couldn't have counted on. Even so, though, these kinds of things are never perfect. Some change was inevitable. When she'd emerged from the bandages, she still recognized herself, but the contours of her face were different enough that anyone who didn't know her well would have to look at her for more than a brief glance in order to have a chance of recognizing her. It had taken time for the scars to fade, but they had finally done so, at least on her face. Those on her arms were more problematic. She'd taken to wearing long sleeves whenever possible. She didn't like it, because she'd put a lot of effort into her intricate sleeve tattoos, but some things couldn't be helped. When you survived something that should have killed you, you had to accept that everything wouldn't continue exactly as before. She clutched her drink again, looking down. A man approached her, got a look at her ferocious expression, and abruptly changed direction. She barely noticed. Her body was present in the bar, but her mind was far away. Halfway across the country, in fact. A face swam in her vision. A hated face. The face of the man who had upended her life and led her inexorably to where she was now. She studied him in her mind's eye, his dark hair, sharp features, bright blue eyes, tall, thin frame in that long black coat he favored. And then, with a twist of her thoughts, she pictured him writhing in flames, screaming, begging her for mercy. There wouldn't be any, of course. She didn't even understand the concept. Mercy was weakness in any case, and in this case, it was out of the question. She'd been stoking this hatred quietly and patiently for the last 4 years, and now it was time for her plans to finally come to fruition. Oh, she wouldn't do it yet. Her hatred burned deep, but she still had it under control. She knew what the others were capable of doing to her if she broke ranks and pursued her own agenda before the early stages of the group's plans were put into place. They would kill her, pure and simple, and feed on her agony. It would be easy enough to have another vessel prepared to receive the other inside her. Like all the hosts, no matter how important they might be considered in this world, she was only useful as long as the relationship was mutually beneficial. Now that she'd made the decision, there was no turning back. Her decisions now were not fully her own, but in exchange for that she'd gained resources she'd never had access to before. They had helped her change her identity, on the off chance that her enemies might suspect she hadn't died when she was supposed to and attempt to track her down. As far as she knew, they hadn't. Another sign of their weakness. She would have, with relentless obsession, if the situation had been reversed. But it wasn't wise to take chances. The merge was not unpleasant. Not usually. Most of the time she was free to pursue her own activities, continuing to study and grow in her magic from the new location she'd chosen after being driven out of her original home. Another thing he would have to answer for. She could still go about her business, draining power from unsuspecting victims, and even committing murder periodically when she needed a particular punch. The other liked the murders. All it insisted on was that she draw them out so it could drink in the victim's exquisite fear. She found she enjoyed that. She liked watching them squirm and beg, and she liked the looks in their eyes when they realized that they could do nothing to stop the inevitable. The other took it in like nectar, the sensations suffusing her body with more physical ecstasy than the best orgasm a normal human could ever experience. She used to love sex, but now she just used it to achieve her ends.
The killing, the fear and the sharing of it with the other was infinitely more pleasurable.
She smiled her sharkish little smile, sipped her drink again, and thought about what that sensation would be like when she finally had her way with Alastair Stone. It wouldn't be long now. She had a few more things to do, a few more contacts to make, a few more plans to set into motion, and then she'd be free to do it. She'd have their sanction, in fact. Maybe she'd even see if any of the others wanted to be present for the kill. That was the thing about the way they fed. Having multiples of them on hand for the show didn't dilute the sweet, sweet bliss.
She'd never experimented with this herself, but she'd heard it from a couple of her counterparts, on the rare occasions when they spoke with each other.
Now, she wanted to try it. She wondered if the orgasmic sensation would be even better if it were shared. Maybe she could figure out a way to combine it with sex. Another man, perhaps encouraged by the way her face had changed when she thought about this happy time to come, approached her with a confident smile. "Mind if I sit here?" he asked, indicating the bar stool next to hers. She turned to him and smiled. If he'd been a little less drunk or a little less horny, he'd have fled for his life at the sight of that smile. "Have a seat," she said, her grin widening. "My name's Trina. My friends call me Trin." Chapter 4. "I feel underdressed," Verity complained. "Don't worry about it," Stone assured her. "Trust me, you'll see all manner of interesting clothing choices tonight." She looked him up and down. "I've hardly ever seen you in a suit unless you were, going to a funeral or something," she said. "You should wear one more often. It makes you look hot."
"Like you'd care," Jason grumbled.
"That's why I can say things like that," she said, grinning, "because he knows he can't take it the wrong way." They were in Los Angeles, the site of the symposium Stone had been attending. It was the end of the first day. The first of his 2 seminars had gone over well, and the 3 of them had gotten together to head to a nearby restaurant where the mages were meeting to eat, drink, and talk shop. They wended their way in Stone's black BMW through the early evening traffic. When they arrived at the venue, Verity had been surprised to find out the event wasn't actually a mage conference per se, as she'd assumed from Stone's description. Instead, the banner on the mid-sized hotel advertised it as an international occult symposium,
Welcoming everyone with an interest in the esoteric arts.
which ran the gamut from tarot reading to ghost hunting. "Sounds like a lot of fakes to me," she'd said, disappointed. "Of course it is," was Stone's dry reply. "Did you think the true practitioners are going to advertise? Besides, there are so few of us, we'd never be able to afford a hotel like this on our own. We just arranged to slip our own programming in around all the dowsing demonstrations and lectures on people's past lives as Cleopatra. Jason flipped through the event listing. Your pet's past life, he read. Do you think Fluffy and Fido were Cleopatra too? Stone chuckled. Actually, most of it isn't as bad as all that. Of course, there are the nutters, and they're popular with the organizers because, for whatever reason, they tend to be the ones with the deep pockets. You should see what they spend in the cellars area, buying embroidered silk robes and specially blessed crystals and all sorts of dodgy mystical objects. Surprisingly, most of our lot tend to live fairly frugally. Plus, they wouldn't buy any of that useless rubbish. He shrugged. But by far the largest group of attendees are people whose faith centers around the occult, like the Wiccans and voodoo practitioners. Really? Verity asked. They know their stuff, Stone said. Some of their seminars are fascinating. Sometimes I'm amazed at the depth of what they know, or suspect, given that the majority of them don't have any actual magical talent. I kind of wish I'd gone now, Verity said. You make it sound interesting. You still can if you like, Stone said with another shrug. I can get you in for tomorrow, but do you want to leave poor Jason wandering about on his own? Jason grunted. Hey, don't worry about me. You want to go? Go. If you can get me a ticket too, Al, I'll just follow V around and carry packages for her. He grinned. Or maybe I can hook up with a hot witch and we can make a little magic of our own, you know? His decision to come along had been a last-minute one, when Verity had pointed out that if he didn't go and she wasn't planning to attend the symposium, she'd be on her own in Los Angeles all day while Stone was occupied. Aside from his protective, brotherly instincts rearing their inevitable heads, he didn't want his sister to be bored by herself. He and Verity had spent the day playing tourist at Universal Studios. Stone pulled the car into the parking lot of a large bar and grill. It took him a while to find a space in the full lot. Lot of mages? Verity asked. I thought you said we were pretty rare. We've got the back room, Stone said, getting out. You know, keep us away from the normal people, which is probably good, given the, eccentricity of some of us. Are there black mages here too? She asked. I meant to ask you about that. Do they come here and talk about whatever black mages talk about? Of course, some of them are attending, Stone said, nodding. Though they tend to have their seminars off-site, since it would be a bit more awkward if a mundane wandered into one of their how-to sessions. He made a vague wave to indicate the restaurant. And I doubt any of them are here. They find our lot rather dull for the most part. I'm sure their parties are a bit livelier, though that might not be difficult, he added with a wry smile. The hostess gave them an odd, sideways glance when Stone gave the name of their party, but didn't comment. She motioned for them to follow and led them through crowds of what looked mostly like college students and young professionals trying to impress each other. All three of them got various appreciative glances from one or more members of the crowd, including a grinning young man who tried to lure Verity away until Jason glared daggers at him over her shoulder. Who picked this place? He asked. Looks like a meat market. Doesn't seem like the kind of place where a bunch of weirdos would get together. No offense, Al. Stone shrugged. Wasn't me. Last time I attended one of these, we were in the banquet room of some family-style Italian place. Portions big enough to feed a battalion. Not really my thing, but they do try to keep it affordable. The hostess took them down a hall and opened half of a pair of double doors. Here we are, she said. Quite a few of your party are already here. Enjoy your evening, she added, and made herself scarce. The large room included a dozen tables scattered around without any apparent design. Each one was big enough to seat 8 to 10 people, but most had only 4 or 5. Jason paused to look over the crowd, getting a feel for it. He guessed the room contained 30 to 50 people, ranging from late teens to a couple of large, bearded men who couldn't have been younger than 70. None of the group had anything in common. Young, old, fat, thin, male, female, and various races and colors. Clothing styles veered all over the map as well. Jason spotted a couple people decked out in suits as nice as stones, as well as others in jeans and t-shirts, a big woman in a long, flowered gown, and an old guy in a rust-colored leisure suit that had gone out of style before Jason was born. Even so, though, those represented the normal ones. Jason stared at a man dressed in a blue velvet frock coat, knee breeches, and high leather boots, talking to a woman in a flowing, hooded, dark green robe tied with a golden cord.
"Seriously?" he muttered under his breath to Stone. "You guys go out in public dressed like that?"
Stone pondered. "Not usually in public," he replied at last. "But events like this are one of the few chances to let their hair down, as it were. Some of us are odder than others." "No kidding," Verity said, tilting her head. "But hey, I don't judge, as long as they don't expect me to start dressing like that. Or," she looked Stone up and down, "you, at least when I'm with you."
"Damn," Stone said, chuckling. "Remind me to return those red silk wizard robes I ordered today."
He nodded toward the crowd. "Now come along, apprentice. You wanted to meet mages? Let's meet some mages. But first, I need a drink."
"You and me both," Jason said. "Why don't I head out to the bar and get us something, while you increase the amount of weirdness in my sister's life?"
After Jason left, Stone led Verity around the room, circulating between the tables. They made a slow track around as he greeted various people and introduced her. Jason caught up with them a few minutes later, handing over their drinks.
"I think I'm gonna head back out front," he said. "There's a game on, and after getting a look around back here, I don't think my chances of scoring are too great. I'll be better off with the meat market."
"Oh, sure, desert us for the mundanes," Verity said, grinning.
"Damn right," he said. "You kids have fun. I'll catch a cab if I meet anybody or just want to head back early. I don't know how long these shindigs go."
Stone and Verity spent the next couple hours networking. In Stone's case, reconnecting with mages he didn't get to see often and answering questions about his seminars. And in Verity's, meeting new ones. They didn't stay together once dinner was over. Verity drifted to a table full of younger mages in one of the corners, while Stone found himself pulled into a series of discussions with several overseas practitioners. These included a fervent, middle-aged German woman who spoke flawless but heavily accented English, a cheerfully grumpy Frenchman named Jean-Michel, who drew Stone into an overly passionate discussion about the proper way to organize books in magical libraries, and a tiny Japanese woman who was a leading expert on using magic to interface with animals. By the time he came up for air and checked his watch, 2 hours had passed. He glanced around for Verity, spotting her working her way through the crowd toward him. "Hey," she said. "I'm gonna take off, okay? Don't tell Jason, he'll just get weird." "Where are you going, if I might ask?"
Stone noticed the crowd of younger mages included a woman named Shara,
whom Verity had befriended earlier that year when they'd gone back east to attend the funeral of a friend killed by the evil. "A group of us are going clubbing for a little while," she said. "There's a place close to our hotel, so we're taking a cab over. We'll walk back when we're done." She grinned. "You did want me to meet other mages, right?"
"I did. Enjoy yourself. I know you've got that fake ID, and I expect you plan to use it, but I'd suggest not drinking too much."
"I won't be pleased if I have to bail you out after you get potted and start tossing concussion beams around the club, nor if you throw up in my car on the way back." He glanced at the young mages waiting for Verity. "Call me when you get back in, all right? I know you don't have to. I'd just like to know my apprentice hasn't gotten into any trouble." "You got it," she said, "because I know how much you love being woken up at 3 in the morning. Just remember, you asked for it this time." She patted his shoulder. "See you later." For the next couple hours, Stone circulated among the rest of the group, catching up on news and discussing new developments in magical study and practice. To his dismay, though, he didn't meet anyone he was interested in leaving with. Gatherings of magical types tended to be a bit of a crapshoot as a rule. While there were certainly more than a few attractive female mages in Stone's general age range, most of them were already married, in relationships, gay, or hopelessly strange even by his standards. For whatever reason, this particular gathering seemed to skew toward the older end of the spectrum, and while Stone often wished he'd meet somebody with whom he could share a magical background, his mundane girlfriends tended to run for the hills at the first taste of the kind of oddness that usually surrounded magical types. He wasn't prepared to look for that connection among women 20 years his senior. The only woman he'd spotted in the crowd tonight who was close to his own age, he didn't recognize. A tall, blonde woman in a long-sleeved shirt who he thought looked vaguely familiar. He'd glimpsed her chatting with the German mage he'd been talking to earlier, but when he looked for her again later, she was gone. By the time he said his goodbyes and drifted out through the front part of the restaurant, it was after midnight. He looked around for Jason, but didn't see him. He smiled ruefully. It looked like both of his friends had made connections tonight. Good for them. He was glad somebody had. Fending off the drunken advances of 2 college girls in short skirts and spiked heels, he wasn't that desperate. He headed outside into the warm night air. From the shadows in the back corner of the bar, Trin watched Stone leave. Her cold, green gaze followed him as he threaded his way through the tipsy and oversexed young crowd, somehow managing not to touch anyone despite the density at which they were packed together. She rolled her eyes as a couple of hot and scantily clad women attempted to make moves on him, and he waved them off with casual disregard. At one point, a long time ago, she'd actually been attracted to him, at least from afar. She'd never met him in person, but he was easy on the eyes, and he had to be more interesting than that love-struck puppy apprentice of his she'd been forced to seduce. She idly wondered what he'd be like in bed, and whether she looked different enough from her old self that she could risk trying to work her skills on him without him recognizing her. If she could manage it, maybe she could kill him while they were in the act. Her shark smile returned as she allowed the thought to caress her brain. How exquisite it would be if she could somehow manage to combine fucking him, drinking in his terror as he realized what she had planned for him, and then draining him of his power at the moment of his death. She'd tell him who she was, of course. He would have to know why she was making him suffer. He had to know he was paying for what he'd done to her, to Miguel, to Oliver. And he would suffer. Oh, yes. The thought sent a frisson of pleasure through her body. She wanted it so much. She hated Alastair Stone so profoundly that she could barely control a sudden compulsion to follow him out to the parking lot and approach him. The other's plans be damned. Even the other inside her saw a certain appeal in the idea for a moment, reveling in the thought of feeding from someone with the kind of power Stone could provide. But no, they couldn't do it yet. They'd have their chance. Soon. And it would be glorious. Chapter 5. Anna Brandt still couldn't believe her good fortune, even today when it was actually, really, finally happening. She craned her neck from the long bench seat of the tram where she sat next to Papa, trying to catch a glimpse of Cinderella's castle, or the Matterhorn, or even one of the costumed characters making their daily rounds through the park. Disneyland! She was here! After all the weeks of waiting, in a few more minutes she would be inside. She didn't actually pinch herself to prove it wasn't all a dream, but she wanted to. And if it was a dream, she never wanted to wake up. Anna had read everything she could about Disneyland in the 2 months since her mother had broken the wonderful news that they would be flying to California in the United States so she could attend a conference. Anna knew about all the rides, the attractions, the restaurants, and the characters from the books she'd checked out of the library and studied with all the zeal of a treasure hunter poring over a map. In her small backpack, she carried a notebook full of meticulously written notes that plotted out the day, the order she wanted to ride the rides, and which ones they simply couldn't miss, no matter how long the lines were, the restaurants she wanted to eat lunch and dinner at, ideas for souvenirs. Top of the list was her own Mickey Mouse hat with her very own name stitched on it. No silly girly Minnie hat either, and a real Mickey Mouse watch, if she could get Papa to go for it. And thoughts about which characters she wanted to try to find to get their autographs. She also had a blue-covered book labeled Autogramm tucked in there, along with 3 pens of various colors, in case she lost one, or one ran out of ink. "I can't wait," she told Papa, practically bouncing in her seat. Around her, other children were similarly excited, chattering away with their families. He gave her an indulgent smile. "I'm sure you'll have a great time, Princess." "Oh, I know I will. I'm so glad Mama wanted to come to the conference." Like her father, Anna spoke in German. She spoke English fluently due to her studies in school, but her parents preferred that she use their native language when they were together. At the mention of Mama, Papa's face clouded over. Anna knew why. But today, for just this one time, she wasn't going to let the problems she knew Mama and Papa were having together upset her. Just for this one day, she'd refuse to think about all the times she'd heard them having loud discussions in the front part of the house when they thought she was asleep, or the nights when Papa had stormed out and gone somewhere else. As much as hearing these things made Anna's heart sad and made her fear that soon her beloved Papa would be moving out to go live in some other place, for just this one day she was determined to pretend that they were all a happy family. After all, Papa had agreed to come along on the trip so Anna could come and see her beloved Disneyland. That told her that despite the problems he had with Mama, he loved his daughter just like Mama did. She clutched his hand as the tram slowed and stopped next to the front gate, grinning until it felt like her face would split in half and the top would just float away from happiness. This would be the best day ever. The best day in all her whole 10 years. She just knew it. Once they were through the front gates and actually inside the Magic Kingdom, Anna tried to follow her plan. She really did. But there was just so much to see. The Haunted Mansion, the first ride on her list, was so far away, and the pull of both the shops along Main Street and the towering castle in front of them caused her methodical intentions to slip. Soon she was dragging her father this way and that, from shop to ride to attraction, in a breathless cloud of excitement that nothing, not even the pounding early summer heat, could quell. By the time noon rolled around and they'd parked themselves at a Snow White-themed burger place in Fantasyland, Anna had ridden Space Mountain, the Haunted Mansion, It's a Small World, she still had that song stuck in her head, and the Jungle Cruise. She had also visited the Country Bear Jamboree and talked her father into buying her beloved Mickey Mouse hat, a t-shirt with Mickey's face on it, a stuffed Mickey, and, wonder of wonders, a beautiful Mickey Mouse watch with a blue band. Almost as good, she'd gotten autographs from Minnie, Dopey, Grumpy, Pluto, Sleeping Beauty, and Aladdin. She was still stalking the elusive Mickey, but the hunt was half the fun. She was confident she'd have her prize by the end of the day. She sat now, decked out in her gear. She'd even pulled the t-shirt on over her own shirt, munching on the best hot dog she'd ever had and beaming at her father. This was indeed a magical day. The only thing that would make it better was if Mama were here too. She knew that wasn't possible, though. Mama's conference was the reason they'd come to California in the first place. Anna didn't really understand what her mother did for a job. All she knew was that it had something to do with math, and that she worked at a university. The strange thing was, she didn't think that was all Mama did. There had been many times when Anna had come into her mother's study to ask her a question, and found her writing all sorts of odd figures and symbols on the big whiteboard she kept in there. They sort of looked like math, but not any math Anna had ever seen, even in Mama's books. When she'd asked Mama about it one time, she'd simply said, "You'll understand one day, Bunny. You're not old enough yet, but one day you will be, and then I'll share it with you. I'm looking forward to that." That hadn't made any sense at all. The only guess Anna had was that maybe it had something to do with what happened when she started to become a woman. The girls at school giggled about that sometimes, about how your body changed and you got boobs and sprouted hair in silly places. But why would that have anything to do with weird symbols on Mama's board? She tried asking Papa about it, but he'd just grumbled that he didn't understand it either and changed the subject. That seemed weird to Anna too, since Papa was very smart. His job was a lot easier to understand. He was an architect and designed houses. He drew all kinds of symbols all over the whiteboard in his study too, but when Anna asked him to explain them, he could do it easily, showing her how each of them corresponded to part of a house design. No talk about when you're older. "You want some ice cream before we go, Princess?" Papa asked. He'd finished his burger and was gathering up the trash to throw it away. "That would be great." In truth, Anna was pretty full from her hot dog, fries, and soda, but you never said no to ice cream. That was just a law of the universe, kind of like how you never admitted to being tired before your bedtime. He grinned. "That's my girl. Tell you what, I need to use the bathroom. I'll get you some ice cream, and you must sit here and wait for me, okay? Promise me you won't go anywhere until I get back." "I promise," she said, nodding. She had to check her notebook anyway, to make sure she hadn't forgotten anything she definitely wanted to do before they left to join Mama for dinner that evening. He got up with the tray full of trash. "Okay, you'll sit here, and I'll just be a couple of minutes." He leaned down and kissed the top of her head. "Then we'll go and ride the Matterhorn, so you can get good and sick, and barf up that hot dog all over whoever's in front of you," he added, with a funny, exaggerated vomiting motion. She giggled. She never got motion sick, and he knew it. He got her an ice cream bar. Of course, it was Mickey-shaped. Everything around here was Mickey-shaped. She watched him work his way back through the lunch crowd toward the restrooms just outside, then turned her attention back to her notebook. She decided that the Matterhorn would indeed be fun, but that she'd also kind of like to ride Splash Mountain. Something that got them good and wet would be perfect right about now in the midday heat. She had finished her ice cream and was paging through her autographs, checking off the ones she'd gotten already in her notebook, when she glanced up and saw Papa returning. She tilted her head. For just a moment something seemed off about him, like his expression was wrong, or the way he walked, or something else she couldn't quite put her finger on. But then it was gone, and he grinned at her. "Did you miss me?" he asked. He didn't sit back down. "Oh, terribly," she said, in an exaggerated, emoting actress voice. She stowed her notebook and autograph book in her backpack, slung it over her shoulder, and headed off after her father. Papa was fine with substituting Splash Mountain for the Matterhorn. Due to the sweltering afternoon and the size of the park crowds, it took them nearly an hour and a half before they got to the ride itself, and only another few minutes after, they were exiting, drenched and laughing. "That was great," Anna cried. "I wish we could go another time, but I don't want to wait in such a long line again. What shall we do next, Papa? We'll have to hurry or we'll run out of time before we have to leave."
"Well," Papa said, "I have some news for you."
He motioned her to follow him out of the crowd to an empty bench. "What kind of news?" she asked, worried. Was something wrong? "Good news," he assured her. "I didn't want to tell you yet, but I thought you might want to hear since we're running behind your schedule today. First, I think it's time we left today. It's hot and I'm getting tired. We should rest before we meet Mama tonight." Anna's eyes got huge. "Left? But—" "However," Papa cut her off, still smiling, "we're coming back tomorrow for another day, and we can stay the whole day then." She stared at him, hardly daring to believe what she'd just heard. "Really?" she said, breathless. "Tomorrow, too?" "Tomorrow, too," he said. "And we'll stay until late, because Mama has another function for the convention tomorrow night. But you have to come back with me now to the hotel. I need to rest for a little while before we meet Mama." The prospect of coming back tomorrow meant that leaving early today didn't sound nearly as horrible as it did a couple of minutes ago. In truth, Anna did have to admit she was getting too hot and tired from all the walking. Even with all her study of the maps, she hadn't quite put together just how big Disneyland was in the real world. Another day meant she'd have more time to explore with Papa, and maybe even see some of the things she didn't think they'd ever have time for, like the enchanted tiki room. She smiled. "That sounds wonderful," she said. "Thanks, Papa."
"Nothing but the best for my princess."
They worked their way back out of the park and took the tram to their rental car. Anna settled into the passenger seat, her stuffed Mickey Mouse in her lap. Soon they were back on the freeway, and before long Anna dozed off with her head leaning against the car's window. When she awoke, she didn't know where she was. She looked around, still groggy from her nap. "Papa, are we back at the hotel yet?"
"Not yet, Princess. We have to make a stop first. I need to pick up something. Don't worry, it won't take long."
"Okay," she said, uncertain. They were driving through what looked like a not very nice part of town, full of big warehouses and empty buildings. "What do you need to pick up?"
"Something for Mama," he said. "She asked me to do it on the way back."
He turned onto a side street and drove into an alley behind two of the old warehouses, then parked and got out.
"Come on," he told Anna. "Come in with me, and this will only take a couple of minutes."
Anna got out too, clutching her stuffed Mickey. Suddenly she felt worried, but she didn't know why. Why should she be? Papa was with her, and he'd said everything was fine. It wouldn't be very good for her to act like a scared little kid after the fun time Papa had given her today. She slung her backpack over her shoulder and followed him in. Inside, the warehouse loomed big and empty. Off to the far side, a metal staircase led up to what looked like a small office overlooking the main floor, but everything else was just a huge, echoing space. Anna's skin began to crawl again, and the hairs on the back of her neck stood up. Something deep inside told her something was wrong, but she had no idea what or why. She turned around to her father. "Papa?" she began. But her father wasn't the only one standing there. Two other people had appeared where there hadn't been anyone else before. A tall, blonde woman and a young boy about her own age. They all watched her with strange expressions, like they were waiting for something to happen. All of them, including Papa. "Papa?" she asked again in a small voice. "What's going on?" "I'm sorry, Princess," he said, and in a strange sort of way he sounded as if he really was. "I'm afraid things aren't going to quite work out like you thought they would." "What are you talking about?" she asked, backing away. "Papa, what's going on? Who are these people?" Her gaze flew around the room, looking for another exit, but there weren't any. Just the one behind the woman and the boy. The boy answered. "You're going to be part of our plan," he said, with an unwholesome smile. Something in his expression suggested wrongness and pleasure. It made Anna's skin crawl worse than before. She tried hard not to panic, she really did. But she was 10 years old in a strange place, in a country where she'd never been before, and her beloved Papa was suddenly acting like a stranger. All of those put together would make it pretty hard for anyone not to panic. She screamed, dropping her stuffed Mickey, and ran for it. She only got a few steps before her feet left the ground and she hovered in midair, still screaming. The woman, the boy, and Papa looked on wordlessly, their faces going slack as they drank in her fear. Chapter 6. Trina Trin Blackburn loved it when a plan came together, especially a plan complicated enough that it had more than a reasonable chance of failure, even after all the careful effort she and the others had put into it. The decision to carry it off at a crowded location like Disneyland hadn't been unanimous by any means, but Trin had assured the others that she'd arranged everything with the utmost care. The boy, who went by the host name of Sam, had even contributed a few good ideas to the plan and helped her set it up. He had marshaled the soldiers they'd need to make it work and made sure they were in the right place at the right time. The only time when something could have gone wrong was during the switch, and that had gone off so perfectly that Trin wondered why she'd even bothered worrying about it. The others might have impressive power and abilities in their various hosts, but nothing beat magic when you were trying to get something done under the noses of a bunch of clueless mundanes. She hadn't enjoyed spending the better part of a day following the target and the kid around the park, accompanied by the designated soldier, but her abilities with illusion had made it easy. Nobody looked around at normal things at Disneyland anyway. Everyone was too busy taking in the rides and the bright colors and the costumed characters, especially the children. They never saw anything but the things the park carefully steered them toward. And as for the parents, they were too busy riding herd on their hyperactive offspring to pay attention to a couple of strangers in jeans and t-shirts who weren't doing anything out of the ordinary. Trin began to think that the man would never go to the bathroom. Maybe he was so paranoid about letting his daughter out of his sight that he was exercising some superhuman ability to control his bowels so as not to have to leave her waiting. But no. Finally, at lunchtime, he'd left her sitting at a table with her pile of overpriced souvenir crap and hurried off to the nearby restroom. Trin shifted herself to invisibility and entered first, along with the soldier. They waited patiently, the soldier pretending to wash his hands until the target entered. Now they just had to hope that he used one of the stalls instead of just a urinal, which would have made things more problematic. They were in luck, however. The man entered a stall, and a second later the soldier, followed by the invisible Trin, entered the one next to his. The soldier sat on the toilet, drawing his legs up until he was perched precariously on the seat. Then it was a simple matter for Trin to use her magical ability to drain him completely, reducing his body to ash that fell neatly into the toilet. The other, formerly inside him, able to remain alive for only a few seconds without a host, darted to the next stall and took up residence inside the target. The entire exchange was completed in less than 5 seconds. Smiling an unseen smile, Trin gathered up the soldier's clothes and shoes and stowed them in her day pack. She flushed the toilet and watched the ashes of the former host swirl neatly away. She liked this plan, because not only did it get them what they wanted, but it also allowed her to stock up on power by draining the old host. The other soldiers, as a rule, didn't care what befell their host bodies as long as they had somewhere else to go when forcibly ejected by the host's death. The soldier would be equally satisfied inside this new host, and this was not the first time Trin's black magic ability to fully drain a victim and turn them to ash had worked to their advantage, by allowing them to eliminate problematic former hosts without a trace. Unless another mage was nearby to pick up on the death energy, and even that was by no means a certainty. They'd have to be looking for it unless they were close by. There was no way that the mundane authorities would ever find any sign of the former Adam Darden, age 24. He would simply become another missing person statistic in a cold case file somewhere. She drifted out of the stall and waited for the target, now the soldier, to exit his own. Then the two of them left the bathroom. Around them, men and boys moved quickly to complete their business and get back to their day at Disneyland. Not one of them noticed anything out of the ordinary, even when a couple of them brushed against someone who didn't seem to be there. Afterward, the target headed back to the kid, and Trin left the park to go to the secondary location where he would bring her later. Preparations had to be made, so the soldier had been instructed to remain with the girl at the park for at least another couple hours to give them time to complete them. Trin and the others didn't know when the two would arrive exactly. The soldier's orders were to play things by ear, to let the host be the guide about when he could get his daughter to leave without arousing her suspicion. Once they arrived at the warehouse, Trin and Sam would take over. As it happened, Trin's newfound power, taken from the soldier's previous host, was already earmarked. She would need most of it in order to put up the wards around the small office at the warehouse. Black mages, as a rule, weren't good at things like wards. Their power wasn't designed for it, just like white mages' power wasn't designed for spells requiring fast, violent energy. Not that they couldn't do it, it just required more study and a larger expenditure of magical energy. And even then, the results would never be as good as those of the right kind of mage for a task. Even with all the power coursing through her from the murder, Trin knew the ward wouldn't last for long. Probably a few days was all she could reasonably expect without refreshing it. That was fine, though. If this took even a single day, they were doing something wrong. All the ward had to do was conceal the girl from any prying magical eyes long enough for them to implement the third and final stage of the plan. It was a good, solid ward, and it had to be. If anything went wrong at this stage, and the new target brought others in on the game, it would have to withstand the effects of other mages trying to pierce it. Trin didn't think the target would, though. The danger was too high, and the possibility of something tragic occurring was too strong. No, she'd play along. She wouldn't have a choice. The soldier and the girl arrived a couple hours later, the girl walking confidently in next to her father. Trin could tell she was nervous, but she trusted her father enough that it wasn't until she was inside and surrounded before her suspicions finally became too much to ignore, and she allowed her fear to show. Trin, Sam, the soldier, and the others hiding inside the warehouse drank in the exquisite emotion as the little girl at last realized there was nothing she could do and that something had gone terribly wrong. Trin held her suspended in the air and let her hang there for several minutes as the terror sluiced off her in waves. They'd have to get her under the ward soon, but there was no reason not to take a small reward for how well their efforts had paid off so far. Trin and Sam exchanged tight smiles. They still couldn't stand each other, and she knew he'd rather they didn't have to spend any more time together than necessary. But, even so, things were going well. True, this was only the beginning. They still had a long way to go, and many variables that could steer the plan down the wrong paths. But for now, everything was performing exactly as expected. Chapter 7. Pia Brandt was running late. The last seminar on her schedule had run over its allotted time, and had been so fascinating she hadn't looked at her watch until the speaker finally wrapped up his talk and surrendered the podium. By then, it was 5:30, and Pia was supposed to meet Mark and Anna back at the hotel room at 5:45, so they wouldn't be late for their dinner reservation. She hurried across the street, hoping she could still make it. The hotel was only a block away from the venue where the symposium was being held. If she hurried, she might be able to reach the room on time. She was sure Mark would scold her for once again losing herself in that weird stuff you do, and forgetting what time it was. Especially since he and Anna would have to leave Disneyland much earlier than she knew her daughter wanted to in order to get back in time. She was glad they'd come along, because she always enjoyed opportunities to spend time with her daughter. Between her work at the university and her own magical research, she often didn't have a lot of spare time for Anna. But she also reluctantly had to admit that she would have gotten more out of the symposium if she'd come on her own, and not have to keep track of anyone else's schedules. It was only Anna's deep love for Disneyland that made Pia relent. Of course, that meant Mark had to come along too. That part, Pia wasn't so pleased about. She and Mark had been drifting apart for the past couple of years, and had both accepted the fact that their marriage was limping along on borrowed time, mostly because neither of them could bear to disappoint their beloved daughter. She was about the only thing the two of them saw eye to eye on these days. Nothing definitive had driven them apart. No abuse, other than the constant sniping at each other whenever they were tired or stressed. No infidelity. Pia herself didn't have time for such dalliances, even if she'd been interested, and she was reasonably certain Mark wasn't getting anything on the side either. No money troubles or disagreements about how to raise Anna? No. It had simply been a matter of two people who, over a long period, came to the reluctant conclusion that they no longer loved each other. Still, Mark was a good father and he doted on Anna, so that was a strong point in his favor, and probably the largest reason they were still together. Every time Pia thought about calling her lawyer and initiating proceedings, she'd think about how much Anna's life would be disrupted if her parents split up, and decide that maybe she could put up with things for a while longer. She just wished Mark wasn't so touchy all the time. She suspected it had to do with his discomfort with her magical abilities, possibly even jealousy. But any time she tried to bring up the subject, he would change it. He simply refused to discuss it. Ah well, they were on holiday now, and she owed it to Anna to keep things light. If Mark could do it, then so could she. She took the elevator up to their floor, wrestled her keycard from her purse, and swiped it in the door. "I'm sorry I'm late," she called in German, expecting to see the two of them waiting impatiently for her. The room was empty. "Mark? Anna?" she called, even though they had a single room with a rollaway bed for Anna and she could see all of it. She checked the bathroom, but it too was undisturbed. The neatly made bed didn't look like anyone had touched it since the maid had been in. She saw no sign of anything they might have purchased at Disneyland, and Anna's backpack was nowhere to be seen. That meant they hadn't been back to the room yet. Pia slumped into a chair with a sigh. Here she had hurried back so she wouldn't be late, and they were the ones who were late. They'd probably run into traffic coming back from Disneyland, or simply forgotten about the time. She was sure they'd be there soon. They might miss their reservations, but that wasn't so bad. There were plenty of restaurants around the area, and Anna would probably be delighted to eat at some disreputable American hamburger place. Her gaze fell on the small box on the pillow on her side of the bed, with a folded piece of the hotel's stationery sticking out underneath it. Curious, she went to it. Had the maid left it on the bed? Maybe it was a little box of chocolates or something, compliments of the hotel. She slid the note out. It said, "Open this first," in German on the front, and unfolded it. It contained only a few brief printed lines, also in German. She stared at it, mouth open and eyes wide. A shot of ice water crept down her spine. The note read, "You are being watched. The phone will ring in a moment. Answer it, but do not speak to anyone else. If you want your husband and your daughter to live, do not disobey. Do not open the box yet." Shaking, she let the paper fall from nerveless hands. She glanced at the window. The curtains were open, letting in the early evening sunlight. She quickly closed them and switched on the light on the nightstand, then crossed back to the bed, sank down onto it, and eyed the box. It seemed sinister now. The harsh electronic buzzing from the phone on the nightstand forestalled her temptation to open it, despite the note's warning. She looked at it for a moment, afraid, then picked up the receiver with a shaking hand. Yes? Pia? It's me." The familiar voice sounded tired and had an odd edge to it. She gasped. "Mark?" "Yes. Please listen, Pia. It's very important." "Oh, dear God." "What's going on, Mark? Anna—" "They have Anna. They have me, too. They've told me they'll kill us both if you don't cooperate." Cooperate? What did he mean? What could she possibly have that some kidnapper would want? They weren't wealthy, and neither of them had any connections to wealth or power through relatives or friends. "What? How—" "Listen," he said patiently. He sounded exhausted, or perhaps in pain. "You need to take a taxi to the restaurant where we had reservations. Wait at the street corner near the traffic light. Someone will pick you up there. Do what they tell you, and they promise they'll let us all go free after." "But what do they want, Mark?" she demanded, her voice shaking. "I don't have anything."
Just do it, Pia. Please. If not for me, do it for Anna. She's all right, but she's very scared."
Pia closed her eyes, overwhelmed with fear for her daughter, and even for her estranged husband. How had this happened? Why had it happened? And then something occurred to her. She was a mage. If this was somehow related to that, mages could fake things like voices if they had the expertise. "How do I know it's really Mark?" she asked, her voice less shaky now. "How do I know this isn't some kind of horrible trick?" There was a sound on the other end that might have been a sigh. "Open the box, Pia." The pit of Pia's stomach chilled as she picked up the small box. Her hands shook so hard she could barely keep hold of it. With gentle fingers she pulled up the top flap. She had to jam one hand into her mouth to keep from screaming when she saw what was inside. Tightening her grip on the box, she stared with wide, frightened eyes at what was nestled in a piece of wadded-up toilet paper. It was a finger. Not just any finger, either, a finger she recognized. Neatly severed the third joint, it still wore the unusually carved wedding ring she had given him 12 years ago when they had gotten married.
It also bore a distinctive crack in the fingernail, left over from when he'd accidentally whacked himself with a hammer while trying to build a dollhouse for Anna.
It had never healed right. There was very little blood, only a small amount staining the toilet paper around the severed end. "Pia, did you open the box?" She took a couple of centering breaths. "Oh, Mark, they cut off." "Yeah," he said, his voice a little husky.
I'm all right, Pia. It hurts, but they fixed it up so it's not bleeding. They said to look at it your way so you'd know they aren't lying. Pia knew what he meant by that, of course. She shifted to her magical sight and examined the aura surrounding the finger. It was weak and fading. In a few more hours it would be gone completely, but right now it glowed with the medium shade of cyan blue that was so familiar to her over the years. As familiar as his voice, or the color of his eyes, or the way his forehead crinkled when he laughed. Moving with slow deliberateness, she closed the box again, shutting the gruesome trophy away from her sight.
"Why, Mark?" she whispered. "Why are they doing this? Who are they?"
I don't know, Pia. There was a muffled sound, then he came back on the line. I can't talk anymore. Please do what they say. Go now. Take the note and the box with you, and don't tell anybody. They're watching you, Pia. If you tell anyone, they'll kill us. She took a breath.
All right, I'm coming. Tell Anna I'm coming.
Thank you, Pia. And then the line went dead. For a few moments, Pia could do nothing but sit there on the bed, shaking, trying to get her mind to work properly. She was supposed to be a genius, both in her mundane field and her magical one. She'd always been known for her quick mind, so where was it now? She felt like her brain was packed in the same toilet paper that encased her husband's severed finger inside the small box. She tried to figure out what else she could do. She couldn't call the police. If the kidnappers knew she was a mage, if they were mages, then their threat about watching her was probably a true one. They could be watching her now. She thought about contacting someone from the symposium, one of the other mages, but quickly discarded that idea as well. She had no good friends here, just people she'd met briefly and chatted with for a short time. Even the ones she'd had longer conversations with at the get-together dinner, like the Japanese animal expert and the intense young Brit, hadn't connected with her on any kind of personal level during their discussions. It had been all about the work. It was even possible, she realized, that one of those people she'd met that night was behind this. Another ice bolt sliced through her body at that thought. She couldn't count on any of her magical colleagues for help, because the more she thought about it, the more she was convinced that one of them, or more than one even, had to be behind it. It still didn't tell her why, though. In any case, it didn't matter. They had Mark. Worse, they had Anna. If they were watching her now, she had to act. Even if whatever they wanted from her resulted in her own death, she would do everything she could do to save Anna. She would insist that they take her to her daughter, to prove she was still alive and unharmed. And then she would unleash magical hell upon them. She was not skilled in combat magic. In fact, she had not cast a harmful spell in over 20 years. But like any mother bear whose child was threatened, she would do whatever she had to. She'd even resort to black magic if that's what it took to save Anna. She tucked the box containing the finger into her purse along with the note, ran her hand over her hair to straighten it, and left the hotel room.
20 minutes later, the taxi dropped her off in front of the steakhouse where they'd made reservations. After the cabbie drove off, she glanced around the parking lot in the vain hope that she might spot Mark and Anna there. But of course, she didn't. Clutching her purse tightly to her, she crossed the lot and went to the corner where she'd been instructed to wait. People moved past her without noticing her. She was glad, because she was sure she was sending off waves of fear visible in the air around her. Cars whizzed by one after the other on the busy street, and she glanced at each one in turn, wondering which one would stop. She didn't have to wait long. She'd been standing there for less than 5 minutes when a boxy gray van with no side or rear windows made a smooth stop at the curb in front of her. The back door slid open and a shadowy figure leaned out. "Inside," was all it said, in a voice that was impossible to identify. She couldn't even tell if it was a man or a woman. Taking a final look around, and wondering if anyone would ever see her, her husband, or their daughter alive again, Pia stepped into the van.
The door closed, and the van moved back into traffic. Before she could get oriented, someone slipped a dark bag over her head.
"Please tell me what this is about," she begged. "Why are you doing this?"
"You'll find out soon enough," said the voice. She thought it was a man, but she couldn't be completely sure. "Just keep quiet. We'll be there soon."
"Are you taking me to where Mark and Anna are?"
She tried to keep the fearful tremor from her voice, but didn't succeed. "We'll be there soon," the voice said again. The next 15 minutes were some of the longest in Pia's life. She sat, miserable, and listened to the thrum of the van's engine and the sounds of the other traffic, knowing she was surrounded by other people but could do nothing to get help. There were things she could do as a mage to extricate herself from the situation, but her fear that doing so would sign her daughter's and husband's death warrants kept her still. That, and the thought that those who had abducted them were mages too. She still had no idea what they wanted. The van moved over a lane, and after a few more moments, most of the traffic noise abated. 5 minutes after that, the van pulled to a stop. "All right," the voice said, and a hand closed around her upper arm. "Out, please. Watch your step." The hand guided her forward for a few steps. Then she heard the metallic creak of a door opening. When she was through, she heard it close behind her, and then someone pulled the bag off her head. She stood in a large, open warehouse that was completely empty. The lighting was dim, but she could make out 2 figures standing in front of her. A tall, thin woman, and a shorter figure that looked like a child.
"Anna?"
she asked, taking a tentative step forward.
"You'll see her soon enough,"
said the woman, stepping forward. She was blonde and hard-eyed. Pia thought she might recognize her, but wasn't sure.
"First, we have to talk. I want to see her now," she said, eyes narrowing. "Unless you show me that my husband and my daughter are alive and well, I have nothing to say to you."
The woman shrugged. "Suit yourself?" She gestured to someone behind Pia, and 2 men stepped forward and headed toward a flight of stairs leading up to a small, second-story office. Pia watched them go. They disappeared inside, and a moment later the door opened, and they re-emerged, flanking 2 figures.
"Anna!"
she cried, surging forward.
"Mama!"
Anna yelled. She tried to run to her mother, but the man behind her grabbed her arm and held her back.
"You let her go," Pia ordered. "If you hurt my daughter, I'll kill you all."
"No one's going to hurt her," the woman said. She watched as Pia ran over and tried to go to Anna, but the man in front blocked her way. "We talk," she continued, strolling leisurely over, "and then you can have them back."
"So talk,"
Pia snarled.
"What do you want? I have nothing that you could possibly be interested in."
She had not once taken her eyes off Anna, except for a brief glance toward Mark. He met her eyes. His own were hooded with pain and exhaustion. "You do, though," the woman said. "Come with me." When Pia hesitated, one of the men grabbed her arm and steered her across to the other side of the warehouse. The woman and the child, revealed now to be a small, dark-haired boy about Anna's age, followed.
"What do you want?"
Pia demanded again.
"I don't have much money, and what I do have is back home in Germany. It won't be easy for me to get."
"It isn't money we want," the woman said. "Not at all. It's your expertise." "I don't understand," Pia said, confused. "What expertise?" So the woman told her, and then explained exactly what she'd need to agree to in order to save the lives of her beloved daughter and her husband. Pia stared, her eyes growing huge with shock.
"You can't be serious," she said. "How can that even be? How can you do that?"
"Oh, it's easy," the woman said. "And it won't even be unpleasant for you, I promise. It wasn't for me. I enjoy it, in fact. It's given me many opportunities, and will for you, too. You can even leave here with your family if you want to, once it's over. No reason at all why you can't work with us from your home." Pia protested, Of course she did. No one in her right mind would simply accept the monstrous offer the blonde woman had presented her with. It would be like acknowledging one's own insanity. But in the end, after all the protests were made, her answer was inevitable. It had to be. It wasn't as if she had any other choice when it came down to it. Not one she was willing to accept, anyway. After that, it was over fast. The process was simple, and when it was over, nobody paid any attention to the small pile of ashes that used to be one of the men from the van. "There," said the woman, satisfied, looking Pia over. "See? Nothing to it. Your husband didn't mind either when it happened to him, and now you can work with us and use your talents for something worthwhile. How do you feel?" Pia looked at her for a moment and smiled. It was a strange and unwholesome smile, unlike any expression that had ever appeared on her face before. "I feel great." The blonde woman grinned. "Just what I wanted to hear." She paused. "Now there's just one more thing we have to deal with. What should we do with your daughter and your husband? I told you we'd set them free, and we will if that's what you want." Pia's face showed no more emotion than if she were talking about some spate of unremarkable weather. "I don't care," she said, shrugging. "It would be easier to just kill them, yes?" The woman's grin widened. "It would," she said. "It would indeed." They didn't kill Mark yet. They would have to secure a suitable host for the other inside him first, as they couldn't afford to lose any of their limited number of soldiers now that they no longer had a steady supply coming in. Anna, however, provided sweet sustenance to all of them with her childish terror. Pia Brant stood back and watched along with the rest of them, face slack, eyes half closed, and savored every last bit of it. Chapter 8. The symposium ended Saturday night, and Stone, Jason, and Verity arrived back in the Bay Area late Sunday afternoon. The conference had gone well for all of them. Stone's seminars were big successes. Verity made several new contacts among the younger generation of mages, and Jason had hooked up with one of the women at the restaurant and enjoyed a pleasant evening with her before spending several hours on Saturday afternoon accompanying Verity around to some of the more amusing of the seminars put on by non-mages. He now knew, for example, far more than he wanted to about how to determine whether his next pet had been an ancient Egyptian in a former life. Verity had even convinced him to have his tarot read by a rotund little bald man in a turban. The man had apologetically told him that he saw dark times in his future, but Jason had just shrugged that off. Given everything they'd been through over the last few months, he'd have been surprised, and maybe even a little bored, if he didn't have dark times in his future. His Saturday night with a freaky pagan chick he'd met at the pet seminar had been anything but boring, though, and he didn't even bother asking Verity what she'd done with her evening. Life returned mostly to normal over the next couple of weeks. Jason went back to his job as assistant manager of a passage to India. Verity split her time between studying magic with Stone and cooking part-time at the restaurant, and Stone resumed teaching his classes at Stanford. There was only one difference, one that caused Jason a fair degree of discomfort. Ever since she'd returned from the conference, Verity had been going out a lot more in the evenings. When he asked her where she was spending her time, she gave him a vague answer about hanging out with friends. Since he knew one of the mages she'd met in Los Angeles was from San Francisco, he suspected Verity's newfound nightlife was connected with him. Sure enough, when he confronted her about it one evening at their apartment, while she was getting ready for another one of her outings, she readily admitted it. "It's nothing to get worked up about," she told him. "I'm not getting drunk or taking drugs or anything, just going out to some clubs with Teddy and some of his friends. The rest of them aren't mages, but they're cool." "So you're just going out with a bunch of people you don't know?" he said, frowning. She narrowed her eyes at him. "Yeah? And? You do it all the time. And besides, how am I going to get to know anybody if I never do anything?
Is Al okay with this? He asked, ignoring her tone. Her narrowed eyes became a full-bore glare.
How should I know? As long as I keep up with my studies, he doesn't try to run my life. You know, like you do.
V, you're just being stubborn. I'm not trying to run your life.
Could have fooled me, big bro.
She brushed past him and snatched up her leather jacket from a nearby chair.
Don't wait up. I'll be back when I get back. Maybe you should go meet somebody and get laid or something, so you can worry about your own life instead of mine for a while.
She swept out of the apartment, slamming the door behind her.
Jason stood staring at it, unable to decide whether he should be seething, hurt, bewildered, or simply sad.
He finally settled for all of the above.
When it got to be after 2 a.m. and she wasn't back yet, Jason called Stone.
Did I wake you up?
No, just doing some reading.
Verity didn't come over there, did she?
She's not home yet.
Not yet. Jason sighed. I know I shouldn't worry about her. I mean, she is 18 and I'm not her guardian anymore. But it's not like her to stay out this late and not at least call me to let me know where she is. Hell, if I'm gonna stay out late, I give her a call to let her know. But she was pretty pissed at me when she left.
Perhaps she's just out with her friends and lost track of time.
A pause, then...
She's capable of taking care of herself, Jason.
At least against most mundane threats. It's not the mundane threats I'm worried about. What if the evil hasn't showed its face in months? I'm not saying it isn't possible, but I'd first go with the more likely explanation, that she's an 18-year-old woman and she's out having fun with her friends. And besides, I'd say with her ability, she's probably better equipped to deal with the evil than we are. So, you're not going to do anything about it? She's your apprentice. Can't you just tell her, I don't know, not to do that? She won't listen to me. I don't even try anymore. She's my apprentice, Jason, not my ward. She's an adult. I can direct her with regard to magical affairs. That's what she agreed to when she agreed to apprentice herself to me. But I can't control her social life or her non-magical activities. As long as she keeps up her studies satisfactorily, that's all I can ask for her. And all I'd want to, frankly. There's a reason I don't have children. I don't want that kind of responsibility over another person. Jason glared at the phone, but he knew Stone was right. I guess we just wait then.
Trust her a little, Jason. I know how you are. You want to protect everyone you care about. But you have to give them the freedom to make their own decisions, and sometimes to make their own mistakes.
Stone was fast asleep, papers spread out around him on the couch, when a knock on his door awakened him. He glanced at the clock. A little before 7 a.m. He got up and dragged himself to the door, running his hand through his tangled hair. Nobody who knew him would make the mistake of showing up on his doorstep this early. "Who is it?" he called through the closed door. His voice sounded rough, like he'd had 3 or 4 cigarettes with a whiskey chaser.
"It's me."
Stone opened the door. Verity stood there, dressed in her club gear. Black leather jacket, black miniskirt, fishnets, combat boots, dramatic makeup, spiked leather dog collar. The makeup drooped a bit, especially around her eyes. She looked like she might have been crying, something Stone had never seen before. "Well," he said after a moment, tilting his head, "I'm not sure which of us looks worse." He stood aside and waved her in. "Why didn't you just use your key?" She gave him a strange smile.
"I knew you wouldn't be awake, and I didn't think you were expecting me. I thought knocking was smarter."
"Good call."
He led her to the kitchen, waved her toward the table, and started making coffee.
"You all right? Nothing happened, did it?"
"I had a fight with Jason."
"Oh?" Stone raised an eyebrow. She nodded.
"I got back to the apartment around 2:30. I'd been out clubbing with Teddy and some of the others, dancing, just having a good time. Jason was still up when I got home."
She picked up a magazine and riffled through it.
"I told him I didn't want to get into it right then, but he wouldn't listen. We had a huge argument.
I figured this was probably about the earliest I could come over without you telling me to get lost.
I'll never tell you to get lost, Verity.
Stone brought the coffee cups over and set one in front of her, then sat down across from her and leaned back. Occasionally you might find me looking like something the cat wouldn't bother dragging in, but if you can deal with that, you're always welcome here. She gave him a grateful smile, then sighed and stared down into her cup. I don't know what to do, Dr. Stone.
What do you mean?
She looked up at him, an odd, worried expression on her face. I don't want to get into another fight right now. I'm tired, and I don't think I can handle it.
I'm not planning on arguing with you. Just tell me what's on your mind. Whatever it is, if I can help you sort it out, I will.
For several long seconds she said nothing, just sipped her coffee and stared down at her hands. Then she sighed again. When we went down to LA to that convention, I realized something. Stone waited. You know, I met some people. Other mages and their friends, people closer to my own age. We hung out and I liked it. Her gaze came up. Don't take this wrong, but all I ever do is study magic with you, hang out with Jason, and work at the restaurant.
You don't really get much chance to spend time with your peers, Stone said softly, nodding.
Yeah, I mean, Jason's not that much older than me, but he's my brother. It's not the same, you know? Especially since he's got this whole father bear thing going on. I know he tries hard not to, but he still treats me like I'm a little kid sometimes, especially when he thinks I'm planning to do something that might be risky.
I've noticed. He wants to keep you safe, that's just the way he is.
Yeah, but it's not the way I am.
Another several seconds passed. I've been thinking about this a lot for a long time. I spent 5 years barely knowing what I was doing.
Before that, I was a kid. And then I finally get to where I'm not crazy anymore, and all I've done is do stuff with you and Jason, chasing the evil. I guess I just need to have a little more freedom, you know? I need to spend some time trying to figure out what I'm all about, not what everybody else thinks I am. Her eyes, wide and big like a child's, met his.
Is any of this making sense?
Stone's expression was unreadable.
Are you asking me to release you from your apprenticeship?
No. Her answer came quick and shocked. Oh, no, nothing like that. I still want to learn to be a mage, and I want you to teach me, if you still want to.
He nodded. But?
Deep breath. Well, I was kind of thinking that maybe we could put things on hold for a little while. A few months. I mean, I'm still only 18. I've got plenty of time to learn, right?
Stone pondered. And what would you be doing in those few months?
Getting away for a while. Maybe even traveling around the country. I've saved up some money, and I know Jason has too. I can give him some to help him pay for the apartment while I'm gone. I don't need much to live on.
She sipped her coffee and looked at Stone nervously when he didn't speak.
What do you think?
He shrugged. Ultimately, it's not my decision to make, but I'd have thought you'd give me credit for a bit more perception than that.
What do you mean?
Who is she?
Her eyes widened. How did you...
Come on, Verity, he said, eyebrow creeping upward. You're practically broadcasting it. You've met someone. You're interested in each other, and you want to have some time to explore your life without any entanglements. So if you don't mind my asking, who is she? Or he? Someone I know, perhaps?
She looked down.
Shara. I thought that might be the case, he said, nodding. She was impressed with you, I know that. She didn't say anything at the conference, but I did see you two spending quite a bit of time together.
Verity looked a little more hopeful. We got along really well. It's funny, we didn't even spend a lot of time talking about magic. Mostly we just talked, you know, about boring life things. We had lunch together, went out to a club, and, well...
You hit it off?
Stone finished.
Verity nodded. Have you told her about the evil?
No, not yet.
Are you going to?
She looked at him, clearly trying to figure out which way he wanted her to answer. I wasn't planning on it, honestly. They seem not to be doing much lately, and I'd just like to see about maybe having some normal good times with her without having to bring up the extra-dimensional body snatchers. At least not until the third date,
she added with a wan grin.
Stone's expression still didn't change. Have you two already made some sort of plans? Not exactly. She invited me to come visit her back east, stay with her for a little while. She said she'd pay for my plane ticket since I'm not so good with the portals yet. If things work out, I might end up staying longer. If not, then I can always come back, right? I told you already, Verity. You're always welcome here. Do you mind if I have a little chat with Shara before you go? About what? She asked, suspicious. Don't worry, I'm not checking up on you or anything like that. But you did say you wanted to continue as my apprentice. Even if I grant you a temporary leave, I still expect you to obey my rules as far as magic goes. Which means I don't want you going off and pursuing a completely different course of study with someone else who isn't a qualified teacher.
Shara
is 24 years old. She's quite talented and has a great deal of potential, but she isn't yet qualified to teach students. In fact, she's only a couple of years out of her apprenticeship herself. Like you, she can be impatient, and she's more concerned with results than proper technique. Your development as a mage could be compromised if you start cutting corners this early in your training, and I don't want to have to undo all of that when you come back to me. So if you do plan to come back to me, then you'll have to agree to that requirement. Verity didn't look thrilled, but she nodded. You mean she can't teach me anything? A little here and there is fine. I'll talk to her. I'm sure she'll be quite reasonable. She respects the relationship, and I'm familiar enough with her that I don't think she'll try to undermine it. For a few seconds, she just looked at him in disbelief. You mean, that's it? That's what? You're just going to let me go? No, you need to stay here and be safe? No, what about the evil? Verity, just because you're my apprentice doesn't mean I get to dictate what you do with your life. I don't want an unwilling apprentice any more than you want to be one. Believe me, I'm sympathetic to your situation. I sometimes forget that you haven't exactly had a chance for a normal life. If you want to go off and explore a relationship for a while, then you have my blessing. And as for being careful, you already know what you're up against, and you have the tools to deal with it. He gave her a wicked grin. Besides, if you've had half an inkling of the sorts of things I got up to when I was your age, you wouldn't have even bothered asking. You would have just taken off and sent me a postcard from wherever you ended up. For the first time, Verity laughed. You're okay, Dr. Stone, for an old guy. Thank you, I think. Her laugh didn't last long, though, before her expression went serious again. What about Jason, though? I don't think he's going to take this very well. You let me talk to Jason. Probably best if I do that before you two get back together. He'll yell at you too, you know. He dismissed that with a wave. I've been yelled at by professionals. Your brother doesn't even rate on the scale. Stone met Jason in the back room of the same Palo Alto bar where they'd met the previous year, after Stone's evil-possessed housekeeper had blown up his old house. Jason looked suspicious as he came up to the booth where the mage sat with a Guinness in front of him. What's this about, Al? In answer, Stone only cocked his head toward the main bar. Go get yourself something. I've got a tap running. I don't want anything. I just... Go get yourself a beer, Jason. Stone's voice was even, but left no room for argument. Jason glared, but did as he was told. He came back and dropped down into the seat across from Stone with his glass. Okay, now you want to tell me what this is about? I think you might know. His gaze sharpened and he frowned. Verity? Stone inclined his head. So that's where she went after she stormed out of the apartment, he growled, glaring. I should have known. Is she at your place now? Far as I know. Jason made as if to get up. Then Sit down, Jason. This time there was no mistaking it. It was an order. Stone's voice held an odd edge that Jason had never heard directed at him before. He didn't continue to leave, but neither did he sit down. Al, this is none of your business. Oh? Stone's eyebrow crept up. Yeah, this is between me and V. And why do you say that? Jason looked at him like he'd developed a sudden case of the stupids. She's my sister, Al, and she's my apprentice. That's not the issue here. You think not? Stone's expression remained carefully neutral, but his gaze was laser sharp. Then what is the issue, Jason? He nodded toward the seat across from him. Jason sat back down. She wants to go off somewhere, doesn't she? Stone nodded. Where? There was a long pause. Jason, you're putting me in a very uncomfortable position here, and I'm not appreciating it. Where does she want to go? Jason pressed. If she hasn't told you, it's not my place to do it. Jason glared harder. Stone still sat there, looking calm and just a little bit cold. And Jason fought the urge to knock that calm right off his face. Instead, he grabbed his glass and took a long drink. Then he sighed loudly. Al, she's my sister. She's barely an adult, and she spent the last 5 years of her life in the loony bin. She's not exactly equipped to run off by herself. Don't you get that? I mean, I know she's technically an adult now, and she can do whatever she wants, but do you really think letting her run off God knows where is going to help her? Especially with the evil still out there. The evil isn't the issue either, and I think we both know it. Jason rubbed at his face with both hands. Al. He changed gears. Do you think it's a good idea for her to do this? Do you think she's going to be safe out there on her own? Stone took another drink. In the first place, she won't be alone. In the second place, it really doesn't matter whether I think it's a good idea or not. It's not like I can stop her, nor would I want to. But you said it yourself, she's your apprentice. You could stop her. All I could do is tell her that if she left, I could no longer be her teacher. Okay then, but I didn't tell her that. Why not? Because it isn't true. Stone's eyes narrowed. Jason, you need to get some perspective, because right now you're not showing any at all. Jason glared. What the hell is that supposed to mean? For several seconds he didn't answer. It was as if he were silently organizing his thoughts before he gave them voice. When he spoke, his tone was carefully neutral. I understand that she's your sister. I understand that you feel protective toward her and that you want to keep her away from dangerous situations. That's my job, Jason cut in. No, it isn't. That's what I mean about perspective. Think about it from her point of view, Jason. You're right. She's been in a controlled environment and not fully in possession of her faculties for most of her formative years. She didn't really get a chance to have a normal life as a teenager. All the more reason why, but, Stone continued inexorably, I think, and you can't deny that it's true, that she's managed to rise admirably above all of that and create as normal a life as she can for herself, given her special circumstances. English, Al, Jason growled. I'm not one of your students. You don't have to impress me with how professorish you sound. Stone's cold blue gaze met his. All right, then. She's doing fine. She's normal, Jason. As normal as a young mage who's had to deal with everything she's had to sort out can be. I'm actually rather in awe of her ability to cope with everything the world's thrown at her. He took a deep breath. Her mind is strong. Her will is strong. She's intelligent and capable. Leaning in, he added softly, She doesn't need you to protect her, Jason. She doesn't need any of us to protect her. Jason stared down into his glass. Part of him wanted to grab Stone by the collar and shake him till he got it, and part of him, far back in the furthest reaches of his mind, was beginning to realize what an ass he sounded like. Al, he said at last, in a tone that was less angry but sounded tired. You don't have brothers or sisters, do you? What's that got to do with anything? Do you? No. V and I, he shrugged. After Mom died, Dad did his best to take care of us, and he did a good job, but we took care of each other, too. I helped raise her, Al, and then she had her problems, and Dad died, and... He spread his hands. It's hard letting go.
I let her go once when she was having her problems. I still feel guilty about that. I don't want to do it again. But I guess that's what happens when you're responsible for someone. You have to let them go sometime. Stone smiled a little. She's not going off to join the French Foreign Legion. She's not leaving for Mars. Where does she want to go? He asked, looking up. And for how long? Remember Shara Balani? You met her in Woodwich after Eleanor Pearsall's funeral. Jason frowned. The blonde at the pizza parlor? He thought about that for a moment, then added, She was at the conference too, wasn't she? She's not blonde anymore, but yes, she was. But Verity and... Pause. She's... Apparently. I never asked, hardly my business. But she's too old for V, Jason exploded. She's 24, that's only a 6-year difference. Not exactly shocking. Jason looked at his beer. So you're just gonna let her run off to the other side of the country because she's decided she wants to... I don't even know what she wants to do. She'll be back. If she wants to continue her studies and become the mage she's got the potential to be, she'll be back. What if she decides she wants to learn magic with somebody else? Like this Shara? Stone shrugged. That's her decision, not mine. I already told her that I wouldn't advise learning from Shara, since she's barely more than an apprentice herself. But if she decides she wants to study under another master, I'll release her. After all that time you guys have put in? Jason, this is pointless. I hardly believe that you care one way or another who teaches your sister magic. I understand your concerns, but it doesn't matter. Verity will do what she wants to do, regardless of what you or I think about it. You got that right. Jason picked up his beer, drained it, and smacked the glass down on the table with more force than necessary. Fine, he said. Fine. She wants to go back east, I can't stop her, I guess. But I don't like it. I think it's a bad idea. He met Stone's eyes. And I'm scared, Al. I'm scared that if she gets away from us, the evil will go after her. I know she's good. I know that you've been teaching her a lot, and she's got that whole evict the evil thing going on, but... He spread his hands. There aren't any guarantees, Jason, Stone said gently. She could leave, and the evil could come after you or me, or they might never bother us again, or one of us could get hit by a bus tomorrow. Yeah, I guess you're right. Jason felt suddenly drained. I guess I should probably go find her and tell her I was being an ass, huh? Probably, he agreed, getting up. I think she'll forgive you, though. You're her brother. You're supposed to be an ass. Chapter 9. Another month passed, during which Stone and Jason saw very little of each other. Stone immersed himself in his teaching, while Jason split his time between work, workouts, tinkering with his car, and trying to drum up some kind of meaningful social life beyond the occasional enjoyable but empty one-night stand. It took them a while to realize it, but eventually they both did. Verity had been the glue holding their little group together. The fact that she spent as much time as she did hanging around Stone's place while studying magic meant that it was only natural for Jason to be there too, especially since she didn't have a car of her own, and thus he often picked her up on his way home from the restaurant. The two of them had seen her off on a plane to Vermont a week after their talk. Stone had offered to take her through the portal to make the trip faster, but she'd declined. All the interactions with the evil had soured her for trying them again, and she preferred the old-fashioned method of getting around. She'd called when she arrived, telling them everything had gone fine. Shara had picked her up at the airport, and she would be spending the next few days getting settled in. After that, Stone and Jason had returned to their respective homes and respective lives, and had only seen each other a couple times since Verity had left. On the plus side, the evil still showed no sign of acting up. On one of the occasions when Stone and Jason had met for a beer in Mountain View, Jason had reported that he continued to check the major Bay Area papers a couple times a week. He searched for any unusual activity, such as particularly grisly murders or clusters of them, that might indicate they were becoming active again. He hadn't found anything. Perhaps they have settled down and decided to make the best of things, Stone said, shrugging. If they can't bring any new ones over, then it would make sense for the ones still here not to draw attention to themselves.
Yeah, Jason agreed.
But he wasn't convinced. He didn't think Stone was, either. But as long as the evil continued minding their own business, neither of them saw any point in trying to stir things up. A week later, Stone arrived home early one afternoon to find a message on his machine. He hit the button and was about to grab something from the refrigerator, but stopped in mid-reach when a brisk male voice emerged from the speaker. "Yes, I'm trying to reach Alastair Stone. This is Lieutenant Robert Okuda from the Los Angeles Police Department. I'd like to ask you a few questions at your convenience." He left a phone number and hung up. Stone stared at the phone, head tilted. The Los Angeles Police? Why would the police be calling him? He let his eyes go unfocused for a moment, trying to remember anything that he might have done while in L.A. that could have caught the attention of the police. But nothing came to mind. The only thing he could think of that any of them had done that might be construed as illegal was Verity going clubbing with her fake ID. But why would the police call him about that? He wasn't her guardian. If anyone, they should call Jason. Curious now, he replayed the message, wrote down the number, and punched it in. After a couple of minutes of hold music, he was connected. "Okuda," came the same brisk voice. "Lieutenant, Alastair Stone. You left a message for me, though I'll admit to having no idea what you might be calling about." "Ah, yes, Dr. Stone. Thank you for getting back to me. Do you have a few minutes? This shouldn't take long." "Of course." Stone carried the phone over to the breakfast bar and perched on a stool, idly scribbling magical symbols on a notepad. "What's this about?" "You attended the International Occult Symposium in Los Angeles last month, correct?" "I did, yes." "Did you meet or interact with a woman named Pia Brandt?" Stone thought about that for a moment. "The name sounds vaguely familiar. Help me out a bit." "She's 46 years old, 5'3" and 150, short blonde hair going gray. She's a German national." That last part did it. His mind went back to the get-together dinner at the bar and grill, replaying the discussion he'd had with her over cocktails. "Ah, yes, I did. Can you tell me anything about that, Dr. Stone? When did you see her?" Stone glanced up at the calendar hanging on the wall. "It was the Friday night of the symposium, at a restaurant called Agua Bar and Grill on Figueroa." There was a pause, as if Okuda were writing this down or consulting notes. "Yes," he said at last. "I've talked to some others who were there too." "There were quite a few of us there. Just some friends and acquaintances getting together to catch up and compare notes," Stone said. "Why? What's this about? Was that the last time you saw Dr. Brandt?" "I believe so," he said. "I didn't pay that much attention, to be honest. I'm not even sure she was still there when I left the restaurant." He paused. "Lieutenant, may I ask what this is about? Is something wrong?" "She's missing, Dr. Stone. In fact, her husband and 10-year-old daughter are as well." "Indeed." Stone frowned. "Yes, I'm not at liberty to reveal much since it's an ongoing investigation, but they never returned to their hotel room on Saturday night. They didn't catch their plane back to Germany on schedule, and none of their friends have heard from them since." "I'm sorry to hear that, Lieutenant. You don't think I had anything to do with it, do you? I told you I barely—" "No, Dr. Stone," Okuda assured him. "Nothing like that. We're just trying to follow up with everyone she or her husband or daughter might have talked with when they were in Los Angeles, and your name was mentioned by a couple of the attendees at the dinner. In fact, the reason it's taken me so long to get to you is that you're fairly far down my list of people to contact." "Well, I'm sorry I can't be of more help. I've got your number. If I think of anything else, I'll call you.
But as I said, we only chatted for a short time on Friday night. I didn't see her after that. All right, then. Thank you for your time, Dr. Stone.
Stone hung up the phone and sat there for a few more moments, thinking. That was odd. How could an entire family simply disappear? There were, of course, several immediate possibilities, but they all seemed far-fetched. When he talked with Pia Brandt, he'd gotten the impression that she was happy in Germany, so she hardly seemed a candidate for some kind of defection or political asylum, unless, of course, it was her husband who wanted it. But wouldn't the police know about that? He couldn't imagine any reason why anyone would want to kidnap them. And who kidnapped an entire family anyway? For that matter, he didn't think they could have simply chosen to drop off the face of the earth on purpose. Sure, Bront was a mage, but although they hadn't talked about specific areas of interest, he'd gotten the strong sense from their brief conversation that she was almost purely theoretical in her magic. She hadn't seemed at all like someone who could effectively vanish both herself and two other family members in an unfamiliar country. Stone, whose talents ran in more practical directions as well as the theoretical, didn't think he could do that, and he'd been in the United States for over 5 years now. He sighed, getting up. He supposed there was no point in dwelling on it. It wasn't as if he was going to find her. Even if he were inclined to do a magical ritual to try to track her down, he couldn't do it without some sort of tether item for her or one of her family members. He reminded himself that many of the others Okuda had spoken with were also mages, and any of them who were closer to Pia Brandt would immediately come to the same conclusion, that a magical ritual could be used to find her. That assumed, of course, that she even wanted to be found. If she didn't, a ritual likely wouldn't work. As long as there was no sign of foul play, it would probably be best if he minded his own business. Still, Pia Brandt occupied his thoughts intermittently for the rest of the afternoon, as he graded some papers in his study, and then resumed his ongoing attempts to make sense of Trevor Harrison's odd magical methods. Something about the case, little that he knew about it, wouldn't leave him alone. Finally, if for no other reason than that he was tired of it rattling around in his brain alone, he picked up the phone and called Jason at a passage to India.
Wait, so you're saying she just disappeared? Jason asked. And not just her, but her husband and kid too? That's what they told me, Stone confirmed.
They sat in a back booth in a small pub on Murphy Street, a block from a passage to India. It was 11 o'clock. Stone had driven down to Sunnyvale to meet Jason after the restaurant closed. Jason contemplated his beer and blew air through his teeth.
That's hard to do, he said at last. Intentionally or otherwise. There are just too many ways to keep track of people's movements nowadays. Credit cards and ATM cards can be traced, for instance. If they disappeared on their own, they'd better have a lot of cash on hand, because the cops will flag their cards to set off an alarm anytime they're used. That's true if they were kidnapped too, or robbed. If the perps try to use their cards, they'll get flagged too.
I can't imagine that they were kidnapped, Stone said. Who would want to kidnap an entire family? That seems difficult to manage unless you're talking about an extremely well-orchestrated plan. Far too well-orchestrated for 3 German tourists.
Yeah, Jason agreed, thinking. Kidnapping one person is hard enough to do. A lot harder than it looks on TV. It can be done, of course, but the longer they're held, the bigger the chance that something will go wrong. And besides, why? Is there anything special about these people? Are they rich? If so, it'd make more sense to just grab the kid and hold her for ransom.
True. Especially since they're strangers to this country, and would likely be terrified of tipping someone off if they were tempted to go to the authorities. Stone took another sip of his Guinness. What if they were killed?
It's possible, Jason said. Maybe even probable. Maybe they wandered into the wrong part of town or saw something they shouldn't have. But 3 people and no trace at all?
That's hard too, especially for a spur-of-the-moment thing like a botched robbery or something. Bodies don't just disappear, usually. They leave traces. Physical evidence like blood or somebody seeing something going down or whatever. There's a reason why murderers usually get caught, even if it sometimes takes a long time. Murder's messy, and the whole thing just gets worse when we're talking about 3 people instead of 1. Well, I hope they're able to figure out what happened. You think this could have something to do with her being a mage? Jason asked. Her husband wasn't, was he? Not that I'm aware of. She didn't talk about him at all when we were chatting. I didn't get much chance to chat with her individually at all, actually. That Frenchman monopolized most of the conversation, and as for it having to do with her being a mage, he shrugged. Well, magic could make it easier to make a body disappear, of course, especially if the murder was committed by black mages. How so? Because most of them can drain a body to ash, remember? You've seen it yourself. It's a lot easier to dispose of a couple of pounds of ash than a whole body. He spread his hands. But then, again, why? I suppose it's possible she could have been involved in something that would lead one or more black mages to murder her entire family, but it hardly seems likely. She struck me as a rather inoffensive sort. You don't think there'd be any reason the evil would want her, do you? Jason asked suddenly. I mean, they have tried to recruit mages before and killed them when they didn't go along. Who knows? It's possible, I suppose, but why her and no one else? And again, why the whole family? Might be worth a bit of investigation, but we can't blame everything on the evil. If you want, I'll look into it a little. Check the LA papers and maybe see if a couple of my cop buddies can get me some more information. I probably won't be able to get much, but it's worth a try. If you like, Stone said, finishing his beer. I'll be interested to hear what you come up with at any rate. He got up, and I'll do a bit of research myself to see if I can find out more about what Dr. Brandt was up to that might cause someone to target her. One of the largest downsides of the fact that magical academia was, by and large, a scattered and disorganized affair was that it wasn't at all easy to track down publications produced in other countries and in languages other than those in which one had sufficient fluency. Even papers written in English were often frustratingly hard to come by. Since there were no magical universities per se, most arcane research was performed by small teams working on their own. Even if they chose to publish the results of their studies at all, there was no central clearinghouse to serve as a repository for such things. When you added in the fact that magical researchers were a vanishingly small subset of an already small population, it was often only by a combination of hard work and sheer luck that one was able to locate any reference material related to one's subject of interest. Stone was lucky in that he was in contact with a group back home in England who actually kept each other up to date on their research and maintained a collection of such things, which meant that he had a reasonable chance of laying his hands on something if he needed it. Unfortunately for him in this case, however, that extended only to papers written in English that the group was able to obtain copies of. Stone himself had contributed some of those papers, either his own work or that of American researchers who had made theirs available to him. The best he could do to try to find anything Pia Brandt might have published was to make a couple of calls back home and see if any of the British researchers had any contacts in Germany. He did so. They promised to see what they could do, and at that point he put the matter aside. It was getting close to finals week for his occult studies courses, and he forced himself to focus on his mundane students until the end of the quarter. He couldn't quite convince himself that Pia Brandt and her family's disappearances weren't somehow relevant to her activities as a mage, but he couldn't be sure they were either. Jason, meanwhile, had more success. He called Stone a few days after their meeting at the bar and suggested they meet again. Though he couldn't really spare the time, Stone's curiosity got the better of him, and he showed up at Jason's place later that evening. "What did you find?" he asked, settling down on the sofa. Jason tossed him a Guinness. Not a lot, he said, but there was some interesting stuff in the papers, and I got some more from my friends. He sat down and popped his own beer. First of all, they're pretty much stumped about what happened. It's been several weeks, and beyond what they found initially, literally no clues have turned up. It's like they vanished off the face of the earth. Stone stared at him. Jason, he said slowly, you might be onto something. Jason frowned. What? I haven't told you anything yet. Well, you just nudged a connection in my mind that I probably should have made before this. I wonder if they didn't take a portal somewhere and something went awry. Shit, Jason said. But I thought you said there weren't any portals down there. That's why we had to drive down. There aren't, he said. But remember, nobody reported them missing right away. They could have driven somewhere. Maybe, Jason said. But that comes back to the whole credit card thing again, unless they paid for gas and food with cash. Anyway, you want to hear what I found out? Of course, sorry. Okay. So the last time Pia Brandt was seen, she was taking a taxi to a restaurant on Sepulveda Boulevard on Saturday night. Apparently they had reservations there, but they were for like half an hour before she got there. The cabbie remembers dropping her off in the parking lot. Stone shrugged. That's not too odd if they had reservations. Perhaps she was meeting her family there and they were already... But they weren't. Jason cut him off. Nobody ever showed up inside the restaurant. Interesting. Did you find out anything about the father and the child? They apparently were at Disneyland all day. The LA police are scouring the security footage from around the park, but that's like trying to find a needle in a haystack. And that's even assuming that it still exists. They don't keep those tapes forever. Eventually they reuse them. So they might not have anything to go on. Stone pondered that. Were they seen leaving the park? Yeah. That's the interesting part, and why it took so long to find. They left at about 2 p.m. on Saturday. Why is that odd? Think about it, Al. A dad and his 10-year-old daughter go to Disneyland for a day? Even if they were supposed to meet Mom for dinner after the conference, would they have left 3 hours early? That kid would have wanted to stay as long as possible, especially since they were all the way from Germany and she'd probably never get another chance to go back. True, Stone admitted. Perhaps one of them was ill? Maybe, Jason said. But my cop friend told me one more bit that isn't common knowledge. Pia Brandt and her husband apparently weren't getting along so great. According to some of their friends that the police talked to back in Germany, both of them had been thinking about divorce for a while now. Stone frowned. So you think this could be some sort of custody issue? The father runs off with the child and disappears. But if that's true, then what about Pia? She could have tracked them down, and he would know that. And why didn't she just go to the authorities if she thought he'd done that? Did he know she was a mage? That's not exactly something I could ask my sources, you know? No idea. My instincts say he had to, though. Why else would the whole family make an expensive international trip to go to what would look like a conference full of charlatans? I don't know, Jason said. Maybe it's just going to have to be a mystery, you know? I asked my friend to give me a call if they find out anything else, but maybe this is just one of those cases where it's weird, but it doesn't mean anything. I know you're curious as hell about puzzles, but you might just have to let this one go. Stone nodded reluctantly. I suppose so. It's just a shame to lose one of our number and not even know why. There are so few of us left these days. Yeah, I guess so. He paused. When he spoke again, his voice was more animated. Oh, hey, V called today. Oh? How is she? Great, apparently. She and Shara are having a great time back there. She said they haven't even really talked about magic much. They're too busy going out to clubs and restaurants and just having fun. He shrugged. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe this is what she needed, to get away from us for a while and figure out what she wants to do with her life. Did you tell her that? Stone asked, amused. Of course not. Do I look like an idiot? Jason was clearly trying to sound indignant, but his grin spoiled the effect.
She doesn't know when she'll be back. She said to look for her when she gets here. Stone nodded and got up. Well, thank you for the update on Dr. Brandt. It's frustrating not knowing, but at least we have a bit more information now. Yeah. I'll let you know if I get anything else. Oh, hang on. Stone paused. I almost forgot the other thing I was going to tell you. It's probably nothing, but I found it while I was poking around, so I figured I'd pass it along. He picked up a file folder from the coffee table, riffled through it, and handed Stone a photocopy. It was a copy of a newspaper article from the Los Angeles Times, dated 3 days after the end of the Occult Symposium. The headline read, "Police seek public's assistance to locate missing man." The article included a picture depicting a young man with longish, dark hair and a thin face. Stone frowned, looked up at Jason, then back down at the article. Adam Darden, 24 years old, went missing from the Los Angeles area on the same day that Pia Brandt's husband and daughter disappeared. And the police can't find any sign of him either. Yeah, Jason said. Probably nothing. People disappear all the time, but yeah. His mother said she had no reason to suspect he'd taken off on his own, and as far as she knew, he wasn't in trouble. No police record, gang activity, nothing like that. Seems like just your basic boring guy with a basic boring job. Stone continued to stare down at the article without really seeing it. He said nothing. Al? What? Oh. He shrugged, handing the article back to Jason. You're right, it probably is nothing. The odds of there being a connection in an area with that many people are astronomical. Unless you somehow find out that he was at Disneyland on the same day, we can probably assume coincidence. Jason nodded again. Yeah. I'll keep an eye out, though, and ask my friend to let me know if anything turns up. Chapter 10. Another 3 weeks passed. Stone wrapped up his classes, took care of all the administrivia of reading his students' examinations and submitting their grades, and looked forward to some time away from the university. He hadn't committed to any summer courses aside from a couple evening seminars, allowing him to devote his full attention to his magical research. He hoped he might finally make a breakthrough on Harrison's notes. Verity remained back east. She'd called Stone a couple of times to let him know she was doing well. She and Shara were getting along great, and she was keeping up with the magical exercises he'd given her to keep her skills sharp during the break. True to her word, she told him that she hadn't taken any magical instruction from Shara, beyond a couple of useful but minor techniques. She didn't, however, know when she might be coming back. She and Shara had a trip to New York City planned, and she was looking forward to that. Don't worry, she told him. I haven't seen any trace of anything that looks like the evil. I think there's just so few of them now that they're doing their own thing and leaving us alone. Stone had almost forgotten about the situation with Pia Brandt by this time. Jason hadn't turned up anything new, and neither had he. In truth, he'd been so busy that beyond his initial phone calls to his friends in England, he hadn't done much else. So gradually the whole thing got pushed back until it dropped below his radar. This changed one mid-July day when he arrived home to find a battered and heavily taped manila envelope waiting on his doorstep. He picked it up, noting it had come from one of his British mage associates, and took it inside. The envelope was stuffed full of clipped-together photocopies, with a brief note on top. Alastair, I wrote to a couple of friends in Germany, and this is what they turned up. I don't read German, so I have no idea if it's what you wanted. I'll leave digging through it to you. Enjoy. Cheers, Eddie. He took the envelope upstairs, cleared off his desk, and began unpacking it. When he had everything spread out, he found 6 individual papers ranging in size from a few pages to over 100. All were clearly scholarly publications, all authored by Pia Brandt, and all written in German. Stone leafed through them, pausing to examine the diagrams, graphs, and equations. He couldn't read any of the text. He'd never bothered to learn German in school, but what he got from the illustrations was enough to make him tense with frustration at his inability to comprehend the rest of it. Pia Brandt's papers, as near as he could determine, were all devoted to various aspects of magical portals, their creation, their refinement, and their interactions with ley lines. From the look of what he could understand, this was advanced stuff, even more advanced than what his late ex-girlfriend Daphne Weldon and her team had been exploring on the nature of temporary portals. He scrubbed at his hair with one hand, barely realizing that his breathing had picked up. There was so much here. He could see it. It was so tantalizingly close, but his own lack of knowledge prevented him from reaching it. He leaned back in his chair and thought about what to do. Of course, there were numerous professors at Stanford who were fluent in German. Some he even knew personally, but all of them were mundanes. Aside from the fact that he had no desire to try explaining the meaning of detailed treatises on magical portal science to a non-magical audience, he also doubted that a mundane would have the proper grounding in magical vocabulary to do an adequate translation. He could tell from looking at the text that it described some highly advanced concepts. He wasn't sure he would be able to make sense of them, and lately he had a fairly strong grounding in portal science. If he couldn't take the papers to a mundane, he couldn't read them himself, and none of his British friends could translate them either. That left him with only two choices. Search out a bilingual German mage who would be willing to take the time and effort for a long, arduous translation project, or... The second answer was not one he wanted to pursue. But the upside of it was that the obvious solution was close at hand, and almost certain to agree to the job. It was simply a matter of what Stone would have to agree to in exchange that made him hesitate. The wards were still going strong around Stefan Kalinsky's disreputable little shop in East Palo Alto, Stone noticed, with some disappointment, as he slipped through the unassuming front door. He hoped they'd be fading. If they were, then he could use the offer of refreshing them as a bargaining chip. Constructing wards that lasted this long without touch-ups took a lot out of him, both physically and mentally. He usually had to budget at least half a day to recover afterward. But it was straightforward work and easy enough for him to accomplish. He descended the stairs to the lower level, barely noticing the familiar bland decor as he headed toward the back of the shop. Like his establishment, Stefan Kalinsky himself didn't look any different either. A tall, powerfully built man with gray-shot black hair and glittering black eyes. He lounged in his ancient leather desk chair like a panther on a branch and regarded Stone over steepled fingers.
Alastair, so good to see you. It has been a while.
Hello, Stefan. Thank you for meeting with me. I know how busy you are. He quirked a sardonic eyebrow. Not once during any of his visits to Kalinsky's shop had he ever seen another customer. He wondered if the man even had any. Not that he needed them. Like Madame Juan, another friend of Stone's in an ostensibly similar line of work, what one saw on the surface was only a tiny fragment of how he actually plied his trade.
Indeed,
Kalinsky said, waving him to a chair.
I was just about to go out for a late lunch. I've heard good things about a little Greek place that just opened off Cowper.
Stone didn't take the bait. He didn't mind treating Kalinsky to an overpriced lunch at some trendy little bistro. He'd certainly done it before, but for this particular visit he wanted to get his cards out on the table at the beginning. As amusing as the dance usually was, today he wanted to avoid as much of it as he could manage. I won't keep you long then.
What can I do for you?
Kalinsky asked, gracefully acknowledging Stone's polite rebuff with a nod. Stone held up his battered leather briefcase. I've acquired a project I was hoping you might be able to assist me with.
Oh?
Kalinsky leaned forward, And what sort of project is that? Something you might find intriguing. He opened the case and slipped the first of the 6 files from it. Or rather, a copy of the first of the 6 files. The original copies Eddie had sent him were safely back at his townhouse. As Stone expected, Kolinsky straightened a bit in his chair. The man was part spider and part dragon, possessed of a keen intellect and a curiosity about magical matters every bit as acute as Stone's own. That was the main reason the two of them got along so well, despite being on opposite sides of the magical fence morality-wise. The difference between them was that Stone sought out knowledge for its own sake, and as a means for him to learn more about the magical world. Kolinsky collected it like a currency and used it to his advantage, trading it to any who would deal with him in exchange for other knowledge, contacts, secrets, and favors. For a man who rarely left the Bay Area, Stefan Kolinsky was probably one of the more knowledgeable people about worldwide magical goings-on that Stone had ever met. And that was what kept Stone coming back, even in the face of some of the favors the man had extracted from him over the years. Sometimes you had to deal with the devil you knew in the service of a greater cause. This was one of those times. He held up the sheaf. This is a paper written by a woman named Pia Bront. Have you perhaps heard of her? Not offhand, Kolinsky said, his eyes still fixed on the paper. Should I have? Not sure. I hadn't before last month. She's a German mathematician by trade and a magical researcher by avocation. She's also gone missing under rather mysterious circumstances. Kolinsky's eyebrow rose. Oh? I'm sorry to hear that. I trust you don't wish me to find her. Hardly, though I dare say if I could convince you to take on the case, you might have more success than the police have so far. Flattery. Kolinsky waved him off. So what do you want, then? Translation services, Stone said. I've gotten hold of several of her papers, and I'd very much like to see what she has to say, but they're all written in German. Kolinsky made a clucking noise. For shame, Alastair. You're admitting there's something you don't know. There are a lot of things I don't know, Stone said. I find new ones every day. But for now, I need these papers translated. I don't care if you do it yourself or farm it off to your minions. There's nothing secret about the contents. And what are the contents? Kolinsky asked. Portals. From what I can make out by the illustrations, there's some seriously high-level research on portal theory and ley lines, but that's as far as I can get. Kolinsky unspooled himself from his chair in a graceful motion that belied his apparent age. I might have some time. A project I was thinking about pursuing has fallen through, which leaves a hole in my schedule. Stone gave him a thin smile. They both knew Kolinsky wasn't fooling either of them. He was as interested in the subject as Stone was, and the opportunity to get hold of new research wasn't something he would turn down. You'll do it, then? Possibly. Kolinsky raised one shoulder in a languid shrug. There is the matter of compensation, of course. You're welcome to make copies of all the papers, certainly, Stone said. Oh, I intended to do that anyway. Fascinating as I'm sure they are, though, that won't be sufficient for the level of work that I'm sure will be required for a proper translation. You wouldn't want me to misinterpret a variable somewhere, would you? Heaven forbid, Stone murmured. How many of these papers are we talking about? He pulled the rest of them out. 6. Total page count between all of them is around 200 or so, plus another 50 in various charts, diagrams, and graphs. Kolinsky nodded, but didn't reply. Well, what do you want to do it? I can't charge up your wards for you, since I've done such a good job last time that they're still at full strength. I guess I'll have to do shoddier work next time. Kolinsky chuckled. I don't think you're capable of shoddy work, Alastair. It would wound your professional pride. He paused, turning away from Stone as he thought. He was silent for several moments before speaking again.
No, actually, you've come to me at an opportune time. I'll do your translation for you, personally. I'll even, as you say, put a rush on it for you.
And, he said, turning back and eyeing Stone with an expression a shark might reserve for a particularly tasty-looking surfer. I have a little project you're uniquely suited to help me with in exchange. In fact, we might even combine the two.
Oh?
Stone kept his expression carefully neutral. One thing you did not do around Stefan Kalinsky was show any manner of weakness or indecision. In that respect, he could add tiger to his pedigree, along with spider and dragon. Any chinks in one's metaphysical armor were to be exploited, no matter how much regard he held for the would-be victim. Kalinsky nodded.
I've got a summoning I've been meaning to do. I've come into possession of a formula that will allow me to bring over a spirit to help me with some of my more complex research, but I'm missing one of the vital components for it.
And that is? Stone was not sure he liked where this was going, but he still didn't show it. His poker face was damn good, and a significant bit of that was the product of his past interactions with Kalinsky.
Blood, my dear Alastair. Specifically the blood of a white mage. Or, he added with an amused smile, a pale grey one at any rate, which is probably the best I can hope to get.
Stone drew a slow, deep breath. Even by the standards of some of the things Kalinsky had asked for in the past in exchange for favors, this was a bit extreme. Still,
how much blood? Oh, not much. Certainly no more than an ounce or so.
You know, I could simply take my papers to someone else to translate for me. Someone in Germany, perhaps. It would be inconvenient, but so would giving you my blood. Kalinsky affected a hurt look.
Alastair, I'm not asking you to simply give it to me. That would be rude, and I certainly wouldn't expect you to trust me that far. Besides, it needs to be freshly harvested. I want you to be present at the ritual itself. You can see exactly what I do with it, and verify for yourself that I destroy any remainder at the completion of the ritual. And I wouldn't ask you to contribute anything that I myself am not also contributing.
You're planning to add your own blood to the ritual as well? Part of Stone, the prudent part, was trying to beat feet for the exit right about now. But his curious part, which was much more influential, held it back. He had to admit that the idea of this ritual intrigued him. He'd never encountered one like it before. And you're summoning a spirit to help you with other research. I'm surprised you'd take the chance. Every mage, white or black, knew spirits were dangerous things. Even if you got what you were expecting, they didn't like to be brought forcibly from their home dimensions to this one, and they were always looking for ways to subvert the summoning mage's control. If they did that and they were relatively benign, they just went back home. If they weren't, Stone remembered the little imp he'd tried to summon in his attic a couple months ago, using what he thought was a reasonable understanding of Harrison's methods of drawing power. If Jason and Verity hadn't come along when they did, even that little thing could potentially have killed him. True, it would have been difficult, but it wasn't wise to take even weak spirits for granted.
That's the beauty of it,
Kalinsky said, warming to his subject.
It's a different sort of ritual, designed to persuade the spirit, rather than enslaving it by brute force. That's why I need the blood of a white mage. The ritual promises to be particularly useful when you need assistance with mental or magical tasks. It turns out that some spirits are quite good at that sort of thing. The implications are fascinating. I'm sure I could arrange to add your little translation project to the spirit's to-do list once it's here.
His eyes glittered.
You know you're curious, Alastair. It's practically radiating from you.
Stone couldn't deny it. It would be pointless to even try. He eyed Kalinsky for a moment, considering, then nodded. All right, Stefan? Done. You translate my papers quickly, and I'll help you with your ritual. But I'll add one more condition.
Yes?
I want a copy of that ritual for myself.
Kolinsky's smile widened. I'd have been disappointed if you didn't.
Chapter 11. Kolinsky didn't waste any time setting up the ritual. Perhaps he was concerned that Stone would change his mind after having some time to reconsider. He dispatched a messenger to Stone's townhouse the next day, bearing an invitation to dine at his home in Los Altos Hills that very evening. Kolinsky was old-fashioned. He didn't do phones unless he absolutely had to. He thought they were gauche. Stone had never been to Kolinsky's home. He assumed the black mage had someone else doing his wards there, which didn't offend him. The fewer favors he had to do for old Stefan, the better he liked it. It was dark by the time he arrived at the gates. He'd expected an impressive spread and wasn't disappointed. Los Altos Hills was one of the small enclaves in the Bay Area that made Palo Alto look like a middle-class suburb by comparison. The wrought iron gates stood open, so he drove the BMW through and up a long, tree-lined gravel driveway, and parked in front of a large and impressive two-story Gothic structure. It wasn't quite big enough to qualify as a mansion, at least not by the standards of this town, but it was still sizable enough that its property taxes probably totaled more than most people's yearly mortgage payments. Stone was glad he'd decided against his usual wardrobe. He wasn't sure his decision to wear a tailored dark suit along with one of his nicer black overcoats was meant to be sarcastic or sincere, but either way, at least he wouldn't look out of place. He actually had a collection of the coats in varying weights. It had become sort of his trademark, but wearing heavy wool in the summer was no fun. Kolinsky himself answered his knock, which was a surprise. He'd expected a liveried servant or maybe a butler in tails. "Evening, Stefan. Nice place you got here." Kolinsky inclined his head with a sly little smile.
Alastair, it is good to see you. In truth, I wasn't sure you would come.
What, and missed the chance for you to pick up the tab for dinner for a change?
The least I could do,
he said, chuckling.
I want your blood fortified, after all.
Stone followed him inside, feeling a slight buzz as he crossed the threshold that indicated the presence of powerful wards. He had never met a vampire. In fact, he had never heard anything in all his years of practicing magic to indicate that they even existed. If they had, however, Kolinsky would have been his first target of suspicion. Even his house had a bit of Castle Dracula feel, though it was more subtle and less theatrical than Stone might have guessed. The place was actually quite tasteful, if a bit dramatic. This fact elevated Kolinsky a step in Stone's mind. Having grown up with wealth, he wasn't intimidated or impressed by it, but his British sensibilities found ostentatious displays of it to be tacky, as if one was trying too hard. What he didn't see, however, surprised him. Kolinsky led him down a carpeted hallway lined with fine works of art and into a small sitting room dominated by an impressive gray stone fireplace, currently unlit, a grouping of fine black leather furniture around a small coffee table, and a dramatic floor-to-ceiling window offering a view into an unobtrusively lit back garden. "No magic," Stone remarked. "I'm surprised. I'd have expected your home to be fairly brimming with it."
I prefer to keep business separated from pleasure, Kolinsky said. Would you care for an aperitif? Dinner will be served shortly.
He waved him toward one of the chairs. "Thank you." Stone sat, studying the view. In truth, though he would never let Kolinsky see it, this whole show made him more than a bit uneasy. That was the thing with Stefan. You almost never had any idea what he was really after. Stone was no slouch in the intellect arena and knew it, but Kolinsky was not only older and more experienced than he was, but had a well-deserved reputation for being a chess master. As far as Stone knew, however, the man had never played anything less than straight with him, and never tried to hide what he was. An unrepentant black mage who did what he liked without offering explanation or apology for it, and who valued knowledge and the power it provided more than anything else on Earth. Stone might not see eye to eye with him on his methods, but he understood his motivations. He even shared some of them. That was why the two of them could do business when most of Stone's white mage associates both feared and avoided Kolinsky. Mainly because they didn't trust him not to betray them. That was what black mages did, after all, if it suited their purposes. Stone considered him a challenge. He respected Kolinsky's mind, and the chess games helped him keep his own mental skills honed. Plus, he had to admit, after all these years, he was actually getting to like the guy. Like respect, but not trust. That would just be foolish. "So," he said, leaning back, "how long do you expect this little ritual to take? I don't suppose you'd be willing to tell me where you got hold of it?" Kolinsky gave him an indulgent smile and handed him a glass.
"It came to me from an associate overseas," he said, "as a gift of gratitude for some work I did for him."
He took his own glass and settled into the chair across from Stone.
"As for how long it would take, I'm not entirely certain. As I mentioned, I haven't tried this particular summoning yet, lacking, as I was, a necessary component."
Stone raised an eyebrow. "Come now, Stefan. I know you better than that. You don't leave your house without a detailed study of the possible implications of every potential route." Kolinsky made a little gesture of acquiescence and sipped his drink.
"Fair enough. I would plan on remaining here for several hours. That will allow time for the summoning, and any recovery time required afterward. I wouldn't want you to drive if you are impaired in any way."
Stone began to think there might be more to this summoning than Kolinsky had initially presented.
"Indeed. You know how these things go. Even with careful planning, there are always aspects of unpredictability when dealing with the denizens of other realms."
"Stefan," Stone said, his eyes widening, "you're nervous." The idea came to him all at once, and he gave it voice before he had time to fully work it through. He leaned forward, meeting Kolinsky's gaze with a challenging one of his own. "You don't want me here because you want my blood? Well, not only for that reason, anyway. Otherwise you could just ask me for some and get on with it. You're not sure you can pull it off on your own?" This was something new. Either his past interactions with Kolinsky had made him sharper, or else the black mage was so eager to complete this particular ritual that he was slipping. Or maybe he was just letting himself trust Stone a bit more. That, of course, wasn't something Stone would allow himself to believe. That way lay red flags and neon "Here there be dragons" signs. Rule number 1 when dealing with someone like Kolinsky: never get complacent. The black mage shrugged.
"I'll admit to a certain amount of prudence," he said. "But don't flatter yourself too much, Alastair. There are any number of individuals I could have sought for assistance."
"And yet you chose me," Stone murmured. "Stefan, I'm touched." Kolinsky was spared responding to Stone's sarcasm by the arrival of a young woman in a black uniform. "Excuse me, gentlemen," she said softly. "Dinner is served." Stone had to say this. Kolinsky didn't skimp when wining and dining his sacrificial summoning partners. Dinner consisted of 3 courses, including a main course of a light-grilled salmon in wine sauce. Each was paired with an appropriate fine and very expensive vintage, all of it served by 2 silent black-uniformed young people, 1 man and 1 woman. "I could get to like this, Stefan," Stone said, as he sipped an exquisite after-dinner liqueur. "And to think I've been dealing with you all this time in that tatty old shop of yours." He leaned back, savoring the taste. The meal had been perfectly prepared, light enough that he didn't feel overfull, just comfortably satisfied. He chuckled. "Of course, this could all just be for show, too. Be honest. Do you normally just phone out for pizza? Ah, that's right, he added, with a quirked eyebrow. You don't like phones? Just send out engraved requests for pizza, then. Kolinsky merely favored Stone with another of his enigmatic half-smiles.
Tell me, Alastair, how have you been? I understand you ran into a bit of trouble recently in your travels. I trust that's all been sufficiently dealt with.
For the most part, he said. Still a few bits left to sort out.
Perhaps related to a missing German portal scientist?
Stone shrugged. I doubt it, but I suppose anything is possible.
It seems odd that you would be so interested in the translations of her papers if there weren't more to the story than simply a missing woman. Have you even met her, or did you merely hear of her by reputation?
Once, he said, setting his glass down. At this year's symposium down in L.A., the weekend she disappeared. I'm going to assume you haven't found out anything else about her whereabouts since we last spoke?
I have not attempted to do so,
Kolinsky said. Stone nodded. Are we going to get on with this summoning, then? Not that I don't enjoy our little chats, but... Kolinsky inclined his head and rose.
Of course.
He made an after-you gesture and followed Stone out of the dining room. Like the rest of his home, Stefan Kolinsky's magical work area was much more opulent than Stone's. Set up in a large outbuilding that was far too elegant and far too secure to call a barn, it consisted of 2 rooms. The first was a smaller preparation area containing workbenches, cabinets, and shelves lined with magical paraphernalia. The second, a much larger open space, with a massive permanent circle built into the stone floor. The ceiling soared over 2 stories above them. 2 large skylights and a series of sconces along the walls provided light. Kolinsky lit the sconces with a gesture. Surprisingly, given Kolinsky's dislike of them, the room also contained an old-fashioned telephone on a small wooden stand. Stone was, in spite of himself, impressed. He had a similarly sized setup back home in England, but he got over there so rarely these days that he didn't often get a chance to use it.
I won't even ask who does your wards out here,
he said. Kolinsky, as expected, didn't reply. Instead, he picked up a small sheaf of papers from a table and offered it to Stone.
You'll want to look over the ritual before we begin. I'll be performing the actual summoning, of course, but best if you know what to expect. I'll finish the initial preparation while you familiarize yourself.
He walked back and forth along the shelves, gathering components and other gear. Stone settled into a nearby chair and began to read. The ritual was written in an ancient form of Latin. It appeared to be an original, or at least a handwritten copy. It included a large diagram of the necessary circle, as well as a series of smaller explanatory diagrams and several pages worth of text. Stone's gaze flicked back and forth over the lines, skimming first to get the big picture, and then going back for a more in-depth examination. He could see why Kolinsky didn't want to do this alone. It was a highly complex ritual, probably best suited to at least 3 mages, but Stone was reasonably confident that at his and Kolinsky's power level, they could safely get away with 2. The purpose of it seemed to be to draw a spirit from a plane of ethereal beings, and convince it, by offering blood from magically potent individuals from both the dark and the light sides of the practice, to aid the summoner in performing various mental or magical tasks. Stone had never seen a similar ritual. Summonings almost always involved brute force, bending whatever spirit was called to the summoner's will. It was essentially enslavement, which was why Stone didn't like to do it. Not that he had any particular compunctions about binding extraplanar beings if necessary, but he suspected his definition of necessary was a lot more stringent than Kolinsky's. Summoning was a dangerous business that went wrong more often than it went right, unless the summoner accounted for every possible variable, and it could prove quite messy if mishandled. Stone could count on the fingers of both hands the times he'd done or participated in even moderately rigorous summonings, and at least half of them hadn't gone as expected. That said, however, they weren't inherently the province of black magic. Despite the enslavement aspect, and the fact that they usually involved some amount of blood or other bits of sentient beings like hair or nail clippings, or more intimate bodily fluids, but that kind of summoning was something Stone stayed well away from on purpose. It was one of those philosophical aspects that Stone sometimes had trouble getting through to very young or idealistic white mages. At its core, black magic simply involved taking power from others, as opposed to generating it from within oneself. That was it. Everything else was window dressing. There was nothing that prevented white mages from killing, from exploiting their powers to gain benefit for themselves, or from doing things like using blood in the performance of magical rituals, as long as it was one's own blood, or was given freely and knowingly by someone else. None of these things would result in the dimming of the soul. There were better ways to describe it, but they didn't work too well when dealing with beginners, that could lead to a gradual loss of the ability to perform white magic. Conversely, no requirement existed for black mages to do evil things with their magic. There were plenty of black mages out there who got their power by drawing it a little at a time from a series of unwitting mundanes, usually in crowd situations like nightclubs, shopping malls, or sporting events. Others had volunteers who willingly gave them power in exchange for other considerations. Kolinsky no doubt fell into this category, since Stone couldn't picture him voluntarily subjecting himself to a crowd of people. Stone finished studying the ritual, got up, and entered the room containing the circle. He would have liked more time for his study, a few hours at least, but he felt he'd gotten enough to provide the minimal assistance Kolinsky asked of him. Kolinsky glanced up from where he was putting the finishing touches on one of the small circles within the larger one.
"I'll be ready in a moment," he said. "Please, feel free to look over my work. A second pair of eyes is always welcome."
He'd removed his jacket and tie, and rolled up the sleeves of his crisp white shirt, revealing the intricate black lines of thaumaturgical symbols tattooed on his powerful forearms. Stone realized he'd never seen Kolinsky in anything less than a full suit before. Coming from Kolinsky, his statement about the second pair of eyes couldn't help sounding a trifle macabre, but Stone didn't respond except to begin pacing around the outer edge of the large circle, comparing Kolinsky's work against the images on the pages. He found only one minor inconsistency. Kolinsky did good and precise work. He pointed it out and waited while the black mage corrected it.
"There,"
Kolinsky said at last, stepping out of the circle and looking it over. Stone did so as well. It was a masterwork, not simply a single circle, but two, one within another, with ancillary workings around both designed to channel power precisely into the other. A small table had been placed outside the center, but within the outer circle. It contained a shallow carved bowl, another copy of the ritual spread out on a bookstand, and two black knives, one on each side. The spirit would be summoned into the center circle and held there while Kolinsky, with Stone's help, directed the power and fed it in a little at a time, offering it to the spirit along with a taste of the additional power it could have if it agreed to the terms of the summoning. Of course, if it didn't agree to the terms, the center circle was designed to hold it in place long enough to send it back where it came from. That was where things could get sticky. That was also where it got fun, though. Stone's excitement built. As potentially dangerous as the summoning, any summoning really, could be, it was also a rare opportunity to pit his own magical skill against something unknown. He didn't often get that kind of chance, And when it came right down to it, that was why he'd agreed to Kalinsky's bargain. Still studying the circle, he unbuttoned his suit jacket and slid it off, tossing it to the side and well away from the edges of the circle. He took off his tie, dropped it onto his jacket, and turned up his own sleeves. Then he faced Kalinsky. "Shall we, then?" Kalinsky nodded. As he focused on the work at hand, his hooded, hawk-like features seemed sharper than usual. He stepped into the circle, taking his place on the left side of the table. After a moment, Stone followed him and stood to his right. They both paused, taking deep, centering breaths. Stone willed his mind to calm, clearing it of all outside influences. It was never good to have less than your full focus on what you were doing during any magical ritual, and it was particularly true for summonings. He closed his eyes, hands hanging loosely at his sides, and listened as Kalinsky began reciting the ritual. His voice was deep and precise, pronouncing each word with great care. It wasn't quite a chant, but it had the melodic quality of poetry. Stone focused on his words, following their course as he felt power beginning to build within the inner circle. He knew the actual summoning wouldn't take long. It was the preparation that consumed the majority of a ritual's length. As the time grew closer to when they would need to provide blood to the casting, Stone opened his eyes and switched on his magical senses. In the inner circle, something swirled, gray and indistinct. Although it didn't have any kind of form, humanoid or otherwise, Stone sensed a keen intelligence coming from it, and a curiosity. He allowed himself to believe that it might be possible for them to pull this off. Most spirits, when ripped from their home plane and imprisoned inside a small cage, gave off waves of hatred, frustration, and malevolence. This one seemed simply interested in what was going on. Stone watched, fascinated, but kept his concentration steady. This was the part where it was most crucial not to make any mistakes.
"All right,"
Kalinsky murmured, reaching for the knife on the left side of the table.
"Are you ready, Alastair?"
"Ready." Stone took the knife on his side. Together, the two of them held their arms, his left, Kalinsky's right, over the wide carved bowl. They hovered the knives over their palms. Inside the circle, the foggy form moved closer to them, as if pressing against the inside of an aquarium, trying to get a closer look.
"Now."
Kalinsky's voice didn't rise. It remained calm and steady. He slashed the blade of his knife across the palm of his hand and turned it upside down so the blood ran into the bowl. Stone did the same thing, gritting his teeth as the razor-edged blade sliced into his flesh. He mirrored Kalinsky's gesture, turning his hand and watching his blood drip down to join the black mage's. When the two met, they began to sizzle and glow with a faint red light, and traces of what looked like reddish smoke wafted up from the bowl to surround the center circle. Inside it, the spirit seemed to grow more animated, smacking itself against the boundary. Kalinsky began speaking Latin again, still as careful and precise as before, though when Stone risked a brief sideways glance, he saw lines standing out in the older man's face. Kalinsky raised his non-bloodied hand, clenching his fist as if trying to gather something into it. His hand shook. Stone could tell that the spirit, curious as it was, wasn't as willing to roll over and give up as Kalinsky had hoped. It was fighting him. Stone sensed great power in it, certainly more power than either of the two of them possessed individually, though possibly it was not a match for them together. It was hard to tell. He focused harder, struggling to feed energy into the spell's matrix, to keep the magical field steady so Kalinsky could do his work. When everything went wrong, it did so in a bare second. The only reason Stone was able to do anything at all about it was that he'd sensed the spirit's growing resistance, and even then he was almost caught by surprise. One moment the spirit was bouncing around inside the circle, following the red smoke tendrils wafting up from the blood like a cat trying to catch a laser pointer. The next, the circle erupted in a flash of light so bright and sudden that it seemed to freeze the room in place like a flashbulb. A backlash exploded from the circle as the magical cage blew down, detonating outward and flinging Stone and Kalinsky back as if they'd been hit by an invisible bus. The only thing that saved them was Stone's partial shield, which he barely erected in time. The foggy form, more humanoid now, was no longer gray. It was red, and it was larger. The curiosity was still there, but now it was laced with a more malevolent intelligence. It raised its appendages and opened its mouth, sucking in the red tendrils from the bowl, and then it turned its attention to Stone and Kalinsky, its intentions clear. It wanted more blood. Stone struggled to his feet, reinforcing his shield as he did. With the inner circle down, he didn't know if it would be sufficient to hold off the spirit, but he dared not step free of the outer circle. It wasn't designed to hold the spirit within it, so if they left it, they would lose any minimal amount of protection it afforded. Next to him, Kalinsky was also getting up, but more slowly. His face was ashen with fatigue. He had been doing the majority of the heavy lifting for the ritual, which meant that he'd been more strongly invested in it. The backlash had hit him harder than it had Stone. "Stefan?" Stone called. Kalinsky didn't answer. He seemed to be focusing his remaining will on the spirit. His black eyes glittered as he raised his hands and spat several harsh Latin syllables at it. It reared back, but only a short distance. Then it raised its right appendage and flung something at the black mage. Kalinsky got his own shield up, barely. Combined with Stone's, it managed to deflect the worst of the spirit's attack. However, the force threw Kalinsky out of the circle and into the wall, where he hit with a crashing thud and slid down, stunned. Stone took his chance when the spirit wasn't paying attention to him. Legs shaking and brain reeling from the psychic backlash, he raised his bloody left hand, flexed it to open the wound wider, and flung a handful of blood droplets at the spirit, screaming a command in Latin. He wasn't sure it would work, but he hadn't been the primary summoner. If the spirit's hatred was mostly aimed at Kalinsky for daring to try to deceive it, then Stone might be able to catch it by surprise and drive it off if he was fast. Maybe. He hoped. The spirit turned on him, and the space where its eyes would have been glowed brighter red than the rest of it. It lashed out again, its attack breaking against Stone's shield, and then blowing it down, shoving him back into the opposite wall. It surged forward again. From the other side of the room, Kalinsky put his hands together and barked out a sharp word. A wave of magical force issued from his clasped hands and hit the spirit, momentarily disrupting it. It didn't shriek or cry out, but the air was full of its pain and anger. Stone struggled up again. Kalinsky was powerful, no doubt about it. That force bolt would have been enough to kill a mundane. It might have been enough to kill him, even through his shield. But already the spirit was reforming, turning its cold rage on Kalinsky, and the black mage's shield was down. Stone thought fast. Nothing conventional would work here. The spirit was simply too strong, especially with the circle gone. Desperate, his mind locked onto the scene with the imp, remembering. That summoning had been his first test of his understanding of Harrison's power methods, and it had worked. Sure, he couldn't control the thing once it had arrived, and the mere act of channeling power in that new and unfamiliar way had knocked him out, but he didn't have a lot of choices right now. He'd have to risk it. The spirit hit Kalinsky with another force wave, knocking him once more back into the wall. This time, he hit hard, slid down, and didn't get back up. The spirit loomed over him, preparing to strike the death blow. It had to be now. Stone concentrated as hard as he could manage. What little he'd been able to glean from Harrison's notes indicated that the man drew his power not from within himself and not from others, but from some other source entirely, another plane of existence. Stone had managed, barely, to tap into that source once. That meant he could do it again. He hoped. He reached out and felt the conduit open, just a bit, and fought to manage this strange alien power. It felt like trying to channel Niagara Falls through a funnel. So much power, near limitless power, and it wanted out. He couldn't use much, he knew that. Just trying to control more than a fraction of it would rip him apart. Just a little. Just a second or two. The spirit turned to him, drawn by the new and potent power source. It advanced on him, full of hate and curiosity and hunger. Stone released the power. He screamed as it tore out of him. There was no refinement to it, no shaping, no control. It was simply the opening of the magical equivalent of a fire hose, aiming it straight at the spirit's core. It lit up Stone's magical pathways in a kind of exquisite agony, and for a second he understood, just the smallest bit, what kind of wellspring of power he might someday be able to tap into, if he lived long enough. The blast of pure magical energy hit the spirit. It lunged forward, shrieking out a psychic cry that threatened to split Stone's head open. Then it winked out. The room went dark. Stone dropped next to Kolinsky. He wondered if that was the end. Chapter 12. Jason had barely gotten to sleep when his phone rang. He blinked a couple of times, glancing at the digital clock next to the bed. 12:07 a.m. Early for him to be in bed, but it was a weeknight, and he was beat after a long shift at the restaurant. He fumbled the phone into position, his emotions starting at irritation. Damned idiot drunks wrong numbering me at this hour. And working their way to fear. Oh God, what if something's happened to Verity? Before he managed to line it up with his ear. Yeah, he muttered, voice thick with sleep. Jason? It was Stone. He sounded strange, faint, weak, and almost as rough as Jason did. Al? That you? Jason, I need your help. Ooh, boy. That woke Jason up in a hurry. He sat up and switched on the light. What's going on? Where are you? Stone continued speaking as if he hadn't heard Jason. Jason, I need your help. Please. He rattled off an address in Los Altos Hills. What the hell was Stone doing in Los Altos Hills after midnight? Okay, Al. Okay, I'm coming. But you gotta tell me what's going on, man. Hurry, Stone whispered. Building. Around the back and mind the woods. And he hung up. Or passed out, or something. Jason stared at the phone for a moment before bending down to gather his clothes. Mind the wards? What the hell was that supposed to mean? Never a dull moment with Al, that was for sure. It took him a little time to find the place. He never had any reason to go to Los Altos Hills, and always vaguely felt like he and his old Ford would get hassled if he did. The address Stone had given him was a big old monster of a house behind a wrought iron gate and a stone wall. The gate was closed. Jason considered his options. Sometimes it wasn't easy being friends with Alastair Stone. Most guys might need you to bail them out of jail or run interference with a girl at some point during the friendship. But with Stone, it was much more likely that he'd need to be rescued from some damn fool experiment he'd tried without considering that maybe he should have had a spotter. Or whatever the hell you called it when you were doing magic. The gate wasn't just closed, it was locked. Jason considered trying to climb over, but remembered Stone's words. Mind the wards. Were there wards around the wall? He thought about that, trying to remember what Stone and Verity had told him about wards. They weren't easy to cast, for one thing. That probably meant that if there were any, they wouldn't be big enough to go around the whole perimeter of the property. He decided to take a chance. He grabbed the first aid backpack he kept in the trunk of the Ford and slung it over his shoulder. Stone hadn't sounded so good. Better safe than sorry. Then he took a running leap, caught the top of the stone wall, pulled himself up, and dropped down on the other side. Nothing fried him, so he guessed he might be right about the wards. He just hoped that whoever's house this was, they didn't have guard dogs. Should have thought about that before he went over, dummy, he thought, as he loped toward the house. Stone's black BMW was parked out front. At least he knew he hadn't gotten the wrong address. Stone had said to go to the building behind the house, so Jason detoured around it. He jogged through a garden lit with small, decorative pole lamps, and before long found himself standing in front of a 2-story building that looked like it might at one point have been a stable or a garage. It had no windows that he could see, just a single door illuminated by an old-fashioned carriage lamp. "Al?" he called, nervous that someone else would hear him, like a neighbor, or something more dangerous. Was Stone under attack? Jason thought the mage would have mentioned it if he was, and thus decided to proceed under the assumption that no hostiles were in the area. "Al!" he called again, louder. The door opened slowly, and a familiar, tall, thin figure appeared. "Al? Is that you?" The figure sagged in the doorway, as if having trouble remaining upright. "Jason," he rasped. "So good of you to come." Jason stared, wide-eyed. Under the harsh overhead light, Stone looked dead pale. His eyes were sunk into deep hollows in his face, his hair was in wild disarray, and he wore dark slacks and a stark white dress shirt with its front covered in blood. More blood had run down from his nose and mouth. "Holy crap," Jason whispered, running forward to catch him before he keeled over. "Al, what the hell's going on? Come on, show me where the phone is and I'll call an ambulance." Stone held up a hand, its palm sliced open. A fair bit of blood had dried around that, too, and some droplets welled up as the wound's fragile clotting broke. "No, it's all right, it's not me. Come on." He grabbed Jason's arm with his bloody hand and tried to drag him inside. He had no strength. "What do you mean it's not you? Al, you're bleeding. What did you do?" "Come on," he said again, staggering back inside. Jason had no real choice but to follow. Sometimes when Stone got fixated on something, it was better just to play along until you could figure out what was going on. He sighed, slinging Stone's arm over his shoulder and supporting him as he moved forward. "You are gonna tell me what this is about, right?" Stone didn't respond, except to try to pick up his pace a bit. He led Jason through a small room full of stuff he didn't get a chance to identify, and then into a much larger area. Jason stopped, staring. The room was similar to Stone's attic sanctum, complete with an impressive-looking magical circle on the floor. Much bigger, though. He got a brief impression of a table in the center containing a bowl and some papers, but Stone was already steering him to the right side of the room, away from the circle. It was only then that he realized they weren't alone. Another man lay on the floor, apparently unconscious, with a couple of folded jackets under his head. If Stone looked bad, this guy looked worse. Jason studied him for a moment. Ashen complexion, faint sheen of perspiration, harsh, shallow breathing. "Who's this guy?" he demanded. He threw his pack down and unzipped it. "An associate," Stone said, sinking down against the wall next to the man. "He needs a doctor. Why'd you call me instead of 911? He glanced back at the circle. "And what were you two doing?"
No, Doctor," Stone whispered. "He would never forgive me. I've...
He trailed off, his head dropping a little. "Do not pass out on me, Al," Jason snapped, shaking him. His head came up again.
"I tried to heal him. Couldn't do it. Too tired. Not my specialty. Wish Verity were here."
Jason turned to the man, pulling things from his pack as he did.
"What did this to him?"
Like Stone, the man had dried blood around his nose and mouth, and like Stone, a slash wound stood out bright red across one palm.
"Can you wake him up?" Stone whispered.
"Shh." Jason took the man's blood pressure, then pulled out a stethoscope to check his heart.
"Well, he seems better than I'd expect given what he looks like, but I'm not a doctor. I can't make these calls. He looks like he's in shock." "Wake him up," Stone whispered again. "Let me ask him."
Jason didn't like it, but short of just ignoring Stone and going to call an ambulance on his own, he didn't have a lot of choice. That was another fun thing about hanging around with Stone. You spent a lot of time not having much choice about what you were going to do next. He pulled out a small bottle of smelling salts, opened it, and waved it under the man's blood-caked nose. The man jerked a little, drew a gasping breath, and his eyes flew open. The first thing he saw was Jason. His expression grew hard, and he raised a weak hand.
"No, Stefan,"
Stone ordered, leaning forward to put a hand on the man's shoulder.
"It's all right. He's a friend."
He stayed there, propped on his hands, his head hanging down like he didn't have the strength to hold it up.
"Alastair," the man whispered. "Stefan, listen to me," Stone said without looking up. "You're not doing well at all. You need medical attention. Tell me who to call for you."
The man considered that for a moment, like maybe thinking through anything beyond "I feel really bad" was hard for him. But eventually he seemed to get his neurons firing in a row long enough to get out a telephone number. Jason pulled out his notebook and jotted it down, then handed it to Stone.
"Lie down, Al, before you pass out and crack your head open."
Truth be told, he didn't feel terribly charitable toward either of these two right now. He was pretty sure he'd managed to reconstruct the sequence of events that had led to this scene, and was equally sure that it had something to do with two pathologically curious mages doing something monumentally unwise in their ongoing search for things man wasn't meant to know. He gave some serious thought to waiting for Stone to recover from whatever was ailing him, and then pasting him a good one right in the jaw. Just because. He ended up having to locate the ancient phone and call the number himself, because once Stone got down on the floor, he showed no sign of getting back up anytime soon. The person who answered was male and sounded quite old. Jason told him that some guy named Stefan needed him, gave him the address and the location of the building, and then hung up. He was in no mood to carry on long conversations with mage doctors, or whatever the hell the guy was. Jason wandered the room until the man got there, careful to stay away from the circle. He didn't know if it was loaded, but he learned a long time ago that you stayed well the hell away from magical circles unless you were invited into them. By the time the visitor, a tiny elderly Asian man in an immaculate suit, arrived, Jason had built himself up a good head of steam. As the man bent to attend to Stone's friend, Jason went over to Stone. "Now what?" Stone opened his eyes. He already looked better, like maybe whatever had been wrong with him had mostly just been the strange exhaustion he got when he overtaxed his magical abilities.
"Is Stefan all right? That guy I called is taking care of him," he said. He raised his voice a little, addressing the man. "You need any help getting him back to the house?" The man shook his head.
Thank you, no. I can handle things from here. Jason nodded and turned back to face Stone. So, can you give me a ride home? I don't think I can drive right now, and I'd rather not stay here. I'll take a cab back tomorrow to pick up my car. Yeah, fine. But don't think you're getting away without an explanation, Al. You don't just drag me out of bed at fucking midnight to rescue your ass from whatever dumbass magical crap you and your buddy got up to, and not even tell me what's going on. Stone didn't even protest being yelled at, which told Jason a lot about how he felt. I promise, he said. Tomorrow, though. Please. Tomorrow. Right. He packed up his first aid gear in his bag, threw it back over his shoulder, and got up. Can you walk, or am I going to have to carry you to the car? Stone glared at him, which he thought was a good sign. The mage was getting his orneriness back, so he must be feeling better, and, with the help of the wall, managed to struggle to his feet. Jason eyed him critically. Well, you still look like a mobile murder scene, but as long as the cops don't stop us, we should be okay. Let's go. Jason drove in silence for most of the way back. Stone sat in the passenger seat with his eyes closed, leaning against the cool glass of the window. When they made it almost to Stone's townhouse, he roused himself sufficiently to murmur, "Thank you, Jason." Jason grunted. I know, you're not terribly pleased with me right now, I understand, but I do appreciate it. He shrugged. Yeah, it's okay. You're still not getting out of the explanation, though. Wasn't planning on it. He waved. Put into the garage and let me out. I'll be fine. You gonna make it up the stairs without breaking your neck? He chuckled mirthlessly. Not a chance. It's the sofa for me tonight. Jason kind of thought the mage deserved that, but he still got out and helped him into the house. He was about to turn away and leave when he remembered something. Oh, hey, while you're here, I almost forgot. I was gonna call you tomorrow and tell you something. Stone was already half asleep, stretched out on the sofa. Remember that guy Adam Darden who disappeared in L.A. a few weeks ago? Stone's eyes cracked open with obvious reluctance. Yes. I heard back from one of my cop friends. They checked his credit card transactions, and he'd bought a ticket for Disneyland on the same day the German guy and his kid vanished from there. Chapter 13. Stone would have slept a lot longer if his phone hadn't rung. He didn't want to wake up, and in fact struggled mightily against it, to the point that by the time he was aware enough to realize that the phone was ringing, it wasn't ringing anymore. He heard the low buzz of a male voice leaving a message, but couldn't make it out enough to recognize it. It did seem to be talking for a long time, though. He thought he should probably listen to the message in case it was something important. He'd do that, eventually. He sat up a little, looking down at himself and trying to remember how the hell he'd ended up on his downstairs couch. He still wore his white dress shirt, which was stuck to his chest with a large patch of dried blood. His left hand hurt, and the whole lower part of his face felt oddly tight. What had he been doing? It came back, albeit more slowly than it should have. He remembered the ritual at Kalinsky's place and how it had gone awry. He remembered that he'd done something to get rid of the spirit, but Kalinsky had been injured? He thought he remembered calling Jason, which was probably how he'd gotten home. He hoped so, anyway. The thought that he might have driven himself home wasn't something he wanted to think too hard about. He dragged himself off the couch, lurched to his feet, and headed to the downstairs bathroom. Well, he said, as he got a look at his reflection, you are a mess, aren't you? He still looked pale, and his eyes were still sunken. His hair looked like he'd stuck his finger in a light socket. Most of his stubble-spiked lower face was caked with dried blood. the majority of which had obviously originated from his nose. That meant he'd been pushing some heavy-duty magic around, exceeding his abilities level heavy. His head still pounded like the world's worst hangover. He stripped off the bloody shirt and examined himself for other wounds or injuries. Aside from a nasty slash on his left palm, he found nothing. That was one bit of good news, anyway. Too bad it was way too late to heal up the slash. Normally, that kind of healing had to happen within an hour or so after the injury to get the best effect. Instead, he opened the medicine cabinet, found some gauze, and wound it around his palm, securing it with medical tape. Verity had insisted he keep basic first aid supplies on hand, given how often he injured himself doing magic. He'd have to remember to thank her for being so pushy. He paused, pummeling his groggy brain into gear. There were things he needed to remember. Ah, yes. Phone. He trudged out to the kitchen carrying his shirt. He'd need to burn that. It was never a good idea for mages to leave large quantities of blood lying around. And spotted the red light flashing on his phone. Double flash. 2 messages. He hit the button and stumped to the refrigerator, trying to decide whether he felt more queasy or more ravenous. Ravenous won. He found some orange juice, checked to make sure it wasn't expired. He'd have to find a new housekeeper soon. Then poured a glass as he listened. The first message was Jason, and was time-stamped earlier the previous evening, before the summoning.
Al? You there? Call me back when you get a chance. Found something out I wanted to tell you.
Stone wondered what that was, and supposed he should call Jason back. He had a vague memory of his friend telling him something about a credit card as he drifted off, but the rest of it stubbornly refused to step up. In a moment, all of that was forgotten, though. The next voice was a familiar one he hadn't heard in quite some time.
Dr. Stone, this is Aubrey back home. I'm sorry to bother you, sir, but something's happened, and I thought you should know. Someone's tried to break into the house. I don't think they took anything, but the police have been round. Please call me when you get a chance, but there's no need to worry.
The machine went silent, and Stone stared at it for several seconds, orange juice ignored. Bloody hell, he whispered. Why did everything have to get interesting at once? He snatched up the phone again, doing the mental time zone calculation without conscious effort. If it was a little after 10 here, it would be after 6 back home. He punched in the familiar number and waited as it rang.
Good evening, Stone residence, came the same voice he'd just heard out of the machine a couple of minutes ago. Aubrey, it's me. What's happened?
The man sounded relieved.
Oh, sir, I was hoping you'd call. I didn't want to worry you. What's happened? He asked again. You said there was a break-in.
That was bad. A break-in shouldn't have been possible at his home in England. The place had major permanent wards around it, the kind that had been carefully planned and cultivated to coexist with the local ley lines for so long that they no longer needed to be refreshed. It would take someone with significant magical punch to get past them.
Yes, sir. At least, I think there was. You weren't at the house last night, were you? No? Why? What did you see? I thought I saw a light moving around inside the house, but I can't be sure. It was gone by the time I got there. The police aren't convinced it was anything to be concerned about. Oh? Why not? As I said, it didn't appear that anything was disturbed or missing.
Stone frowned. Then what makes you think...
Because the police couldn't look everywhere, sir,
Aubrey said patiently.
Nor can I, but I thought you might want to check for yourself.
Good old Aubrey. He'd been the caretaker of the house back in England since Stone's father's day, and there wasn't another person on Earth Stone trusted more. If Aubrey said something might be up, then something might be up.
Thank you for calling, Aubrey. I'll be there as soon as I can.
Later today. Don't wait up for me. It will likely be quite late your time. But if you could air out my room a bit, I'd appreciate it. I need to stay overnight.
Yes, sir.
There was a pause.
Are you all right, sir? You sound, if you'll forgive me, a bit odd.
Long night, Stone said. I'll see you soon, and be careful. If you see anything out of the ordinary, stay well away from it, understood?
Of course, sir, as always.
Stone smiled. Aubrey was a wily old goat, and he knew what he could and couldn't handle, including magic. In that respect, Stone decided he was a fair bit wiser than his employer. When he pulled into the parking lot of a passage to India later that day, he looked considerably more like himself and less like a refugee from a slasher film. A shower and shave had done wonders for his attitude, and what was probably too many Advil had taken care of his headache and most of the pain in his hand. He'd packed an overnight bag and taken a cab to Kalinsky's home to pick up his car, then checked his store, but found no one at either. Figuring he'd talk to the Black Mage when he got back, he set off for Sunnyvale. With all the details he had on his mind, he'd forgotten an important one. Who worked at a passage to India? "Hey, Al," Jason called, surprised when the mage came in carrying his bag.
Didn't expect to see you here.
Stone stopped. This was awkward. He hadn't planned to tell anyone where he was going. It was safer that way. "Jason, how are you?" The dining room was almost deserted. The lunch rush had passed, and a couple of hours remained before the dinner crowd showed up.
I should be asking you that,
Jason said, looking him up and down.
I guess you didn't manage to fall down the stairs after all.
His gaze dropped to Stone's hand, and he sighed, frustrated.
Al, you're kind of an idiot sometimes, you know that?
Stone raised an eyebrow. What?
Come on,
he ordered, making a head gesture toward the back of the restaurant.
Where? Someplace I can take a look at that hand. What did you do, just wrap something around it and forget about it?
He frowned. It's fine.
Al?
Stone knew better than to argue with that tone, so he followed Jason back into the break room. Jason waved him toward a chair, then disappeared and returned a couple minutes later with a first aid kit.
I knew I should have cleaned this for you before I left last night,
he grumbled, carefully cutting away the gauze.
Should have known you'd just ignore it.
He worked quickly and efficiently, cleaning the wound as he spoke. Ouch! Stone protested, wincing and trying to pull it back. Jason, stop it, it's fine. Jason kept hold.
Shut up and hold still. What are you doing here anyway?
He glanced at the bag, which was on the floor next to the mage, and his eyes narrowed.
You going somewhere?
Stone didn't see any point in denying it.
Back home for a bit. Not before you tell me what the hell that was all about last night.
Jason finished cleaning the wound and began rewrapping it with fresh gauze.
So if you've got a bus to catch or something, you better start talking fast.
Stone rose. Jason, I promise I'll tell you, but I don't have time for it right now. I need to get home and see to some things.
What things?
Jason's stare was hard.
Yeah, I know, it's none of my business. I don't give a damn. Either you tell me what's so important, or you sit your ass down there and tell me about last night. You owe me one or the other. Actually both, but right now I'll settle for either one.
He sank back down, deflating.
Fine. I have to go home because Aubrey called me. I think someone's broken into my house, into a part of it they shouldn't even be able to find, let alone get into. And if that's true, I need to know if they've taken anything. Your house? The big one in England?
Stone nodded. Jason blew air through his teeth.
Any idea why?
No. And that's what disturbs me. It's almost certainly one or more magically talented thieves. I can't take a guess as to why they did it without knowing what, if anything, they took. Jason thought about that.
Okay.
How about I come with you? I'm guessing you're not up to 100% yet after whatever the hell that was last night. If anything's up, you might need backup." Stone raised an eyebrow. "I thought you hated the portals." "I do, but maybe being an idiot's contagious." Chapter 14. A Passage to India. Aside from being a moderately popular Indian restaurant that mostly catered to the midday crowd from the various office parks around the Sunnyvale area, was also home to the only permanent magical teleportation portal in Northern California. The restaurant's current owner, a tall and rather horsey woman named Marta, was the partner and longtime girlfriend of the late former owner, a mage acquaintance of Stone's. Marta was not a mage herself, but she was familiar with their society and had agreed to continue running the restaurant despite the loss of her partner. The fact that she made a success of it was simply a happy afterthought. The other mages who made regular use of the portal in the basement contributed enough to the restaurant's upkeep that it could have closed its doors permanently and still broken even. Marta had arranged for Jason to work for her last year. He needed a job that could adapt to his odd hours and frequent unexpected absences, and the fact that she understood mages and the way they operated made it an ideal situation for him. In the past few months, he'd worked his way up from busboy and waiter to assistant manager. Marta didn't technically need an assistant manager, but having him there allowed her to take time off to pursue her own interests. It worked well for both of them. Stone waited downstairs as Jason arranged with Marta to take off the afternoon, and possibly the next day as well. He leaned against the wall, staring into the shifting pastel rainbow patterns of the freestanding portal. He'd already finished calibrating it, so it would point at the proper location. The only thing left to do now was to step inside. As he waited, he allowed himself to relax for a few moments, searching his brain for anyone who might want to break into his home. He got no answer. Maybe Aubrey was wrong after all. It didn't happen often, but it was possible. Maybe the old man had just seen something odd and misinterpreted it. He hoped so, because the idea that someone could have gotten through his wards, found his hidden sanctum, and gotten out nearly undetected disturbed him more than he cared to admit. "Ready," Jason said, coming in. "Let's get this over with, yeah? Are you sure about this? You remember what happened last time?" "Yeah. I won't freak out this time. Besides, you said the evil aren't hanging around up there much anymore." That was true. Mages used an odd extra-dimensional space they called the overworld to travel from place to place via specially prepared magical portals. The evil, up until recently, used a pair of unstable portals of their own that connected with their home plane to bring more of their kind into the material world. When those two portals had been destroyed, thanks largely to the efforts of Stone and his associates, the evil no longer had much reason to hang around in the overworld and ambush any unwitting mages who couldn't keep their emotions under control while making the trip. Most of them had fled back through the dying portals and returned to their own home dimension, and those that remained existed in a sort of limbo state. They still attacked travelers, but there were so many routes in the overworld between the various gateways, and so relatively few mages using the pathways at any given time, that the odds of them scoring a snack were not good. It wasn't like the old days, when entering the overworld with anything less than a completely serene and untroubled mind was likely to get you swarmed by a herd of hungry, disembodied evil. The overworld still had other dangers, and it was still a bad idea to enter it in an agitated state. But the evil no longer represented the threat they used to be. "All right then," Stone said. "Let's do it." Together, they stepped through the portal. Stone looked around for anything out of the ordinary, but saw nothing. The overworld looked like it always did, gray, foggy, indistinct, like a long tunnel through a series of clouds. The only difference was the lack of the flitting, darker gray shapes that used to cruise the area like sharks looking for fresh meat. Right now, nothing moved but Stone and Jason. That didn't change. The trip took perhaps 5 minutes of walking steadily through the weird, cloudy landscape, their footfalls muffled and dead. It was a distinctly unsettling place. Stone felt Jason's hand tighten on his shoulder as they moved forward, but neither of them spoke. After a time, another opening appeared in front of them. They approached it and stepped through.
"Wow," Jason said. "That was easier than I expected."
Stone summoned a light spell. They stood in a small room with no windows, a wooden table, a couple of chairs, and a bookcase. Stone led Jason up and out through the large mausoleum concealing the portal's entrance, and up through the graveyard toward the house.
"I'm hoping we don't have to stay long," Stone said. "If everything's all right and nothing's missing, we can head back in an hour or so." "So, is this someplace inside your house?" Jason asked. "Like a hidden vault or something?"
"Something like that." They reached the house. Aubrey came out of the kitchen and greeted them.
"Good to see you, sir. May I get you gentlemen something to eat?"
"No, thank you, Aubrey. We're in a bit of a hurry. Anything new since we spoke?" Stone asked.
"No, sir. The police were round yesterday, as I said, but they didn't find any sign of a break-in."
"Good. We shouldn't be here long, then." Stone thanked Aubrey and then led Jason down a long hallway into a disused corridor. A stairway led to a large, finished basement, full of covered furniture and other items that looked like they might date back at least a couple of centuries. Jason looked around, pushing cobwebs out of his face.
"Don't you guys ever clean down here?"
"It's supposed to be hidden," Stone said, shoving past a pile of old chairs. "Difficult to do if it looks like it gets a regular tidying up." He moved to the end of the row and gestured to an enormous, dusty, hanging tapestry. It shifted aside to reveal a blank expanse of wall. Stone paused a moment, examining it, and then gestured again. The entire wall faded from view, revealing a heavy trapdoor set into the floor. One more gesture and a few muttered words from Stone, and it swung open. Beneath was a stone staircase leading down. Jason rolled his eyes.
"I should have known. It's a basement in a basement, the ultimate spellcasting space."
"This is just the library," Stone said. "The ritual room is elsewhere." He set off down the stairs. Jason, realizing that he had the only light source, quickly followed him. At the foot of the stairs was a normal doorway, and beyond that was a single large room. Bookshelves stretching up at least 15 feet lined the walls, all stuffed with books. A wheeled ladder rested against one of the shelves. In the middle of the room stood a carved table of dark wood, also piled high with books and papers. Stone switched on a lamp on the desk and began moving among the shelves, examining the books. Then he paused, closed his eyes, and began slowly turning in place. This went on for almost a full minute.
What are you doing?"
Jason asked when he finally stopped. "Checking." Stone went to one of the shelves, glanced up, and then levitated himself until his head brushed the high ceiling. He reached out and shoved a group of books aside.
"Aha!"
he said.
"Aha what?"
"That's where they've done it," he said, floating over to examine a different area. He did this 3 more times, moving up and down as if standing on an invisible platform. They tried to make it look like nothing was missing, but I know too well where things are in here.
"So they did take something?"
Several somethings, in fact. He moved over to the table, picked up a pen, and began jotting notes on a normal, non-magical legal pad that looked out of place here.
"Anything interesting?"
Jason craned his neck around to look at the rest of the shelves, trying to spot any other places where it looked like something might have been removed. He couldn't see any. "Everything in here is interesting," Stone said. "It wouldn't be here if it weren't. But," he added as Jason started to protest, "I'd describe what's missing as eclectic." "How so?" Stone shrugged. "They've taken volumes on circle casting, the history of magic in the 17th century, wards, faith-based magic, summoning, and methods for producing magical weapons. And that's only one of the baffling factors here." "What are the others?" Stone tossed the pen down and moved over to one of the shelves on the left side of the room. He levitated up about halfway, removed a large book with a red leather binding, and floated back down. "This, for instance." Jason frowned at it. It didn't look too different from any other of the large leather-bound books on various shelves. "Why that?" "Because it's worth a fortune," he said, putting it carefully down on the table. "And anyone who's sufficiently skilled to get in and out of here without leaving a trace should know it." He lifted off again and returned with another book, this one smaller and ancient-looking. "And this one. It's one of the prizes in my collection. I fully expected it to be gone when I heard someone had gotten in. It's over 600 years old, and it's the only known copy in existence." "And you just keep it out in the air on a musty old shelf? Don't old books need some kind of special handling to keep them from falling apart?" "In the mundane world, yes," Stone said, nodding in approval. "But mages have our own ways to preserve books, as we need them to remain useful as well as decorative. Some of the most potent magic found in books is in the old ones. What good is having them if you can't study them?" "Okay, so what you're saying is that somebody did get in here, even though they shouldn't have been able to. They tried to make it look like they didn't. They took stuff that doesn't make sense and left things that thieves should have been wetting themselves over, and you have no idea why." "That's about it," Stone admitted. He picked up the two books he'd brought down and returned them to their spots. "I guess I'd best see to augmenting the wards around this room, in case they decide to come back. If they do, they'll be in for a nasty surprise." "You're gonna kill somebody over books?" Jason gave him a hard look. Stone's expression was equally hard as he hovered in the air. "No, I'm going to kill them because they shouldn't be in my home without my permission. And this is hardly the sort of place even your typical mundane burglar would ever be able to find. If someone tries breaking into the main house to nick the silver, they'll be fine." He gave a cold little smile. "Well, Aubrey might shoot them, of course, but they'll have nothing to worry about from my wards." Jason just couldn't let that go. Not with his background as a cop's son. But nothing, Jason." Stone dropped down next to the table and gestured around at the shelves. "Some of this stuff is dangerous. I'm talking the magical equivalent of instructions for how to build a backyard nuclear weapon. Very little of it, true, and the thieves didn't take any of that variety. But if I'm going to have this stuff, I have an obligation to keep it out of the wrong hands. Anyone who can get in here knows what they're doing and knows what they're risking." He beckoned Jason toward the door. "Come on. I have one more place to check, and then I'll show you where you're sleeping. I still have work to do tonight." "So we're staying the night then?" Jason asked. "Yes. I want to have a chat with a couple of friends, and it's too late to bother them now." The next morning, Stone knocked on Jason's door early. "Coming?" he asked. "We've a lot to do today." He looked wide awake and energized. Whatever he'd been doing the previous night must have been good for him. "Great," Jason muttered. He'd slept badly, and not only because his internal clock had been 8 hours behind England's time zone. They had a quick breakfast, since Aubrey wasn't up yet, and headed out in a little black roadster Stone kept in the large detached garage. "Where are we going?" Jason asked. "Where are we, exactly, by the way? I don't think you ever told me where you come from." He turned around in his seat to get a glimpse of the house in the light. He'd only ever seen it in the middle of the night. It was every bit as huge, fortress-like, and badly in need of repair as Stone had said it was. Where we're going is the train station, where we'll catch a train into London. Where we are is a little village called Holmbury St. Mary, or rather just outside it. It's about an hour out of London. He paused a moment. Jason, I have a vague memory of you saying something to me the night before last when you took me home. Something about a credit card. Was I dreaming? Jason turned to face front as the car exited the gates and started down a narrow, tree-lined lane.
No, I did say that. I found out the guy who disappeared from L.A., Adam Darden, bought a ticket to Disneyland for the same day the German guy and his kid disappeared.
Stone glanced over.
Did he? Yeah. I don't know what it means. Might not mean anything. But it does seem weird. You think the two were connected?
No idea, but it does seem like quite a coincidence, doesn't it? Did you find out anything else about Mr. Darden that might make him interesting?
Not really. He's a college student and works part-time at a retail store. Lived at home.
Well, Stone said after a pause, I'll file it away, but for now I can't see anything to pursue. When we get back, I'll see about looking into it.
Yeah. Like I said, it's probably a dead end. I'll check more when I get back, though, too, just to be sure.
They caught the train into London. It was late enough in the morning that they'd missed most of the commuter crowd, so they had their end of a car to themselves. Ever been to London, Jason? Stone asked.
I've never been out of the U.S., except for a trip to Tijuana a couple of years back.
Just don't draw any attention to yourself. Remember, you don't have a passport nor any documentation about how you got here. Best if no one notices you. Jason hadn't thought about that.
Way to make me paranoid, Al,
he said, glancing around as the train left the station. They disembarked at Euston Station, and Stone flagged down a cab. Jason remained quiet as the cabbie negotiated the snarled traffic. Eventually, the car veered off onto a narrow, cobblestone side street and stopped in front of an unassuming upscale row house halfway up the block. He waited until they got out before asking,
"Where is this?"
"Sort of a library," Stone said. He went up to the door but didn't knock. Instead, he merely stood there and stared at it until it opened to reveal a short, thin man in a brown sweater. The man's ratty face lit up when he saw Stone.
"Alastair, you old bastard!"
he exclaimed, in a thick Cockney accent.
"Haven't seen you in ages. How are you, mate?"
He clapped Stone on the shoulder, then his gaze fell on Jason.
"And who's this, then?"
"Hello, Eddie," Stone said. "This is Jason Thayer. He's a friend and associate. His sister's my apprentice."
"Well, come on in, you two."
He motioned them in, then closed the door behind him.
"The others are in the sitting room."
Jason followed the two of them down a narrow hall, carpeted in a threadbare floral pattern, and back into a bright room full of all sorts of bric-a-brac. It looked like someone's old maiden aunt's parlor that hadn't been updated since shortly after World War II. 3 other people were in the room, seated on fussy sofas around an antique coffee table. Jason got surreptitious looks at them all as he stood behind Stone. A slim black man a little older than Stone, a ruddy woman of about 60, with her long dark hair done up in a bun, and a rotund gray-haired man with a walrus mustache and a tweed suit that was at least 30 years out of style. Jason stayed out of the way while the mages had their old home week, greeting each other and catching up on small talk. He felt completely out of place and wondered what he was even doing here. "Jason," Stone called, "come and meet everyone." He indicated the black man. "This is Arthur Ward. We studied together for a while in our misspent youth. This," he continued, pointing toward the woman, "is Lavinia Brumley, who I know mostly by reputation, and Walter Yarborough, a long-time friend, and Eddie Monkson here, who looks after one of the larger collections of magical books and scholarly papers in the Western world."
"So, now we're all here, Alastair. Mind letting us in on how you knew we were all missing stuff?"
Eddie asked. You are, then? Stone asked, looking at each of them. They all nodded. I wouldn't have noticed if you hadn't said something, Lavinia Bromley said. I checked last night after you called. There were several books missing from my library, but nothing that I look at regularly, and nothing that made any sense together.
Same here, Arthur Ward said. I don't have a large collection, but I also found several missing.
And I, Walter Yarborough said, I also checked after you phoned. Do you have any idea what this is about, Alastair?
Not yet, Stone said. I'm just gathering data at the moment. I contacted you all because you have the largest magical libraries I know of in Britain. When mine was broken into, I thought perhaps yours might have been as well.
I'm still trying to figure out what they all took here, Eddie said, gesturing around. All I know is that things are definitely missing. Always eclectic choices? Stone said. No rhyme or reason to them?
Not for me, Lavinia said. It didn't make any sense. They took a book on magic botany, one on spirit summoning, one on the use of animal parts in magical rituals, and one on the magical properties of music. None of them was particularly old or valuable, but they were all quite rare. Someone looking wouldn't have been able to find them at a shop without spending a lot of time and effort searching.
Stone said, as he jotted those down in a notebook. Walter, what about you? Walter pulled out a piece of paper from inside his jacket, settled a pair of fussy reading glasses on his large nose, and perused it.
6 books missing that I can identify. Magical architecture, hermetic theory, multi-participant spirit summoning, history of alchemy, magic in the culinary arts, and the use of higher mathematics in spell design.
Jason's gaze sharpened. Ow. I see it, Jason, he murmured, holding up a hand. One moment, though. Arthur, what about you? Only 3 for me, he said. Magical teaching methods, a survey of mystically active plants in southern China, and... He paused, getting it. Techniques for constructing summoning circles.
Summoning, Walter said. That's what they've all got in common. Alastair, you too?
Stone nodded as he finished his list. And here, Eddie said. Like I said, I haven't tracked down all that's missing yet, but a rare tome on building non-standard and large-scale circles was among them. Stone and Jason exchanged glances. I would have expected portals, Stone said, almost to himself. Then, more loudly, anyone missing anything on portals? Theory, construction, materials, anything? They all shook their heads.
No, nothing like that, Lavinia said.
Her gaze sharpened.
Why? Are you?
No, I thought perhaps I might suspect who's behind the thefts, but their interest in the past has been in portals, not summoning. Maybe they're branching out, Jason muttered.
What are you talking about? Walter demanded. Alastair, if you know something, best if you tell us.
Jason watched Stone. He could tell that the mage was weighing carefully the implications of revealing the evil's existence, especially if the odd break-ins didn't have anything to do with them. I'll give you the high-level version, he said at last. I don't have time for more. I need to be getting back. Now I'm wondering if someone didn't hit my library back in the States as well. He paused. But for now, I need to ask you to keep this between us, if you would.
Let's hear it,
Walter said. Stone nodded and, speaking softly and dispassionately, gave them a brief overview of the evil, what they were, and what they'd been up to over the last year or so. They stared at him. Walter was the first to speak.
My God, Alastair, you're serious?
I've never been more serious, Walter.
Why didn't you tell us before?
Lavinia asked, eyes narrowing. Because we didn't know who we could trust, he said. Because they've proven that they're willing to possess mages in the past, though as far as we know they require consent, and because there didn't seem to be a lot of activity over here. Most of the worst bits were overseas, probably because that's where the portals were. But you're saying they're gone now? Arthur leaned forward in his chair. Not gone, but severely depleted. We closed off their way to our world, so they can't bring any more of their kind. They've been very quiet over the last few months. Our working theory was that they've gone to ground and settled in to make the best of things here, since they're stuck. But now I'm beginning to wonder if they're up to something after all.
Stealing books?
Eddie asked.
You think they're studying up on something new?
Stone spread his hands. I've no idea. Remember those papers from that German researcher you sent me, Eddie? I'm in the process of having them translated, but she's some kind of expert in portal science. The evil are very interested in that. They've never shown any interest in summoning before. I didn't even know they had any mages working with them anymore. I thought they were all dead.
If it is the evil, Jason said, I guess you gotta assume they do.
He stiffened for a moment, but said nothing. Stone caught his eye and raised an eyebrow, but he just shook his head once. He had a disturbing thought, but he didn't feel comfortable sharing it with these mages he barely knew.
What can we do, Alastair? Walter asked. What can we do to stop them?
If I knew that, we'd have done it already, Stone said, getting up. Jason and I need to be heading back home. Whoever's behind the thefts, it looks like they got what they were looking for. You might consider augmenting the wards around your homes, but I doubt they'll be back at this point. He stood. I'll keep you up to date and let you know if there's anything you can do.
Wait,
Lavinia protested.
You're just going to drop something like that on us and then leave?
I don't know what else to do, he said. Do you? She didn't answer for a moment. Clearly she was trying to rally further protests, but she wasn't successful.
I don't like it, she said at last. Something that can take people over flawlessly, and there's no way for even our kind to tell.
It's frightening, Stone finished, nodding. Tell me about it. Remember, Jason and I have been on the front lines of this for more than a year. Be grateful that so far they haven't shown much interest in this side of the world. Probably best if you don't draw too much attention to yourselves, or that might change. That left her and the others without an answer. Jason didn't say much until they were back on the train toward Holmbury, and neither did Stone. The mage stared out the window, appearing to be deep in thought. Abruptly, he spoke without turning. Jason, what was on your mind back there?
Just had one of those paranoid kind of thoughts I get sometimes. Probably nothing. Didn't want to stir those guys up with it.
Suppose you stir me up with it, Stone said, leaning back and facing Jason.
Well, he said, if it is the evil behind stealing these books, you guys think it's because they want to study up on something, right? Probably something to do with summoning.
It appears so, yes.
And that means they need to have a mage on their side, because if they don't, they wouldn't be able to make any sense out of that stuff. And you said you didn't think they had any mages anymore, right?
Yes. Stone leaned forward a little. And?
Well, I guess I'm thinking like a cop here, looking at motives and that kind of thing. Just bear with me, because this might sound crazy, okay?
Stone waited silently. Jason plunged ahead.
There's a mage missing, and her family's missing too. And we know, or at least we're pretty damn sure, that the evil can't possess mages without their consent.
Stone went still. He was beginning to see where Jason was going. You're suggesting, he said, in a soft monotone, that the evil might have encouraged Dr. Brunt to join them by threatening her family.
Yeah. Keeping your family safe is about the strongest motivator there is, and they did all disappear on the same day.
Stone sank back in his seat, the stiffness draining from him like water. You may be right, he said at last. It fits. It doesn't explain everything, such as why they're suddenly so interested in summoning techniques, or where Mr. Darden fits into all of this, if he does at all. But if Pierre Brunt is working with the evil, then maybe they are trying to build another portal, Jason finished. Stone nodded. He looked like someone had just popped him a good one in the jaw. That makes me wonder something else, too.
What's that?
When I checked my library for what was stolen, Daphne Weldon's notebooks were still there. If they want to build another portal, that's some of the most cutting-edge research available. Why wouldn't they have taken it? And for that matter, why haven't they tried to kill us? I'd think that whatever they're trying to do, they wouldn't want any chance that we might interfere with it. Jason sighed. Strap in, Al. I think we just got back on the roller coaster again, and it's going to be a bumpy ride. Chapter 15. The first time Zach Bealey showed any ambition, it almost got him killed. He considered this an eminently valid reason to never do so again. The few friends he had who knew about his abilities thought he was crazy. How could he be able to do what he could do and not use it? He could be rich. He could have whatever he wanted. All he had to do was find the right places to look, and he was in. The problem was, the better the places, the more likely that something nasty waited on the other side. Zach was what Alastair Stone would have called a minor talent, one of hundreds of almost mages who existed in the United States, flying under the radar of the more powerful practitioners for many reasons. Either their talent was so limited that they couldn't be taught anymore, or they lacked the motivation necessary to truly advance in the study of magic. Magic study was hard. Zach had tried it a few years ago, when he'd been a teenage runaway, living with a collection of other teenage runaways in Los Angeles. He'd caught the eye of a raggedy old nutball who'd claimed to be able to cast spells, and damned if the old fart hadn't been right. He'd taken Zach under his smelly wing and taught him a few skills, taking as his payment whatever Zach could manage to steal. He lasted barely long enough for Zach to discover two things about himself. First, as a mage, he made a great doorstop. His power was sketchy, intermittent, and meager, and since Zach proved that he would much rather lounge around smoking pot than put into rigorous study to see if he could get better, he never did. The second thing he discovered was that even though he barely had enough magical firepower to get out of a reasonably robust paper bag, his failing had a single exception. And that was where all the trouble started. He discovered it one day while working with Grover, the old nutball, in an abandoned warehouse. Grover was trying to teach Zach about how to make wards and, as usual, failing. Zach simply couldn't hold the patterns in his mind long enough to allow him to construct even the most feeble of wards. But what he did have, he found out when Grover put a couple joints behind a small ward and challenged Zach to disassemble it, was the ability to, well, for lack of a better description, make holes in wards without disrupting them. As Grover watched in half-stoned amazement, Zach focused his concentration like he'd never done before. He really wanted those joints, since he hadn't had a smoke in 2 days. Reached through the ward and grabbed them. This was destined to change Zach's life in a lot of ways. Grover didn't last long after that. He got killed by a group of gang members a few weeks later, leaving Zach on his own. He hooked up with a couple of other minor talents, and one night while they were all high, he let slip what he could do. Because his two friends had more foresight than Zach did, which wasn't difficult, they immediately saw the possibilities and proceeded to explain them to him. What followed was a couple months of a petty crime spree that involved hitting the homes and other hidey holes of other minor practitioners who had wards up. Zach discovered that if he really focused hard, he could make a hole big enough to get his whole body through, though it never worked for anyone else. When he tried to hold it open so his friends could get through too, it collapsed in on itself and very nearly got them all caught. So they directed, and he did the deed. He stole haphazardly, often leaving valuable items, and taking things that caught his magpie-like gaze. And then his friends decided to get more ambitious. As it happened, there was a mage who lived in the Burbank area, a real heavy hitter, at least by their standards. One of Zack's friends heard about him from a friend and hatched an idea. Maybe if Zack got through his wards, he might be able to grab some things that would make them all rich. Zack was reluctant. Hell, he was scared. Still, his other thefts had gone off without a hitch, so he agreed to give it a shot. They told him what kinds of things to look for, stole a car to get them all there, and set him loose. Everything went fine at first. The mage lived in a 2-story house in an upscale neighborhood, and the wards focused around a detached garage behind the house. Zack made his usual hole in the ward. It was a little harder this time, as they felt tougher than anything he'd dealt with before, and stepped through into the dimness. He switched on his flashlight, only to find the mage inside the room, working on something at his desk. His friends had been so caught up in their plans that they'd forgotten to check if anyone was inside. Zack had no idea how he'd gotten out. The only thing that saved him was that the guy hadn't seen him immediately, which gave Zack enough time to reopen the ward before he turned. Even so, he barely escaped with his life. He still bore a long scar on his right arm from where the mage had hit him with some kind of fire spell. He'd come flying out of the yard, and instead of running back to his friends who waited in the stolen car, he'd just run. Even his low-watt stoner brain had registered that if he went back to them, they'd want him to do it again. He wasn't going to do it again. Ever. Life was just too short, and he knew when the universe was trying to send him a message. He might be a coward, but he'd be a living coward. That lasted for 2 years, until she found him, and made him the proverbial offer he couldn't refuse. Trin stretched out on the chaise-longue next to the pool like a languid cat. The New Mexico sun was just beginning its descent, taking with it the worst of the edge from the heat. She dangled one foot in the water and held a rolled joint between 2 fingers of her right hand. "Speak," she said, without looking at the man who stood behind her, waiting to be recognized. The man was barely more than a boy, small and slim and weasel-faced, wearing faded jeans and a dark blue t-shirt with a Coors logo. "I'm back and I got what you wanted," he said. His voice shook. She twisted herself around. She did so hate toadies, but sometimes you had to put up with them. "Gold star for you. Let's have your report." The young man moved over to stand in front of her, but he didn't sit down. "I got 22 books altogether," he said. "I did what you said, took the ones you wanted and some others too, random stuff." He eyed the joint with naked longing. Trin nodded. "Good. Did anyone see you?" He snorted. "Nah. Well, maybe one old guy for a second, but he couldn't find me." "Let me see the books." "I'll go get 'em." He hurried away. Sam, the boy, wandered into the backyard. "I see your plan is proceeding." And very well, too. Finding Zack here was an unexpected advantage. Sam sat down. "Don't get too complacent. You know as well as I do that things could go wrong at any stage. We've got what we need now. Don't get greedy." Trin rolled her eyes and took another hit from the joint. She didn't look like herself. An easy illusion spell had transformed her into the same red-headed knockout who had been dealing with Zack before, only this time she wore a tiny green bikini that barely contained her illusionary curves. "I think you've been in that kid body for so long that you're starting to think like one. I've got this under control. Watch and learn." The boy's eyes narrowed, his gaze full of so much hatred that even Trin had to back off a little. "Don't patronize me. You'll find it an unwise decision. Remember, the others still think that your host is unstable and untrustworthy. I could bring you down with a couple of phone calls." "And I, my dear little boy," she said with a smirk, "could reduce you to a pile of charred ash right there where you sit, before you could get up. Don't forget, unlike you, I actually have a host with power, instead of one who should be in school having farting contests." Sam all but seethed in his chair. "You could," he said tightly, "but the others would hear of it, and they would end you. Enough squabbling. We both have our duties." She shrugged, like it didn't matter to her one way or the other, and stretched again. She could get to like this place. It had belonged, up until a few days ago, to a local businessman of some wealth and repute, who occupied it alone following his daughter's departure for a distant college. The man was still there, of course, but it had taken only a brief conversation with him and another expendable soldier host to make him far more amenable to their plans. Trin and Sam were using the house as a temporary base, since it was situated close to one of the central permanent teleportation portals. Zack came back in, burdened with 2 large tote bags that seemed almost too heavy for him. He dropped them next to Trin's chair.
"There you go."
Trin winced. Nobody would ever call her classically trained in magic or any kind of purist, but seeing potent magical tomes treated so cavalierly offended even her limited sensibilities. She dipped into the bag and pulled one out, glanced at the title, then set it aside. "Where are the interesting ones?"
"At the bottom,"
he said. He rummaged in the other bag and came up with a smaller stack.
"Even got a couple more that you weren't expecting."
He eyed Trin and the joint with the hopeful expression of a puppy daring to think he might get a treat. Trin didn't respond, except to pick up the first of the smaller stack and page through it. She did this for each of them without comment until she reached the last one. Then her eyes came up, smoldering with rage, and settled on Zack. Even Sam noticed and leaned forward.
"What?"
Zack asked, oblivious.
"Those are what you wanted, right? They better be. It took quite a while to find them. You should see some of those libraries. They don't make a fucking bit of sense the way they're set up."
For several seconds, Trin merely pinned the weaselly little man with her gaze, struggling to get herself under control. She couldn't kill him, not yet. As repugnant as he was, he had a rare talent that made him uniquely suitable for the kind of work they needed him to perform. She found it distasteful that a useless little stoner like Zack could somehow be gifted with an ability that allowed him to bypass wards. But, the universe being what it was, she had to work with what she could get. Once she'd gotten wind of him and his talents, it hadn't been hard for her to put out her feelers and locate him. Convincing him to go along with the plan was harder. To make sure that she'd successfully bought his uncertain loyalty, she'd offered him a payment of $1 million for obtaining the books she wanted. She also, in the guise of the knockout redhead, heavily implied that there would be other rewards if he did a good job and didn't screw up. Trin was sure this little shit had never touched a woman in his life. Identifying virgins and manipulating their insecurities was one of the joys of her life. And the eagerness with which he'd accepted her offer, once she'd convinced him that no one would be waiting on the other sides of the wards he'd be breaking through, bordered on unseemly. Trin found him thoroughly disgusting, and was glad that she had no intention of delivering either the money or any other promised rewards once Zack outlived his usefulness. She'd chosen not to devote a soldier to him, as she wasn't convinced he wouldn't be caught and probably killed on his first trip out. In truth, she had no idea what Zack might find on the other side of those wards. Mages didn't mess around when it came to protecting their mystical storehouses. She figured if he was killed, then they weren't any worse off than before. But if he managed to pull it off... What she hadn't counted on was his actually showing initiative. And that was why the little man currently had no idea that he was a hair's breadth away from being turned into a pile of ashes. She held up the last book. "Where did you get this?" she asked, in a low, deadly tone. Zack tilted his head at it and grinned.
Oh yeah, that one. That's one of the extras.
He sounded proud of himself. Where did you get it? He shrugged.
Big old house in some podunk town south of London. Heard about it in a pub, listening to a couple of other mages talking. Figured if it was that big, it'd have a good library. Was, too. It took me a while to find it. That's where the old guy almost saw me leaving.
Trin let out a loud sigh, her hand with the book dropping to her lap. "What is it?" Sam asked. "This is what I get for using fucking idiots to do jobs for me," she said. She thrust it at him. "Look at it. Look at the book plate." Sam took the book and opened it with care. He glanced inside, then at Trin, and finally up at Zack, his face very still. "Stone." She nodded. "He was in fucking Stone's library, and somebody saw him."
Wait, Zack said, confused. You know this guy, Stone?
Trin looked up at him as if surprised and annoyed that he was still there. "You don't ask questions. You answer them. And you do what I tell you. That's what I'm paying you for. Got it?"
Yeah, sure. So, speaking of paying...
You're not done yet. I also told you that you didn't get paid until you were done." Sam narrowed his eyes at her, but she shook her head. "And," Trin added, "your little bit of initiative will come out of your fee."
What the hell? Zack demanded. You wanted books, I got you books. I got you extra books.
Her eyes went chilled. "I didn't ask you for extra books, Zack. Your fuck-up might have caused me a lot of trouble. And if I have trouble, you have trouble. Do you understand? If it turns out you were seen, I will hunt you down and I will kill you. And don't think I can't. There's nowhere you can go to hide from me. Do you understand?" Zack swallowed, trying to put up a front of false bravado, but his shaking knees gave him away.
Yeah, I get it, lady. Look, I'm sorry. I told you, I was just trying to help. I was trying to do a good job.
She sighed. "Get out of my sight, Zack, but be available. I'll call you when I'm ready." Zack wasted no time making himself scarce. Trin leaned back on her lounge and dropped her illusion. "Fucking idiot! If I had a talent like his, I'd be a millionaire, and he just wastes it on crap." Sam got up. "What did you mean about having something else for him to do? I thought you were finished, especially now. If Stone finds out—" She waved a dismissive hand. "I don't give a damn whether Stone finds out or not. What's he going to do with the knowledge? So somebody's stealing magic books. How will he connect that with us?" "You better hope he doesn't," Sam said. Chapter 16. Stone didn't expect Stefan Kalinsky's shop to be open when he stopped by the following day, but was surprised to find that the door swung open for him when he tried it. Kalinsky looked up from his chair as Stone entered, eyebrow raised.
"Alastair, I tried to reach you yesterday, but you didn't respond. I even resorted to the telephone."
His thin lips curled around the word, as if speaking an unwelcome obscenity. Stone looked him up and down. "Yes, I got your message. Surprised the hell out of me, too. You're looking rather better than I expected you to, all things considered." That was the truth. Though Stone could detect a bit of leftover pallor, the black mage otherwise looked about the same as he always did. He didn't even have a bandage on his hand.
"I must admit I'm not entirely at my best,"
Kalinsky said, waving Stone toward his usual chair.
"But your timely intervention was no doubt responsible for my failure to suffer far worse consequences."
He reached in his desk drawer and removed a file, which he offered to Stone.
"You didn't take your copy of the ritual, by the way, when you left. It was part of our bargain."
Stone took it, setting it aside. "Thank you, Stefan. No, I haven't any plans to recreate it any time soon." Kalinsky watched him for a moment, and then asked,
"I would very much like to know how you dealt with that spirit, Alastair."
So would I, Stone thought. That whole period was a bit of a blur for him. He remembered that he'd made some sort of foolhardy move involving Harrison's technique to drive the spirit off, but he couldn't remember exactly how he'd done it. He shrugged a little. Desperation, mostly, and sheer brute luck. Kolinsky's eyes glittered. It was clear he didn't believe that for a minute.
Really?
Imminent death is one of life's most effective motivators, Stone said.
Then it wouldn't have anything to do with the odd aura residue I detected when I examined the site yesterday.
How are my translations coming along, Stefan? If you're well enough to be minding the shop, then I'll guess you're well enough to read a few papers and jot down a few notes. Kolinsky's pause was just long enough to let Stone know that he was deliberately choosing to let his own question go, for now.
I've already completed 2 of the smaller ones.
He pulled another folder from his desk and handed it over.
You should have the rest by the end of the week.
Stone nodded approvingly. You work fast. He put that folder on top of the other one, then took a breath. I have an odd question for you.
Oh?
Have you perhaps noticed anything missing from your library within the last few days? Kolinsky frowned.
Missing?
Wouldn't be much, probably. A few volumes with no connection to each other. His frown deepened.
Why? Are you expecting me to be?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking. I was in England yesterday, at home. My library there was missing some things, and a few friends of mine said theirs were as well. But Kolinsky shook his head.
No, I've not noticed anything missing.
Are you sure? He looked insulted.
Think of whom you are addressing, Alastair.
Stone nodded slowly. That was true. Stefan Kolinsky lived and died by his information sources. He probably had special spells of his own designed for nothing but keeping track of his stash. He let his breath out.
Tell me why you ask this.
Kolinsky's expression sharpened subtly, and Stone knew why. Just as he had no doubt arranged for his magical holdings to be both safe and well catalogued, he would certainly react strongly to any potential threat to them.
Do you know who this thief might be, or what they might want with the stolen items?
Not entirely, but I have some suspicions. He glanced up, and I want you to help me validate them. Kolinsky gave him an odd look, but didn't reply except to watch him with continued focus. Stone nodded. I do. You owe me one, Stefan. I saved your life from that little fiasco the other night. If I hadn't done whatever I did, you'd be dead now, and you know it. So I'd say I'm ahead in our little game, and I'm calling that in. I know I'm not being subtle, but I don't have time to be subtle. Kolinsky's gaze sharpened further.
There is more to this than a few stolen books, Alastair. I know you value your magical library, but this urgency is quite unlike you. Tell me.
Stone made a decision.
Yes,
there is. Kolinsky waited, not taking his eyes off Stone. Settle in, Stefan. This will take a while. And as much as you value unique information, I think you'll find I'm at least 2 or 3 favors ahead by the time I've finished. Speaking with dispassionate precision, he told Kolinsky about the evil. The only parts he left out were Verity's ability to evict them from living hosts, and anything to do with Harrison and his unusual magical style. Kolinsky listened with an odd stillness, his glittering black eyes fixed on Stone with a level of focus anyone else would have found deeply unsettling. Stone barely noticed. He remembered what Verity had said last year when she'd admitted to letting Madame Juan in on the secret. How cathartic it had felt to just let it out. He'd felt that way to some extent when he'd told his mage associates back in England. But with Kolinsky, it was deeper. Maybe it was because he wasn't in such a hurry, and could give the tale the breadth it deserved. Either way, when he finished, he found himself physically slumping in his chair, his heart rate elevated as if he'd been indulging in mild exertion. He met Kolinsky's eyes as if to say, "Well?" For several seconds the black mage didn't reply, didn't move, didn't seem even to be present mentally in the room. Then at last he asked softly,
Why did you not tell me of this before?
Truthfully? Always. Because I couldn't be sure you weren't one of them, Stone said. Kolinsky considered that.
But you said they cannot possess our kind without permission.
We think they can't. We're fairly sure they can't, but even so, they've convinced other mages. I'm not sure what they offer. Right now, we've got a working theory that they've gotten their claws into Pia Brandt through her family, but they might have other, more positive inducements. That part we have no idea about. Kolinsky's eyes narrowed and his face grew hard.
Alastair, we have been associates for a very long time. Why do you offer me such an insult?
Stone raised an eyebrow. It's not an insult, Stefan. It's pure and simple paranoia. Perhaps you didn't hear me. These things can be anyone, seamlessly. There's virtually no way to tell, including magically, unless you catch them in the act of doing something wildly out of character, or you kill them. Or you happen to have one of the Forgotten who can sniff them out handy, and I'm fresh out of those right now. Up until we closed the portals, they were getting regular supplies of foot soldiers sent to them that they could deploy anywhere they liked. I think things are better now, but even so... He spread his hands as if to say, "You see where I'm going with this?" Kolinsky's expression didn't soften.
You thought, then, that I could be swayed by these promises of, what? Material wealth? I have that, Alastair, more than you know. Mundane power? The same. You think that I would give up the thing I value more than any other, the integrity of my mind, for empty promises?
Stone sighed. I wouldn't have told you all of this if I did, Stefan. Before, I didn't have reason to tell you. I didn't tell anyone. The only ones of us who knew it were Jason, Verity, and myself. And the Forgotten, of course. But they were involved long before we were. The only reason Madame Juan knows is because Verity told her. He got up from his chair and began to pace. Think about it before you get too angry with me. This knowledge is dangerous on its own. Telling anyone is an enormous gamble, even if they aren't evil themselves. They might have friends who are and not even know it. Before the portals were down, we couldn't risk it. There's no putting that genie back in the bottle once it's out. He turned on Kolinsky. I can't tell you not to use this information, Stefan. I've given it to you, and you can do with it what you will. But I will tell you this. Be careful who you trust. You're even less trusting than I am, and probably with good reason. I know you have enemies. Imagine if they had access to the evil's knowledge. Or, worse, if they knew that somebody with your vast information network knew about them. Kolinsky didn't reply, once again appearing to be thinking over what Stone had said with great care. Finally, he leaned back in his chair.
You believe that the so-called evil are behind these thefts, then? Why? If your hypothesis is correct, they have procured the services of Dr. Brandt to help them reopen a portal to their home dimension. Yet they've stolen no books on that topic.
I don't know. I've never seen anything that connects spirit summoning with portal construction. Perhaps they're diversifying their options, seeking multiple avenues to the same end. He began pacing again. If they determined from Dr. Brandt that they don't have the means to create the portal, then perhaps they think they might be able to summon their reinforcements to our world instead of bringing them through a gateway.
I suppose that is possible,
Kolinsky said.
Impractical, though, unless they plan to summon a large number of them at once. As you're well aware, summoning circles of that magnitude are inherently unstable. They wouldn't be able to keep it functioning indefinitely.
Have those papers you translated given you any insights?
No. But as I said, I've only finished the two smallest ones, and they're essentially overviews. I am not an expert on portal creation, however. I will finish the others for you, and you can examine them yourself.
He glanced up.
You also said you wanted my assistance. In what way?
Stone had almost forgotten about that in the process of giving Kolinsky the details about the evil. Oh yes, that, he said, his eyes gleaming with malicious amusement. I want to set a trap. Chapter 17. You look like your mind's on another planet. Verity leaned back against the faded vinyl of the booth bench and stared out the window, watching the mid-afternoon crowds go by without truly seeing them. Mm-hmm? Shara grinned from across the booth, taking another pull from her latte. See? They sat in a threadbare deli diner in a quaint little neighborhood in Brooklyn. Shara had promised Verity they had the best burgers in the country, and Verity had to allow that she was right. The double cheeseburger with all the fixings she'd devoured was even better than In-N-Out Burger, an admission that was practically sacrilege coming from a lifelong Southern California girl like her. They had long since finished their burgers and fries, and now lingered over their second lattes, people-watching and enjoying a lazy summer day. Verity snapped back to awareness. "Oh," she said with a guilty grin. "Sorry."
Not getting homesick, are you?
"Nah. I did call Jason last night, though."
Yeah?
She nodded.
Everything okay?
"Yeah, fine." She wasn't sure exactly why she didn't tell Shara about what Jason had told her when she called him late last night for their usual weekly catch-up. It was mostly, she supposed, because it would require a lot more explanatory backstory than she was in the mood to give at the moment. Trying to provide a context for things like stolen books and missing magical researchers and the evil was just more than she had the energy for right now. And besides, nobody was sure yet that it had anything to do with the evil. Shara tilted her head. She was a tall young woman, tanned and athletic, with short hair currently dyed a deep red and clear brown eyes.
Come on, V. If you don't want to tell me, that's cool, but I can see you've got something going on in that twisted little brain of yours.
Verity took another sip. "Okay," she admitted. "Maybe I am just a little bit homesick." That wasn't the truth, or at least not the whole truth, but she hoped it was good enough. That was the tough part about trying to have a relationship with another mage. It was hard enough to hide things from somebody you were close with in the first place, but when that person could just take a quick peek at your aura, it got even harder. Shara nodded.
Makes sense. You haven't really been away from home much.
She chuckled.
I got over that when I was 12, at camp.
"When I was 12, I was in the funny farm," Verity said with an arched eyebrow. Her amused tone took the edge off her words. Shara didn't push that. Instead, she changed the subject.
You call Alastair at all?
"Yeah, I call him once a week too, just to let him know I'm keeping up on my reading, and that you're not teaching me how to sacrifice virgins to Baal or anything."
That's next week,
Shara said.
Don't tell him, though. He'll freak.
"Come on, where are we going to find a virgin anyway?" Shara chuckled.
Point.
The waitress came by and refilled their water glasses. She waited until she'd gone away before speaking again.
I'm kind of surprised he didn't give you more trouble about coming back here.
"Why? Jason gave me way more crap than he did. He's always been pretty cool about that kind of thing."
I just always thought he was more old school, I guess,
Shara said, shrugging.
I don't really know him that well. Only met him a couple of times before Eleanor's funeral, at mage things.
"What do you mean by old school?" Verity asked. "I've heard that a couple of times, and not just in reference to Dr. Stone. Is there a new school?"
Not exactly. It's more a philosophical thing, like how you're taught. Alastair apprenticed under this guy in England who's one of the best in the world, but he's also known for being a real hard case. Those kinds of mages can be stupid powerful and versatile because they devote their whole lives to learning magic the right way, but they also can be kind of rigid. They're not usually good with new ideas.
Verity pondered. That doesn't sound like Dr. Stone. I mean, yeah, he's a purist and all. He's got the musty old books and stuff, and he always insists that I know why things work the way they do, not just that they do. He gets pissed when I try to take shortcuts, but he's all about new ideas. That's what really gets him jazzed, discovering new things. He's like a kid when he's trying to solve a puzzle.
Good thing, I guess. Probably why you two haven't killed each other yet.
She grinned.
That can happen a lot during apprenticeships. Not literally, I mean, but you see a lot of times when an apprentice ends up changing teachers because the two of them didn't get along.
It's not like the old days when you were stuck.
Did it happen to you? Verity asked, interested. What was your teacher like? She wrinkled her nose.
Which one? The old perv who tried to teach me the magic of what was in his pants? Or the cool hippie chick who used to try to get me to smoke weed with her in between lessons?
Verity's eyes widened. Perv? That happens?
You're such an innocent, V. It's cute. You're telling me Alastair's never come on to you?
No. The word came out shocked and louder than she expected, and a couple of customers and the waitress glanced over at them. No, she said, more quietly. He's never...
Huh. Interesting. Maybe I'm just cynical, but I thought most of them do it eventually. You know, position of authority, innocent young student. It's like a bad book. But it's also human nature when you're together that often. They can't help it. They start listening to their little head instead of their big one.
Verity shook her head. The whole conversation made her uncomfortable. This was the first time they'd discussed magic in any depth since she'd arrived. She'd deliberately kept away from the subject because she just wanted to spend some time getting to know Shara in a normal, mundane way. Still, this was interesting stuff, and she couldn't help being curious about it. Tell me about the hippie chick, she said. The waitress came by again to drop off their check, and she dug in her bag for her wallet. Shara waited until they were outside before continuing.
Not much to tell, really. She was a great teacher. Just loved her medicinal herbs almost as much as she loved magic. That's another thing that happens a lot, actually.
What, mages smoking weed?
Not just weed. Trying all sorts of mind-altering stuff.
Really?
Verity, who had spent most of her teenage years in various inpatient programs, due to the adverse effects her odd connection to the energy seeping in from the evil's open portals had on her mind,
had seen just about enough mind-altering drugs to last her for the foreseeable future. Unlike most teenagers, she had no desire to experiment, since she'd already had more than her share of involuntary experiments, as the doctors had struggled to find a treatment that would work for her. That, and her brother would kill her. Still, the whole concept intrigued her. Why is that?
Variety, I guess. I mean, when you switch on your magical sight, the world looks pretty amazing. All the auras and the magical energy that's out there flying around. I guess a lot of mages want to see if it looks even more interesting if they amp up their consciousness a little with some artificial help.
But not you? Shara shook her head.
I had a cousin who was an addict. Not a mage, just your garden variety junkie. He OD'd when I was 13, so yeah, not really my thing.
They meandered down a street lined with small shops on their way back to the car. The sun was still high overhead. It was a beautiful day, not too hot, the sky bright and cloudless. The kind of day made for walking slowly and window shopping. So why did she feel like somebody was watching her? She slowed her pace a little, glancing sideways into the display window of a small clothing shop and trying to spot any watchers. They weren't alone. Pedestrians moved in both directions, and cars crawled by on the narrow street. None of them appeared to be focusing on the two women ambling past the shops.
Something wrong?
Shara asked. Not sure, she said under her breath. Keep walking. It's probably nothing, but I just got a weird impression that somebody's paying attention to us. Shara's eyes narrowed.
Where?
I don't know. Like I said, it was just a quick impression. I'm not even sure I saw anything.
Okay, let's just keep going and keep your eyes open. If it's creeps, we can handle them easily.
Yeah. It was true. She herself was sufficiently advanced in her magical abilities by now that if she kept her head, she was confident she could deal with at least 3 mundanes as long as she saw them coming. With Shara, she had no concerns about their ability to handle a whole collection of garden-variety lowlifes.
But why would garden variety lowlifes be surreptitiously watching them on a populated midday street? That didn't make sense. It wasn't like they could attack them in front of all these other people. She mentally went over their route to the subway station, where they'd catch a train to get back to where they'd left Shara's little car. They had around 3 large blocks yet to go, and then the subway itself. If anything was going to bother them, she imagined it'd probably be there. She and Shara kept walking, maintaining an unhurried pace and occasionally glancing into windows, but neither of them spotted anybody. The feeling didn't go away, though. Twice more during the 3-block walk, the hairs stood up on the back of Verity's neck. Somebody was out there. "You think they could be invisible?" she asked Shara. "Maybe. It's possible. But there aren't that many mages around, and why would they want to follow us?" "Yeah, you're probably right. I guess I'm just jumpy, and I don't even know why." Part of her did know why, though, because of what Jason had told her when she'd called him, about how he and Stone suspected that the evil might be on the move again. Would the evil follow her all the way back east, or activate some eastern branch and set them on her tail? Were they even that organized? Without really thinking about it, she darted her gaze around to see if she spotted any forgotten symbols scrawled on the streets or nearby buildings. She didn't see any, but continued to look. The subway entrance was just ahead. "See anybody?" Shara asked. "No." "Okay. Well, let's get on the train, and maybe if they're there, we can lose them. If not, then they'll find out that maybe it wasn't such a good idea to hassle us, you know?" Her smile was hard this time. Verity nodded. It was one of the things she loved most about being a mage, and she thought Shara probably did too. Not having to be afraid. With her abilities, she was more than the equal of any mundane man, or even group of them, who might seek to bother her, or worse. Sure, she had to be smart, but everybody had to be smart. What she didn't have to be was scared, if she kept her wits about her. It gave a confidence to her stride that usually meant people didn't mess with her anyway, which was a nice side effect. They took the stairs down into the cool, dank-smelling dimness of the subway station. Verity glanced around again, but still didn't see anyone paying attention to them, aside from a couple of young guys who gave them an appreciative eye from up ahead. They did nothing more than grin hopefully, and then move on when it became obvious that Verity and Shara weren't interested in their kind of attention. "This is frustrating," Verity said. "I can't tell if I'm just being paranoid or if somebody really is watching us." Shara frowned as they got swept into the crowd, went through the turnstile, and headed toward their platform. "Is there some reason why you think they might be?" Verity considered that. For a moment she thought about telling Shara about the evil, at least enough to explain why she might be concerned about that very thing. Finally, though, she just shook her head. It wasn't the time, especially since she wasn't sure. "Not really, no. I just sometimes get these feelings, and I've learned to listen to them. I figure it's got to be related to my magic some way." "Maybe so," Shara agreed. They continued forward, joining a small group of people waiting at the platform for their train. 5 minutes, she said, glancing at the overhead sign that displayed the upcoming arrivals and departures. "Once it gets here, we can find a defensible spot and watch for anybody who looks suspicious." She grinned. "If they try to mess with us, they'll be sorry." Verity grinned back. More people drifted in and spread out along the platform until there were 20 or 30 of them waiting. They clustered in small groups of 2 or 3, with a few singletons. Everybody appeared to be minding his or her own business. Verity and Shara took up a position near one end of the crowd, where they could keep a subtle eye on as many people as possible. But so far nobody looked suspicious. Far off in the distance, the train's blaring horn sounded, and the crowds began to shuffle forward, closer to the edge of the platform in anticipation of boarding. Verity relaxed a little. Maybe she was just imagining things. Maybe Jason's words had affected her more than she thought they had, and now she was seeing evil around every corner, even when they were nowhere near. She took a step forward as the oncoming train's light appeared in the dark tunnel. Neither she nor Shara spotted the figure that darted sideways out of the crowd. It ran silently up behind Verity and, with no sound or change of expression, slammed into her and shoved her over the edge of the platform. The train's light drew inexorably closer, and its horn blared again as it broke free of the tunnel and rushed into the station. A lot of things happened at once at that point. Verity screamed as she overbalanced and began to pitch forward, flailing her arms and trying to regain her balance. Several other people in the crowd screamed too, including Shara, who lunged forward in a vain attempt to grab Verity's arm before she went over. The train sounded its horn again with more urgency. Verity reacted purely on instinct. As soon as she felt herself tipping sideways and falling, she cast a levitation spell and lifted herself up and back toward the platform. Shara lunged again, and this time succeeded in grabbing her hand and yanking her back. The two of them fell in a heap, and the rest of the crowd surged around them. The train pulled forward, horn still blaring, crossing over the place where Verity would have been only a second before. Time sped up to normal again as the crowd pressed in. "Let me up!" Verity cried, struggling to extricate herself from Shara. She activated her shield spell for just a second, using it to shove everyone around her far enough back that she could scramble up. She took off after the figure, which had made it to the other side and was approaching the stairs. 2 subway cops ran toward him with their guns out as well, but there were too many people for them to get a clear shot, and they were too far away to catch him before he disappeared up the stairs. Verity had no such issue. As the rest of the crowd looked on in horror and shock, she made a subtle gesture, aiming a small concussion beam at the man. As he stumbled, she quickly caught up and launched herself at him, catching him around the waist and bringing him down in a heap of pumping limbs. "Get out!" she screamed, still running on instinct. She reached out to the guy and shoved with her mind, with no idea if it would even have an effect. It did. A cloudy puff of grayish energy popped free of the guy, hovering around him for a moment before it shot upward a few feet and flew to pieces. The guy collapsed on the ground and didn't move. After that, things slowed down even more. Shara came pounding up, as did the subway cops, and the subset of the crowd who didn't need to get on the train immediately. The cops grabbed the fallen assailant, slapped handcuffs on him, and jerked him to his feet as Shara pulled Verity up, staring at her like the world had just suddenly turned upside down. Verity herself stared at the guy. He was utterly unremarkable. A mid-20s Asian man in a polo shirt, light jacket, and jeans. He looked like a student. He also looked terrified. Tears streamed from his eyes and blood from his nose where he'd hit the concrete. "I didn't mean to," he wailed. "I don't know why I—" The cop shook him. "Come on, buddy," he growled, trying to hustle the guy away. His partner turned to Verity. "We'll need to talk to you, miss." Verity shook her head. "No, I'm not talking. I just want to get home." She purposely made her voice sound more agitated than she really was, which was a good trick. She was pretty agitated to start with. "You gotta come down to the station to press charges," the cop insisted. The crowd crushed in now. Verity was sure that if they waited too long, the media would show up, and that would be really bad. The last thing she wanted to do if the evil were in town was to show up on the 6 o'clock news with her name emblazoned across the bottom of every TV screen in the greater New York City area. "No," she said. "Just let me go. I want to go home." She grabbed Shara's hand and pushed back through the crowd toward the platform. Shara, for her part, caught on and glared at the cop. "Let her alone! That scared the crap out of her! All of you, just get the hell away from her!" She directed her glare around to the crowd at large, and apparently it was potent enough to push back all but the most persistent of them. "Don't you want to press charges?" the cop asked, confused. The other one was already shoving the Asian guy toward the exit, while the guy still loudly and tearfully protested his innocence. "No!" Verity yelled. "Didn't you hear me? The guy's obviously crazy. Just get him some help and leave me alone, okay?" She turned her back on him and stalked off, still clutching Shara's hand. Verity changed direction when it became clear the crowd wasn't going to let her alone if she stayed at the platform. Heart pounding, still not thinking straight, she tugged on Shara's arm. "Come on," she said. "Ladies' room." They made good time, and it didn't take long to leave the nosy crowd behind. One good thing about New York City was that people, for the most part, tended to mind their own business, unless whatever was going on was so compelling that they couldn't ignore it. Once Verity and Shara got away from the immediate scene of the attack, everyone else went back to their own activities. Verity shoved open the women's room door and flung herself inside. There was a small, graffiti-strewn lounge area off to one side, probably intended for breastfeeding babies, though Verity couldn't imagine why anybody would want to feed a baby in this nest of filth. And she threw herself down onto the small bench. Her breath still came hard and fast, and beads of sweat stood out on her forehead. Shara sat down next to her and rubbed her back. "Hey," she soothed. "You're okay. You're okay now." Her own voice shook. "Nice trick with the levitation spell. Fast thinking." Verity nodded a couple of times and swallowed. "Thanks for grabbing me. I don't think anybody would have noticed I was flying, but you made it look more believable that you just made a really good catch." "De nada," she said. She paused for a moment, then took a deep breath. "V?" "Yeah?" Verity didn't look up. "Is there anything you want to tell me?" Verity swallowed again, still staring down at her hands. Finally, she said, "Yeah, I guess I'd better." They sprang for a taxi to take them to Shara's car, neither one wanting to trust the subway at this point. Shara got Verity a bottle of water from a street vendor, and she sipped it in the taxi, saying nothing until they were in the car and driving toward home. She'd mostly calmed down by that point. As they drove, she stared unseeingly out the front window, and slowly and quietly told Shara about the evil. Shara listened with growing amazement, occasionally glancing sideways at Verity, but she couldn't take her attention off the road for long. Finally, unable to contain her amazement, she took an exit and pulled into the parking lot of a small coffee shop. "Come on," she said in a stunned tone. "We're going to take a break for a while." Verity followed her without protest inside, and soon they were seated in a window booth with a couple of Cokes. "You're serious about all this?" She still had the stunned tone and still looked like she'd taken a hard shot to the jaw. "Oh yeah," Verity said, looking down into her Coke. "Dead serious." "And these evil killed Eleanor?" "Yeah." Eleanor Pearsall had been a kindly, eccentric, middle-aged white mage who lived in rural Vermont. She had been brutally murdered last year by two evil-possessed security guards when she had refused to allow the evil to possess her. Her funeral, in fact, had been where Verity had met Shara the first time. They were looking for mages to bring over to their side. Dr. Stone thinks they can't possess us without permission, so they have to do something to get us to agree. Shara took a deep breath. "And the guy today, is that what that weird gray thing I saw was?"
Yeah. I didn't know he was. I took a chance and it worked. There's no way to tell from the outside, but if I get scared or agitated enough, I can kick the evil out of the body it's possessing. Otherwise, you have to kill the body. She frowned.
Is that a magic thing?
No, it's kind of a forgotten thing. She gave Shara a brief description of the Forgotten and their abilities. Honestly, I wasn't sure I could still do it, now that the portals are closed. I thought maybe since the energy's probably dissipated by now, I wouldn't be able to. I'll have to tell Dr. Stone, he'll want to know. Shara looked down at her drink and digested all this information.
So when you said you thought somebody was following us, you thought it might be one of these evil?
Verity nodded. We haven't seen much activity from them for a long time, not since shortly after the portals were closed. We were starting to think maybe they just decided to go native and keep their heads down. But when I talked to Jason, he said he and Dr. Stone thought maybe they might be moving again. I thought I was just being paranoid, thinking they were watching us.
Do you think they sent that guy after you?
Shara sounded like she couldn't quite get her mind around all of this information yet. That's the weird part, Verity said. As far as we know, they don't even really like each other very much. They've never shown much in the way of organization or cooperation, especially the powerful ones. The Forgotten we've talked to think they don't communicate much, except for when the little ones first get here and get their orders about who to possess. Plus, they don't have any special powers, unless they get mages on their side. And that guy was no mage, right?
Sure didn't look like it,
Shara agreed. She let her breath out slowly.
Wow, she said after a long pause. This whole thing is pretty heavy.
Yeah, Verity agreed. I was really hoping it was over after we closed the portals.
So, what are you gonna do now?
Shara glanced around like she expected someone to be closing in on their table. I guess I'd better call Dr. Stone. And... She started, her voice sounding small and reluctant.
And...
She didn't meet Shara's eyes. If the evil are back, I don't want to, but I'm thinking maybe I should go back home. Jason and Dr. Stone are going to need me, and I'm going to need them. Shara nodded.
Yeah, you probably should, she said softly.
Then,
want some company?
Verity looked up, eyes wide. You serious?
Sure. I don't have that much I really need to do back here, and now that I know what's up, I can maybe help too. You think Alastair will mind?
She grinned. No, but even if he did, I don't care. She leaned across the table and kissed Shara, taking her hand. Thanks, Shar. Really. Shara squeezed.
Finish your Coke. If we hurry, we might be able to get a flight out first thing tomorrow morning.
Chapter 18. Zack pushed through the ward and stood blinking on the other side, the only light coming from his tiny flashlight. The wards had felt familiar somehow, like maybe he'd gotten through others created by the same mage before, but his memory wasn't good enough to correlate them with any of those he'd breached over the past few days. He was finding more and more often these days that all the weed he smoked had made holes in his memory, much like he made holes in the wards. He struggled even to remember the simple incantation to reach through the shop's door and open the physical lock so he could gain entry. He hoped desperately that this was the last job the pretty, scary lady planned to give him. She claimed it was. Before she'd sent him off with his instructions, she'd told him that after he handed over this last set of books, he'd get his promised rewards. She'd even given him an ounce of absolutely primo herb, admonishing him to make sure it was out of his system well before he was ready to do the job. "Fail me, Zack," she warned, stroking his chin with a long, blood-red fingernail, "and you'll be in for a world of hurt. But do this right, and you'll get what you deserve." Zack,
and his considerably tighter jeans assured her that he would do a good job. She could count on him, absolutely. She'd gotten him a plane ticket to San Francisco. Coach, to his disappointment. He'd hoped she'd spring for first class so he could pretend to be a big shot, and arranged for a friend of hers to pick him up and deliver him to his destination. The job was to get in, grab the indicated books, get back out, and then meet up with the getaway driver a block down the street. Hand over the goods and wait to hear from her for his payment. Quick, easy, and done. He was nervous. For one thing, this was a shop instead of a residence. In his limited experience getting through wards, he'd found that most mages relied on their magical defenses to keep their personal stuff safe. Of the places he'd broken into, all but a few of them had relied solely on their wards to keep thieves out. They didn't have burglar alarms, motion detectors, or even overly barky dogs to deter him. He'd studied a bit of lockpicking back when he'd first decided that this might be a good career for him, and could still get through most normal household locks if his hands didn't shake too bad. But those were residences. This was a shop. True, it was a pretty crappy-looking shop, in a pretty crappy neighborhood. Maybe the guy who owned it figured his wards would be enough. They were heavy-duty wards, after all. The scary lady hadn't told him who owned the shop, just that she'd gotten word through her information network that he was storing a collection of books there for a special, invitation-only sale he'd be holding the following night. "I can't tell you which books to take for sure this time," she'd told Zach, "because I don't know what he'll have. But the intel I got said that some of them would cover summoning. Take those, and a few more you pick at random. Don't take too long, though." Now, standing inside the shop and closing the door behind him, Zach was sweating. So far it had been easy, but every minute he spent in here was another minute he expected the owner, or a security guard, or some freaky bound spirit to show up and zap him. He'd never even learned how to do a shield, so if that happened, he'd be screwed. "Come on," he whispered, swiping a hand across his damp forehead. "Just do it quick and get out. This is it. Do this and you'll be rich." He paused for a moment to let his mind drift over all the things he could do with $1 million. Most of them centering around finding a luxurious place to stay, some hot chicks, and a whole lot of top-shelf weed. And all the things he and the scary lady would do together. Scary as she was, he wouldn't pass up a chance at having some of that. He stood there for a moment longer, shining his little flashlight around the front part of the shop. There were a few display cases, and a desk near the back, its rolled top closed. She'd said the books he wanted would be in the back, so he headed for the door at the far end of the shop. It was unlocked. This guy's pretty careless, Zach thought idly, pushing it open. Maybe this would be easy after all. The back room contained a series of file cabinets, credenzas, and a large work table. Piles of books were stacked with neat precision on the table. This room had no windows, so Zach risked switching on the light. He shrugged off his empty backpack and tossed it down next to the stacks, then began scanning their spines for the ones he'd been told to look for. His lips moved as he read each title. "Summoning," he muttered, as if to remind himself. On the second stack, he found a likely candidate about halfway down. He reached out to shift the rest of the books to a different pile. "I wouldn't touch that," a voice said. Zach literally jumped. He also made a little eep sound and barely avoided wetting himself. He scrambled a couple of quick steps back, searching the room for the source. It wasn't hard to spot. A man stood on the other side of the table, against the wall, where Zach was sure there had been no man before. He was tall, wore a dark suit, and his black eyes were the dead cold of a hunting predator. His gaze was locked on Zack. His face had no expression. Heart pounding, breath wheezing in his throat, Zack could only think of escape. He spun and prepared to take off at a run toward the exit door. He could still get out if he hurried. Except another man stood in front of that door. This one was taller, thinner, and younger than the first, dressed in a black t-shirt, faded jeans, and long black coat. Unlike the first one, he was smiling, but it was not a pleasant or encouraging smile. He looked like a happy shark. Zack skidded to a stop, looking back and forth between the two of them. He began, his weed-addled mind casting desperately for an excuse, for something that would get him out of here in one piece. He couldn't come up with one. The younger man looked him up and down, contempt all over his face. You don't look like anything. His accent was British. How did you even get in here? Zack began. He thought about trying to make a run for it anyway, to bowl the tall British man over and try to get past him. Maybe he could make it. He tensed, indecisive. His body went rigid as some force took hold of him. His hands locked at his sides, his body rising off the ground and floating over to the older man.
Oh, holy shit. What are they going to do to me?
You, the older man said implacably, with no change of expression,
are going to answer some questions.
He had an accent too, but Zack couldn't place it. He tried for bluster.
Or what?
He demanded. Why should I tell you anything?
Because if you don't, you will die. Unpleasantly,
the man said. The British man came over, unhurriedly, like he had all night. He's right, you know, he said. You don't want to make him angry. He's not a nice man. I'm not a nice man either, he added. So you'd best answer, and I suggest you don't try to lie. We're both quite good at reading auras, so we'll know. Zack, never the bravest of souls, deflated under the intensity of their twin gazes.
Fine,
he said, blowing air out loudly.
Yeah, fine, I'll answer.
$1 million and hot sex with a smokin' babe were great, but continued existence always won out.
What do you want?
The older man seemed content to let his companion do the questioning. He remained to the side of Zack, a silent and threatening presence. What's your name? The Brit asked.
Zack.
You've been busy, Zack, he said. Quite the world traveler.
Uh-huh.
Zack stared at him. It actually took him that long to put the thoughts together. He'd been in England recently. This guy was English.
Oh, fuck.
His face fell. You've been poking your nose around in quite a lot of places it doesn't belong, the man continued. How have you been doing that? How did you get past the wards?
If I tell you, will you let me go?
Zack's voice shook, but he was beyond the point where that could embarrass him. Shame was a luxury somebody in his current position couldn't afford. Oh, you will tell us, the man said. You won't be making any bargains. It's just a question of how unpleasant things are likely to get for you before you do.
Oh, God.
Why was the world so full of scary people who were more powerful than he was? This is why he'd gotten out of the business in the first place, and now he'd been dragged back into it. He took a deep, shuddery breath.
I'm really good at getting through wards,
he said. The older man raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. The British man nodded. I suspected something like that. Where are the books, Zack?
What books?
He shook his head, looking disappointed. Wrong answer. Let's try again, shall we? Where are the books you stole?
I don't have them.
Who does? Who did you steal them for?
Look,
Zack said, struggling to free himself from the older man's iron magical grip.
I'll tell you everything I know. You just gotta promise to let me go, that's all.
The force holding Zack got just a little tighter, and the older man's eyes flashed warningly. "No promises," the British man said. "No bargains. I'm losing patience, Zack. Talk now." Zack bowed his head. "Fine," he breathed. "Fine." Scary Lady hadn't given him anything yet. Even his low-wattage brain could work out that there was a decent chance she'd never intended to give him anything close to $1 million, or the other things. "There was this chick," he said. "I didn't even want to do it. I was out of the business. Too scary, too dangerous. But she sort of made me do it." "She made you do it? How did she do that?" "She offered me a lot of money, and she said she'd kill me if I didn't." His eyes widened, and he looked up to meet the Brit's eyes. "You didn't see her, man. She was scary as hell, and hot as hell. You'd have done it too." "Did you get her name?" Zack shook his head several times. "Nah, man, that's the truth. She never gave me a name." "What does she look like?" "Like I said, hot. Red hair, green eyes, big boobs." The Brit glanced at the older man, who shook his head. He refocused on Zack. "Where was she? Where did you meet her?" "New Mexico, man. Not sure where exactly. Not too far from where the portal is. She sent somebody to pick me up when I came through." The man raised an eyebrow. "You know about the portal? That surprises me. I wouldn't think you could manage it without getting killed. Where is the house? Do you have an address? What did it look like?" "I dunno, man." Zack shook, trying to remember. "Honest, I don't. It was some big Spanish-looking house. They're all over the place around there. She's not there anymore, though. She was just using it, I think." "Do you know any of these people?" the man asked, pulling a folded newspaper photo from his coat pocket and spreading it out. "Have you seen any of them at all?" Zack examined it. It showed a middle-aged woman, a man of about the same age, and a young girl. He shook his head. No, I ain't never seen any of them." He wondered what the man was trying to get at, and almost wished he had seen them. Anything to get him out of here alive. The man's expression remained unreadable as he put away the paper. "What were you supposed to do with the books when you got them? Were you to deliver them to this woman?" Zack closed his eyes. He had no idea what to do here. His brain spun so hard trying to find an option that would keep him alive that he thought he might pass out. "Nah," he said, then looked up, grasping at any straw he could find. With more bravado, he added, "I got people waiting for me. I was supposed to hand over the books to them and then wait for instructions. They're going to get suspicious if I'm gone too long, you know." The Brit and the other man exchanged glances, and the other man nodded and quickly left the room. It was then that Zack realized he'd fucked up again. He slumped, tears welling up in his eyes. "Oh, man," he blubbered. "Just be patient," the Brit said. "We'll get back to you shortly." Zack didn't move, except to sob silently. He didn't even try to get away now that there was only one captor instead of two. He knew it was pointless. 5 minutes later, the other man returned. When he looked at the Brit and shook his head, whatever remaining hope Zack had departed. The Brit crossed his arms over his chest and looked smug. "Apparently your ride is left without you, Zack," he said. "Is there anything else you want to tell us?" Zack racked his brain. Now that he knew his getaway drivers had left him in the wind and he was in spill-his-guts mode, he desperately wanted to dredge up something that would get these two frightening men off his back. "No, that's all. Oh, wait, yeah, there was one other thing." The man made a "go on" gesture. "There was a kid there, too, like 10 or so. Maybe it was her son, but she didn't look old enough to have a kid that age. And he seemed like he was interested in the books, too." He took a long, deep breath. "She got really pissed when she saw one of the books, and then she showed it to the kid." The younger man exchanged glances with the older one again. Do you know why she was angry? He nodded, again repeating the gesture several times as if afraid they wouldn't notice. Yeah, she got mad at me because I broke into a place I wasn't supposed to. I thought I was doing a good thing, getting extra books, but I thought she was going to kill me when she saw that book. Why is that? Where did the book come from? Some big spooky house down south of London. I heard some guys talking about it in a pub. Belonged to a guy named, Stone. It was Stone. When she saw that name, she freaked. I thought she was going to kill me, man. Once again, the two men looked at each other. So she didn't want you stealing from this Stone? The Brit asked. Zack shook his head. He was truly amazed how much of the meeting with Scary Lady he'd managed to remember. He supposed this level of terror blew away a lot of pot-fogged cobwebs. She said I might have caused her trouble, and if she had trouble, she'd give me trouble. He was shaking again. He looked beseechingly into the Brit's eyes. Please, man, please, just let me go. I'll be out of here pronto. I'll disappear. You'll never see me again, and neither will she. I know when to cut and run. The Brit sighed. Just stay here a moment, he said. He nodded toward the other man, who made a slight gesture that spun Zack around so he was facing the wall. He tried to turn his head, but he couldn't see anything. Oh, God, he murmured. I am so dead. Stone led Kalinsky to the other side of the room, where they could converse without Zack hearing them. Both of them kept a close eye on the skinny little stoner, even though Kalinsky's spell held him suspended and immobile. Odd, Stone whispered. Whoever orchestrated this little plan, they specifically didn't want their flunky stealing from me. His magical library in Palo Alto was untouched, and he'd found no sign that anyone had broken into his home by magical means or otherwise. Do you believe it to be this evil you spoke of? Kalinsky asked in the same tone. Do you recognize either of the people to whom he referred? No, but that doesn't mean anything. They can change bodies if they need to. I know they prefer not to because it means killing the previous host, but if they've got black magic on their side, then disposing of bodies becomes much easier, and I'm sure trying to trace her now will be pointless. She wouldn't be foolish enough to remain in the same place, especially since I suspect she knows what an idiot Zack is, and how likely he might be caught. He glanced toward the kid. Now, the hard question. What do we do with him? That isn't a hard question, Alastair. Kalinsky's gaze was still and cold, his expression neutral. You can't just kill him. Can't I? He frowned. Be realistic. He is dangerous. To have such a talent without the skills or the sense to use it, I'm frankly surprised that he survived as long as he has. And at any rate, if we let him go, he will simply return to his masters and tell them everything that transpired here. After a pause, he added, and if what you've told me is true, it's possible that he is one of them. Stone sighed. I'm not going to commit murder, Stefan. Not for this. Nor do you need to, Kalinsky said. You can simply leave now. You've gotten the information you need, have you not? I don't think there's much else we can get from him, Stone said with some reluctance. All right then, Kalinsky said, his tone deceptively soft. Go home. I will deal with our friend, and you needn't know how I do it. Stone gritted his teeth, frustrated. He didn't like it, not at all, but he also wouldn't try to justify it, to himself or anyone else. If he walked out of Kalinsky's shop, Zack was a dead man. His mind returned uncomfortably to the discussion he'd had with Jason in England, when he discovered that his own wards had been breached and his books had been stolen. He'd been ready to kill the thief then. Was this really so different? This was, after all, a war. People died in wars. Sometimes innocents died. Whatever else he was, Zack was no innocent. Stone faced Kalinsky, meeting his gaze head on. I'll leave dealing with him up to you. I don't want to know what you do with him, but if you keep him alive, make sure he's out of the way until we get this sorted. Don't underestimate the evil." Kolinsky nodded gravely. "You will hear nothing more of the matter, I assure you." Stone started to leave, then turned back. "Oh, and Stefan?" "Yes." "I want your word that if I leave him with you and you don't kill him, I won't ever need to deal with him in any other capacity." Kolinsky almost looked disappointed, but then he inclined his head, acknowledging Stone's foresight. "Of course, you have my word." Stone nodded. "Right then. I'll be on my way. Good night, Stefan." He glanced over at the floating Zack, then pointedly turned away and walked out of the shop. He didn't look back. It was after 10 o'clock when Stone got home. The message light on his phone blinked. He shrugged out of his coat and hit the button. "Al? Where the hell are you?" It was Jason, and he sounded agitated. "It's a little after 9. Call me back when you get home." What now? Was Jason in some kind of trouble? It had been over an hour since he'd called. Stone snatched up the phone and punched in the number. Jason answered on the first ring. "Yeah?" His voice sounded hurried and still agitated. "Jason, what's wrong?" "Where have you been?" "Had some business," he said, frowning. "What's going on?" "It's V. She called a little while ago. She and Shara coming back tomorrow." A long pause. When Jason spoke again, his voice shook. "The evil tried to kill her, Al. And I'm scared shitless that something's going to happen to her before they get back here." Chapter 19. They met at the usual bar in Palo Alto in less than half an hour. Jason got there first, and he jumped up from his beer as Stone came in. "Is there anything you can do from here?" he demanded. "To keep her safe?" Stone waved him back to his seat. "Calm down, Jason. Give me the details. I can't help you if I don't know what we're facing." With many false starts and bouts of nervous energy, Jason told Stone what Verity had told him earlier. How she'd felt like she was being followed, how the man had tried to push her in front of the subway train, and how she'd caught up with him and kicked the evil out of him. By the time he finished, Stone was leaning forward, eyes wide and jaw tight. "Bloody hell," he whispered. "Yeah," Jason agreed. He swiped stray hair off his forehead and took another swig of his beer. "Al, they got so close. She could have been—" "Yes, she could have. But she wasn't. Focus on that. It sounds like she did exactly what she was trained to do. She kept her head and used her magic to get herself out of a bad situation. I'm proud of her." There was no hiding the fact that he'd gone pale, though. "But they tried to kill her," Jason insisted. "What makes you think they won't do it again?" "Well," Stone said, "she's expecting it now, so it'll be harder. What did Shara do?" Jason forced himself to calm down. "Right, Shara. V said that she told her about the evil. She kind of felt like she had to after what happened. Not surprised. From everything I've heard about Shara, she's a level-headed sort, so she and Verity are both expecting it. That, and it sounds like Verity destroyed the evil who tried to kill her. It's entirely possible it was working alone." "But it's also possible it wasn't," Jason protested. "More of them could be after her." He slammed his fist down on the table, hard enough to make his beer glass jump. "Damn it, I hate feeling so fucking helpless. She's a whole country away, and there's not a damn thing I can do to help her." He looked up. "Can you? Is there anything you can do, magically?" "Not at this point," Stone said. He glanced at his watch. "It's already getting close to 11 here, which means it's almost 2 back there. What time did you say her plane was taking off?" "Around 7 a.m. tomorrow. That means I've got to be at the airport in just a few hours. If I know Verity, they probably aren't sleeping. Shara will have protections around her home, so it won't be easy for anyone to get in. He didn't look happy about the situation either. I think we'll just have to trust that she and Shara can take care of themselves. So far, they've done an admirable job at it. So, we just gotta sit here and wait? Jason shook his head, staring down into his glass. Then he looked back up at Stone. What do you think it means, Al? Why would they send somebody after her now? Stone took a long time to answer, thinking about Zach back at Kolinsky's shop. I think they're on the move again, he said at last. I wasn't sure before, but between the thefts and the kidnapping and now this attempt on Verity's life, I think something's happening. He shook his head. I'm puzzled, though. Some of this doesn't make sense. What? Do you know something else? I had a little chat with our thief tonight. Jason's eyes widened. You found him? With some help, yes. We set a trap, hoping to lure him in with some books he wouldn't be able to resist. And you caught him? Yes. But the odd thing was, he said he was specifically told not to steal from me. But, Jason protested. But he did, Stone finished, nodding. Apparently he decided to show a rare burst of initiative when he was in England, and apparently the people who hired him weren't at all pleased with that. Jason looked confused. Why wouldn't they want your books, though? You've got to have one of the better libraries around, right? You were bound to have something that could help with whatever they were trying to do. Unless they didn't want me to know they were planning something, Stone said. Jason considered that, then nodded slowly. If they were up to something, they wouldn't want you to know about it, because you're one of the few people around who not only know what they are, but also have the power to fuck with their plans, right? That would be my guess, Stone said. But I'd have assumed that would extend to you as well, and to Verity. In her own way, she's as dangerous as I am, possibly even more so. She doesn't have my raw power or my experience, but she does have the ability to remove the evil from their hosts, in addition to becoming a formidable mage in her own right. So getting rid of her might be on their agenda regardless, Jason said, his expression going still. That's the thing that puzzles me, though. Getting rid of her without getting rid of me, or vice versa, wouldn't be a bright move, strategically speaking. If they wanted to remove us from the equation, best to do it at the same time, or very close together. But I'm reasonably certain no one's come after me recently. No near misses, no suspicious people hanging about, and from what the thief said, it sounds like they're actively trying to avoid me. Maybe V being away from us was too tempting for them to ignore, Jason said. Possibly, but I wonder how they even found out she was there. She didn't exactly broadcast her plans. I didn't tell anyone where she was, did you? Of course not. Who would I tell? I don't even think Marta knows where she went, just that she's gone. Stone nodded. Well, we'll pick her up tomorrow, and perhaps she'll be able to shed more light on the situation. In the meantime, I don't suppose it'll do me any good to suggest you go home and get some rest, will it? Not a damn bit, Jason said. Might as well come over then. We can watch bad movies until we fall asleep in our chairs, and that way I won't have to pick you up in the morning to go to the airport. When Verity and Shara arrived in San Francisco, they found a vigilant Stone and Jason waiting for them just outside the gate. As soon as Verity caught sight of them, she dropped her carry-on bag, ran over, and flung her arms around Jason, gripping him in a hard hug. Hey, big bro, it's good to be home. She stepped away from him, eyed Stone like she was trying to decide whether to do it, and then hugged him as well. It's good to see you two safe, Stone said, returning the hug. When Jason called me last night, yeah, Verity said, pulling back, her expression sobering. It was pretty scary in more ways than one. Let's get your bags, and then I suggest we adjourn somewhere and compare notes. Can that be someplace we can get breakfast? Verity asked. We were too nervous to eat before, and the food on the plane was pretty vile. They collected Verity's and Shara's luggage at the baggage carousel, and, with Jason and Stone playing porter, headed out to the car. Less than half an hour later, they sat around a large table in the back corner of an IHOP Verity had spotted just off the freeway. Keeping a watch on the waitress's location and fitting their stories in around her comings and goings, the four shared what they'd been doing since they'd parted company. Most of them already had the basics, since Stone, Jason, and Verity had been keeping in periodic communication while Verity was gone. But this was the first time they'd examined everything at once. Taken together, it began to look more chilling. "I'm really sorry to get you all tangled up with this," Verity told Shara between mouthfuls of chocolate chip pancakes. "It's not what I wanted. That's one of the reasons I wanted to get away for a while, so I didn't have to think about the evil. Now I've dragged you into the middle of it." "It's okay. I'm just glad I was there to help out," she grinned. "I mean, not like you wouldn't have dealt with it just fine yourself, but I didn't think that you wanted to explain to a crowd why you were hovering over the subway tracks." "Right then," Stone said. He wasn't eating anything, and just had a cup of coffee in front of him. "I think now that we're all up to date on what everyone's experienced, we need to start putting things together." He glanced over at Jason, who was busy packing away a large pile of hash browns and bacon. "May I borrow your notebook, since you seem otherwise occupied?" Jason handed it over without comment, along with his ever-present stubby pencil. "So," Stone said, "let's start by figuring out what we know as opposed to what we suspect." He opened the notebook and began scribbling. "We know that at least one evil tried to kill Verity. We also know that someone broke into several magical libraries here and in England, and possibly elsewhere, to steal books." "Every group of books stolen had at least one about summoning in it," Jason pointed out. Stone wrote that down. "We know that Pia Brandt, her husband, her daughter, and another young man disappeared without a trace during the weekend of the Occult Symposium. We know that the father, the daughter, and the young man were all at Disneyland on the same day." Jason nodded. "And we know Pia Brandt is a magical researcher who's really into portals." "Right," Stone agreed. "Reminds me, must ask Stefan how he's doing on those translations. I think they're going to be important to figuring out what they might be up to." "We don't know for sure that it's the evil who's kidnapped Dr. Brandt and the others, right?" Verity asked. "Not for sure, no," Stone said. He paused to think. We also know that whoever hired the thief to steal the books, they were angry with him when they found out he stole them from me. Also, my library here wasn't touched, even though he broke into Stefan's shop when we laid the trap for him." "And we know what some of the people who hired the thief looked like," Jason reminded him. Stone jotted more notes down. "Right. An attractive ginger woman and a young boy who seemed far more interested in the books than your typical 10-year-old should be." "So you think those two were evil?" Verity asked, forking in more pancakes. She'd almost finished what was on her plate, and was eyeing what was left of Jason's hash browns with improper interest. "Quite probably," Stone said, "though they don't sound at all familiar. I haven't heard of the evil possessing children before, especially with the more powerful ones. They seem to prefer host bodies with more options available." He looked over what he'd written down. "It sounds like we're getting into the realm of speculation now. So let's move on to what we strongly suspect. I'll start by saying that I believe that the evil must have at least one black mage working with them, probably possessed, and likely it's that redhead." "Why not the boy?" Jason asked. "If he's that smart, maybe—" Stone shook his head. "Not to be boastful, but I was a bit of a child prodigy magic-wise, and I didn't start my apprenticeship until I was 15. I've never heard of a 10-year-old manifesting more than spotty magical talent, and even with extensive training, he wouldn't have enough ability to be of much help to them. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I'd say it's far more likely it's the woman." "Okay," Jason said. "Next question. Do you know who she is? I know you don't know every mage in the country, but if she really was that young and hot, wouldn't she get noticed?" I've never heard of anybody like that, Shara said. That's not really my type, but if she'd showed up at any of the gatherings I've attended, I'm sure I would have noticed her. I'll ask Stefan when I ask him about the translations, Stone said, jotting down more notes. Any idea what they want with all the books on summoning? Verity asked. Not yet, Stone said. Our working theory is that they're exploring multiple angles in case the whole portal thing doesn't work out, but I've no real idea. Obviously they're very interested, or they wouldn't have risked stealing all those books from some extremely well-protected locations.
So what do we do now?
Jason finished his hash browns and started on his eggs.
It still sounds like we've got a bunch of pieces of information that don't fit together very well, and not much to do with them. You don't want to go after the evil, do you?
Even if I did, I wouldn't know where to start, Stone said. I'm sure the woman and the boy aren't anywhere near New Mexico anymore, so there's no point in trying to find them there. The only real lead we have is Dr. Brandt's papers. I'm hoping one of them will contain something that might lead us to an idea. And aside from that, check with your police contacts to see if anything's turned up about any of the missing people. And all of you, be careful. We don't know that the attack on Verity was planned. It may have just been a crime of opportunity. But the coincidence just seems a bit too much to believe. Why choose her over all the other possible victims? One thing I don't get, Verity said. From everything we've heard about the powerful evil, they don't work very well together. Lamar and Marilee and the other Forgotten we've talked to all think that they stake out their own areas of influence and they can't stand to be around each other very much. But this all sounds way too coordinated for just one evil, even if it's a mage. Do you think they're working together? Stone thought about that a long time before answering. I hope not, he said at last. But I agree with you. It certainly sounds like they might have forged some kind of temporary alliance. I suppose desperation can make strange bedfellows.
Great, Jason said. Like it wasn't bad enough fighting one big nasty evil. Now we've got to fight all of them.
Chapter 20. Fuck! Trin flung the portable phone across the room so hard it dented the wall. She'd missed pitching it through the window by less than a foot. Fuck! 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 Sam appeared in the doorway. Is there a problem? She whirled and glared at him, for a second or two, looking like she was tempted to unleash one of her more devastating spells on his smarmy little kid face and knock that smirk off for good. She stopped, took several deep breaths, and got herself under control before answering him. Yes, there's a problem. Contrary to what some people might believe, I don't just scream profanity because I like the way it sounds. Sam wasn't entirely sure he believed that, given his past association with her, but he decided, probably wisely, not to mention this fact. Instead, he asked in a non-committal tone, What happened? What happened, she growled, taking another pause for deep breaths, is that we work with fucking morons. I don't know how we're ever supposed to get anything fucking done when we can't count on anybody to do their fucking jobs. Sam didn't reply, but simply waited. His disapproval of her unstable ways was growing. He was beginning to think that once the group of them had accomplished their plans, she would need to be dealt with. None of them liked removing one of their number, the leaders, from a host, because it resulted in a significant loss of potency, far more, relatively speaking, than it did with the weak ones. Sam himself was still dealing with the loss he'd experienced when forced to vacate the mage woman and occupy the body of this child. He remembered what it was like to have power. The mage woman, what was the host's name? Trixie? Brandy? He couldn't even remember, except that it was something stupid. Wasn't as powerful as Trin, not even close. But still, she'd been strong in magic, and good at hiding her power so people would overlook her. She had been all too willing to accept the others' promises of greater power and pleasure, and equally willing to convince her lesser-powered boyfriend to join up as well. It had been an excellent match. But now he, once one of the strongest of the other's remaining leaders and still one of its shrewdest, was trapped in this undersized, useless form. He could switch again, but that would entail yet another significant loss of power. Probably so much that the others would lose sufficient respect for him that they'd no longer give the same regard to his ideas and suggestions. He couldn't afford that. Not now. Not when they were on the cusp of implementing their last-ditch plan to re-establish the connection with their home. He gave her a sideways look. "Are you planning to tell me what's going on, or do I have to guess?" Trin flung herself down into a chair. "Zach's gone." "Gone?" Sam tilted his head. "What do you mean, gone?" "Who the hell knows? He didn't show up to meet the driver on time, so the driver left like I told him to. A couple of our people there tried to find Zach, but he's in the wind." Sam frowned. "Do you think he ran away?" "Possibly. He's a fucking idiot, but maybe even his pathetic brain finally figured out that I wasn't going to fuck him and give him $1 million, even if he did turn up with the rest of the books. Maybe he just took off. I don't think so, though." "What do you think, then?" "I think he got caught." Trin shook her head in disgust. "Frankly, I'm surprised somebody didn't cap his pathetic ass a long time ago, but from what little I could find out about the guy he was after this time, he's bad news. Hardcore black mage. Wouldn't hesitate to waste the little fucktard if he caught him." Sam nodded. "I did tell you not to push your luck." She glared at him. "Yes, and you're so wise and all-knowing," she said, her tone dripping with sarcasm. He held up a hand. He didn't like having to be the conciliatory one, but for now they needed Trin's magical expertise. "In any case, we've got what we need now, right?" Yeah, she said. "And this does save me the trouble of having to fry him myself." Sam stood a moment, wondering if now was the time to pass on another bit of information. He decided that she needed to know, because it might affect the plan. "There is one other thing," he said. "I just found out about it this morning." "Great. What now?" "Stone's apprentice is back in California," he said, keeping his voice carefully neutral. "Yeah? How come? I thought she was back east hanging out with that granola girlfriend of hers." Sam's eyes narrowed, and for a moment he looked as angry, albeit more controlled about it, as Trin had been. "Because one of the soldiers recognized her and tried to kill her." She stared at him. "What?" Her voice was dead flat. Sam nodded. "Tried to push her in front of a subway train. Apparently she used magic to get out of it, and the next day she and the girlfriend got on a plane back to California." Trin took a slow, deep breath, clearly in lieu of sending a blast of magical power through the nearest wall. "Did you have the soldier killed?" "Already dead. That's how we found out. An eyewitness saw her yell something at the host, and then the guy was just a body again." "Fuck," she said, still keeping her voice controlled. "That means Stone knows now for sure. That means all of them know." She glanced up. "How's the plan going?" "It's going well," Sam said. "The arrangements are all made for travel. Dr. Bront thinks the location we've chosen is ideal for what she's got planned. She'll be contacting you soon to discuss the details." Trin nodded. Maybe everything wasn't lost yet. "Is there any sign that Stone and his bunch know what we're planning?" "Not that we know of, but we can't watch them that closely. It's too dangerous." Yeah, she said, her tone reluctant but grudgingly agreeing. "The word getting out all right, though?" "Yes. It takes time, but we should have enough people there to make it work, and we can always swap the soldiers around once you get there if we need to." Trin leaned back in her chair. Sam watched her for a moment, then turned and left without further comment. When Sam was gone, Trin swiped her hand across her forehead. Fucking Stone and his fucking apprentice causing trouble again. Why couldn't they just mind their own business? She closed her eyes and amused herself, picturing Stone undergoing various types of creative torture, smiling as she tried to decide which of them she'd inflict on him when all of this was over. It wouldn't be too long now, a little more than a month. Things were proceeding well. She was pleased with the timing, since what ended up being the perfect venue for their plans was occurring later the following month. This would give Dr. Brandt enough time to work out her calculations, and Trin to study the books the unfortunate Zack had delivered to her before he disappeared. And best of all, she didn't see how Stone and his crew would possibly figure out what they were up to until it was too late. It was hardly the sort of thing he would think to seek out, she was sure of it, and the rest of his pathetic gang wouldn't make a move without his say-so. Let them hang around in their dull little suburb, reacting instead of anticipating. They'd find out in time, after it was all over, after they couldn't stop it. They wouldn't be able to miss it at that point. And after... Trin smiled. At that point, she might not be able to indulge her original fantasy of seducing Stone and then killing him. But that was all right. The killing was the best part, anyway. Chapter 21. Stone, Jason, and Verity got settled back in and resumed their regular routine over the next few days. Except Verity didn't go back to work yet, because she thought it would be rude to leave Shara on her own. Shara had moved in with her and Jason for now, chipping in toward the rent. Between Stone, Verity, and Shara all reinforcing them, the small apartment had wards that would be more appropriate for a fortress. Stone himself mostly disappeared from view, though he made it a point to check in with Jason and Verity once a day to make sure they were all right. Just the previous night, he'd finally gotten the remainder of the translated papers from Kalinsky, and had shut himself up in his study to pore over them. It was slow going. Stone was no stranger to portal science, and his expertise in the subject had increased significantly over the last year, since he'd spent so much time examining the notes of his old girlfriend, Daphne Weldon, who'd been an expert researcher and copious note-taker. Unfortunately, Pia Brandt was as far above Daphne as Daphne was above Stone. He found himself having to read each page multiple times, studying the diagrams and footnotes with great care, and even then, he wasn't sure he grasped all the implications. It didn't help that the documents were translated from another language. Kalinsky's translations were no doubt as careful and precise as the Black Mage himself was, but when you were trying to understand intricate and complicated scientific concepts, doing it in your own native language was difficult enough. By the end of the first day, before he got so tired that the equations began to blur, he'd only gotten through the fourth of the 6 papers. Aside from the first 2 overview papers Kalinsky had already given him, he was reading through them in chronological order, oldest to newest. The problem was, the newer ones were also the larger ones. This would take more time than he'd hoped. He couldn't even ask anyone to help him. As far as he knew, he was the currently reigning expert in portal science in the country these days. As he'd mentioned when someone had asked him long ago, that wasn't particularly impressive, given the fact that most American mages these days didn't have the combination of magical ability, mental horsepower, and sheer interest to tackle such a complex field of study. Which left Stone to do the best he could to make sense of Pia Brandt's research. He hoped he could do it. If he couldn't, he'd have to search elsewhere for experts. The 4 of them got together for pizza a few days later, mostly because Jason insisted that Stone get out of the house, at least briefly. "You getting anywhere with that stuff?" he asked, once they'd all settled into a scarred back corner booth, and place their orders. Well, depends on what you mean by getting anywhere. I've finished reading them all, which is something, I suppose. But nothing's jumping out at you. Oh, it could be jumping around like a bloody rabbit on a hot griddle, and I might be missing it because I'm just not making the connections I need to be making. He stared down into his glass of Guinness, looking frustrated. Verity patted his arm. "Why don't you tell us what you figured out?" she asked. "I know you like to talk things out. Maybe it'll help." Stone considered. "Possibly," he admitted. "But first, Jason, have you found out anything else from your police contacts? Anyone found any trace of our missing people?" "Nope," Jason said. "I've been checking the papers too, but nothing. Adam Darden's mother offered a reward for information leading to his return. I can't really follow the German press, but according to what my friends can find out, they got nothing either." "Not surprising." "Did your friend know anything about the redhead or the kid?" Shara asked. "You said you were going to check with him." "No, he'd never heard of them. Fortunately, he still owes me 2 or 3 more favors to catch up with what I've done for him, so I called in one and asked him to put out feelers to see if anyone he knows has heard of them. I checked with him before I came here, but he's got nothing yet." "Maybe it was an illusion," Verity said. "You know, like Mr. Harrison did with those coins." "That's a good thought, and could well be right. Though if that's true, then there's no point in trying to track them down. They'd be fools to use the same disguise multiple times, especially if they think we might be onto them." "Yeah, probably," Jason said. "So anyway, why don't you tell us about these papers? See if you can dumb it down enough to make completely non-magical me understand it, and maybe something will pop up." "What's the basic idea of them?" Verity asked. "They're all about portals, right? But are they all the same kind of thing, or different aspects?" Stone paused to gather his thoughts before speaking. "They're all similar, but they approach the problem from various angles. Pia Brandt is a mathematician in her mundane job. She's a professor of applied mathematics at a private university in Essen. A lot of her research is around how to make portals more energy efficient. That's the problem with them now. They're freakishly expensive to construct, and unless you set them up just right, they collapse and you have to start over. Mostly because it's hard to keep them stable long enough for them to sustain themselves on their own. It's sort of like when you glue something together. You have to clamp it until the glue dries." "So the glue is whatever keeps the portal going indefinitely?" Jason asked. "Exactly. Remember we talked about temporary portals before? All you have to do with those is keep them up long enough to hop through them. A few minutes, maybe an hour at most. But with a permanent portal, it has to attune itself to the earth, which is what sustains it. It helps if you build them on ley lines. The more the better. That's why, of the portals that exist, a large number are at a place where at least one ley line is nearby. The one at the restaurant is like that. The one at my home in England is actually a confluence of 3, which is fairly rare. The more you have, the more stable the portal is. Even then, you have to prop them up a bit occasionally. It's sort of like doing a wheel alignment on your car. If you don't, they can get out of sync and cause trouble when you try to calibrate them to each other." Verity was thinking. "So, what happens if you build one on more than 3 ley lines? How many would it take before it would be completely stable?" Stone shrugged. "They're never completely stable," he said. "But as near as I can figure, that's part of what she's hypothesizing in her research. That if you could manage to construct a portal at the confluence of a larger number of ley lines, it would require less initial stabilization effort, as well as just generally being more robust. She also suggests that you could theoretically point one at some place that doesn't have a corresponding portal on the other side." "No way," Shara said. "I didn't think that was possible." "I'm not sure it is," Stone said. He glanced at Verity and Jason. "Remember before, what Daphne and her group were trying to do? Set up temporary portals at both ends that would allow you to travel to places that don't have permanent portals?" Jason nodded. "But this is different?" "Sort of the reverse," Stone said. If I'm reading Dr. Brandt's research correctly, she's hypothesizing that it might be possible to set up a stable, permanent gateway that you could then calibrate to send you anywhere, regardless of whether there was an existent portal on the other end. And, he added, getting more animated as he warmed to the subject. This part is sketchy, and I'm not sure I'm understanding it properly, but it sounds like once you've got this gateway set up and calibrated, it will open a way to the other side that will allow anyone to come through from the opposite direction.
That's crazy, Shara protested. I didn't study any portal science, but I've used plenty of them. They don't work like that. It sounds like you're saying that you twiddle the settings on this hypothetical super portal, and then a gateway just opens in space on the other side that people can come through.
That is what I think she's saying, Stone said. I need to read through her last paper a few more times, though, to be sure.
So, Verity said, if that's true, then why don't people just always find these big ley-line confluences to build portals on? It seems like it would be more efficient that way. And if they're that expensive to build, I'd think you'd want the best possible chance of getting them to work, right?
Good question, Stone said. I can give you two answers, which are both equally valid. First, confluences of large numbers of ley lines are very rare. Finding spots where there are 2 or 3 isn't hard, but finding a nexus where a whole lot of them come together, much, much more difficult.
But aren't there maps?
Jason asked.
I remember Harrison had one that we looked at to find the one near Vegas.
There are, Stone agreed, and no doubt if you gave me an hour or so I could find you several such nexuses around the world. I can probably tell you most of them from memory, or at least the major ones, but therein lies the other problem.
Which is? Verity asked, leaning forward.